Be seated, please. Ew. All right, good morning, everyone. I am convening the second day of our hearing in this proceeding. And we're just going to pick right back up. We are in the middle of Evergy's witnesses. So Mr. Bailey, you may call your next witness. Mr. Zakura, do you wish to be heard on something? May you please come to the microphone.
Will the commission entertain preliminary matter?
I'll entertain it.
The exhibit that was referred to yesterday with the red overlay.
This, that one.
That is a exhibit to the landowner intervenors settlement agreement, which is filed in this case. I just wanted to ask if that's included in what we have admitted as far as testimony, pre-filed testimony. If not, I would like to admit it. There's already been testimony on this.
I can't personally say whether that is attached to any of the pre-filed testimony. Can any of the parties speak to whether that's attached to pre-filed testimony?
It's in the settlement agreement of the landowners. It's not in pre-filed testimony.
Okay, it is attached to the settlement agreement?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
If you would like, I would move to be, if you would like, I would move that it be admitted into evidence. There's already been testimony on it. It's probably an error on my part not to do it earlier. But may I ask does Evergy have a? Yeah, we'd like to admit it the best way that the commission finds appropriate. I also visited with Southwest Power Pool on this.
Can I ask a couple foundational questions before we admit it? Just what were the data sources to create the map?
Okay, they're all Evergy data sources.
Okay.
The underlay with the blue in the Flint Hills is a response of Evergy to discovery, and the red imposed is our best effort to put on this the line as it appears in another Evergy response.
Okay, so the Flint Hills region description is from Evergy. The
Yes.
green lines are from Evergy.
Yes.
The red line is the only thing that's been added by the.
That's correct.
Okay, that Evergy agrees?
So except for the red line, this is a map of our data request, so we have no objection.
Okay, and no objection from any other party? Okay, it will be admitted.
Do we need to label it?
We should probably, well, you know what? Is it labeled as it's attached to the settlement?
Yes, it is.
It has an exhibit number, I believe.
Exhibit B.
Exhibit B to the settlement.
We'll just refer to it as Exhibit B to the settlement.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, counsel.
Please proceed, Mr. Bailey.
Good morning. Evergy calls Lisa Starkeybaum.
Swear or affirm testimony about proper discussion, truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Lisa Starkeybaum.
And what is your position?
I am employed by Evergy as a senior manager, regulatory affairs.
And are you the same Lisa Starkeybaum who filed direct testimony on November 14th, rebuttal testimony on February 9th, and then response to comments on February 23rd?
Yes, I am.
And if I were to ask you those questions today on the stand, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I'll tender the witness for commission questions.
All right, commissioner questions. I'll start with Commissioner Keen. Do you have any questions of this witness?
Yes, thank you, Chair French. Good morning, Ms. Starkey.
Good morning.
I know it's early, but I'm going to ask an evocative question anyway. See if I'm capable of asking an evocative question this morning. When I look at your direct testimony, and I'm summarizing this a bit, and you can embellish it. Certainly, I'd encourage you to do that. You indicate that in terms of the costs for constructing this proposed line. By the way, what do you estimate the total cost would be?
The total cost that's estimated is 493
Okay,
million in project costs.
pardon me, I didn't mean to talk over you. And that is for just for the Buffalo Flats part of the Branson project.
Yes, that ties to the NTC that was issued to Evergy Kansas Central and reflects both Evergy's portion, the 368 million, plus AEP's portion, which is 125 million.
Okay. With that as a backdrop, you indicate in your direct testimony, and I'm summarizing, and you correct me if I summarize incorrectly, that approximately 16% of the total 500 million cost is going to be allocated to pricing zones in Kansas. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's an SPP cost allocation sharing for transmission lines within virtually the entire domain of the SPP territory, is it not?
It is the regionally allocated portion to Kansans
Okay,
based on 2024 known information at the time of this filing.
okay. So hypothetically, if a transmission line were constructed in North Dakota, another SPP state, would we bear 16% of the cost of that transmission line? If it were interstate?
If it is a regionally allocated project, then yes, Kansans would continue to pay the 16%.
Even though we receive ostensibly no direct benefit from that line?
Based on SPP's cost allocation methodology, each state would pay their proportionate share.
Even though ostensibly we would not benefit at all from that hypothetical line I just referred to?
I don't know that I can answer that specifically,
Okay,
that we
thank
would
you,
benefit,
thank you.
that we would not benefit.
Not that I don't appreciate the granularity of your question, but I'm going to try to hone in on something here that I think is fact-based. Okay. If 16% is and then the way that these charges end up in the bills of the average ratepayer is through a transmission delivery charge that is assessed basically to the Kansas utilities by the Southwest Power Pool. Isn't that correct?
The amounts that are direct inputs into the transmission delivery charge that is billed to retail Kansas ratepayers is many of the inputs come directly from the FERC transmission formula rate that we submit our annual transmission revenue requirements to SPP on an annual basis. And then those amounts also feed forward to the TDC.
Okay.
So a portion of the costs are recovered from our wholesale ratepayers and a portion from our retail ratepayers.
Right. So if I were to paraphrase what you just said, basically, and maybe, I think that was very granular, but I'm not sure everybody could follow that. To paraphrase what you just said is that yes, the 16% amount is going to filter through to Kansas ratepayers of whatever class they may be in, vis-a-vis a transmission delivery charge that is assessed by the Southwest Power Pool to Kansas utilities. I thought that was a yes or no.
Yes.
I'm not forcing your answer here. Please tell, did I force that answer?
I think I'm following the question and yes.
I could repeat it. I'm not trying to mousetrap or confuse anybody here. I'm trying to be as fair as I can. Okay. If we were to consider the analogous situation that Missouri utilities are in vis-a-vis SPV and Oklahoma utilities, do you know what their percentage of these costs are? Ours is 16. Do you know what the Missouri and Oklahoma percentages are?
Yes, based on your question yesterday.
Yeah.
Went and used the same 2024 regional allocation percentages. The allocated percentage to Missouri would be around 11%. And Oklahoma would be 38%.
In both instances, analogous or relatively speaking, compared to the Kansas 16%.
Correct.
What in the case of Oklahoma causes that to be higher? Do you know?
I would say it is the use of the transmission system. So they are showing higher usage across the grid for
Okay,
the transmission system. So they will pay a higher percentage or their proportionate share of the costs
all right, thank you.
of the project.
All right, thank you for that. I'm not going to assume by inference that the inverse is the case for Missouri. So I'll ask directly, what in your judgment would be the reason why Missouri's cost is 11% and ours is 16?
Based on those percentages, I would say Missouri uses, or during the 2024 period, used less of the system, the transmission system, than Kansas.
Okay. I'm sure you know far more about this than I. Is Missouri, parts of Missouri also in the MISO district?
I believe so.
So that would split it out, wouldn't it, a bit? You could have
Yes.
eastern Missouri, for example, the St. Louis area could be in MISO.
Could my,
Kansas City and the Joplin area could be in.
I don't, yeah, I don't have the specifics, but like the specific areas, but yes. I think that's accurate.
Seems like a fair approximation, doesn't it?
Yes,
Or generalization.
yes.
Okay. Okay. If we bring these cost allocation methodologies that we've just discussed down to how that might have applicability with respect to this particular line. And I'm going to tell you up front, I'm not going to ask you a leading question, but I'm interested in your response to the thrust of the question, if you would. Notwithstanding this cost allocation, where Missouri pays 11% of the cost, Kansas 16% of the cost, doesn't this beg the question that the fact is that Missouri residents receive a disproportionate share of the benefits and a lower share of the costs from the proposed line?
I guess I'm going to ask for you to rephrase the question.
Sure. Again, I'm trying to reduce any element of unfairness by admitting to you it's a leading question. Okay. What I'm saying is, notwithstanding the fact that the cost allocation for this line, if it were installed, who bears the cost? Statewide, Kansas versus Missouri, where Kansas bears 16% of the cost, Missouri 11% of the cost. Notwithstanding that allocation, doesn't that beg the question that the fact is that Missouri residents receive a disproportionate share of the benefits and a lower share of the costs from the line?
And I believe that the SPP cost allocation methodology allocates a proportionate share to each state based on its usage of the system. And I have not done any cost benefit analysis to further, respond to that question.
So let me rephrase the question slightly. Is it not possible that we've been speaking heretofore about the general differences between the states, 11 versus 16%? But those in fact are generalized as those costs come down from SPP. They are not specific to any one particular project or any one particular expenditure of capital outlays within the package, within the totality of those expenses.
I don't know the answer to that.
Did you understand the question?
If you can rephrase.
Yeah, I would take it in any given project, there could be a disproportionate sharing of benefits. Okay. Because of the nature of the project, geographic location, need, whatever it could be. No sinister reason necessarily, but that because of that disproportionate share of the benefits, the costs may be allocated in accordance with notwithstanding what those differences are, the cost still may be allocated in accordance with the more general formula to which we've made reference so far. So that even though, for example, one state might receive 50% of the benefits of a given project, if their cost allocation were 16 or 11% under the SPP formula, that's the cost they would bear for that project.
That's correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you understand the question that phrased that way?
I am not speaking to the cost benefits analysis. So, again, I believe that the use of the system, the electricity flows both directions based on need, and that, the benefits may not exactly equal the cost, but I don't know what more I can add.
Okay. Well, I think that's a fair answer. I wasn't looking for some eye shade, pencil pushing financial analysis of cost benefit analysis, just as a general rule. And I think you've answered the question. I'm simply asking that for any given project, it may not matter as the formula and as the costs evolve through the SPP process, which particular territory receives more benefits than another. If you're within a given state or a zone, I don't know that I know the exact terminology within SPP, but I think we're close. If it's in that zone, you're going to pay 16% if it's Kansas.
That's right.
Okay. I have no further questions for you. I appreciate your indulgence of my question.
Commissioner Keither, any initial questions for this witness?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
In your testimony, you say that the cost that the residential customers will be about $3.37 per year when it goes into effect, which will be 2029.
Yes, so that is an estimate based on known information
So-
today.
To follow up with Commissioner Keene, then the Missouri residential payer is going to pay the 11% approximate.
So the regionally allocated percentages are updated on an annual basis. So that 16% or the 11% for Missouri can change year over year. And obviously, there are a lot of inputs, being 3 years out, cost inputs, things like that, to the calculation itself. That can fluctuate some. So this is the best information we have at this time based on known information today.
Okay, great, thank you.
Don't think I have any initial questions. Commissioner Kane, do you have something?
Thank you, Chair Wrench. If I could have a follow-up and a follow-up to Commissioner Keither's question, because I hadn't even thought about it, but you're going to educate me now. Roughly how long does it take for these costs to percolate through the system? Your reference point was 2024. Let's say that these costs are incurred, the line's approved. When does that percolate through the system, ballpark?
So, looking forward, we would probably include this line in rates beginning of 2029 with the expectation that it would go in late in the year. And we would probably be looking at 2028, fast forward, looking at whatever the regionally allocated proportionate share is by state, using 2028 data. So things can change over, the next 2 to 3 years.
As a general rule, do they change very much?
Not generally. I think it's pretty consistent year over year.
Yeah. Appreciate the information. Thank you.
Okay, I am going to ask one question. I was refraining because it's on cost allocation and just signaling. I think that's probably not relevant to this proceeding. That's a FERC approved rate, but just for our understanding of how this works, there's discussion of the 16% in Kansas, current 16%, it can change, and current 11% in Missouri. And you noted, based on all current known information, that would be about a $3.37 impact per year. I assume is that to your Evergy Kansas Central customers?
That is to the Evergy Kansas Central customers only, yes.
And even though Missouri has a lower percentage allocation, that percentage allocation is relative to the fact that they have less demand in the SPP territory. So even though they're only being allocated 11%, that's going to be spread across less demand. So their customer impacts would probably be pretty similar. I understand you're not doing the math here, but their per customer impact would be pretty similar, right?
I would think close proximity,
Okay.
but I have not done those calculations, so cannot say definitively.
That's absolutely fine. Okay, I don't believe I have anything else in the way of initial questions, so we will move to the landowner interveners. Do you have any questions for this witness? Okay.
Good morning.
Is your microphone on?
I do that every time.
Mine wasn't on as I was reminding you.
Could you please give me the correct pronunciation of your name?
It's Starkeybaum.
Okay, Starkeybaum, Miss Starkeybaum.
Yes.
I'd like to follow up on some of the commissioner questions and add some questions of my own. When you talk about the allocation for 2024, I've looked at it over a 3 or 4 or 5 year period, and I generally get to about 16.5% in Kansas. Are you speaking to in 2024 being 16% or 16.5%?
So in my testimony and per the exhibits that I had attached to my direct testimony, I think the 16% that we are just rounding is around 16.2 3% or 16.28 per my testimony.
So it's a bit
In
higher than
24.
16%.
Yeah,
It's, and could you say that, did I hear you correctly, 16.28?
that's correct.
Okay. Now of that 16.28, could you break it down further, please, and tell me the amount, the percentage amount for Evergy, Kansas Central?
So Evergy, Kansas Central is about 9.36%.
So would it be correct then that in this case, which is a system-wide allocation, that of the, I believe you said $493 million that the Evergy, Kansas Central ratepayers would pay, what did you say again, 9.6? Is that
9.36.
9.36%? Would that be a correct statement?
Yes.
Could you also tell me what percentage of the total state percentage is Evergy, Kansas Metro, the old KCPL system in Kansas?
Yes, that's a little over 3%.
When you say a little over 3, could you please be a bit more precise?
Per exhibit LAS-1, 3.12%
Okay.
is Kansas Metro.
So have you done the calculation, the Evergy point portion of the 16.2%, what portion, excuse me, the statewide 16.2, what portion of that is Evergy charges?
I believe just taking the 493, the actual transmission revenue requirement, once you kind of take and break it down to a revenue requirement amount, the 16% is roughly 9 to 10 million. So if you're looking at Evergy, Kansas Central, I think that's what you asked.
Yes.
Evergy, Kansas Central is about 7 point. Give me just one second. Evergy's portion is about 5.5 million. Evergy, Kansas Central. Sorry, I'm thinking about the Evergy Metro, the Evergy, Kansas Metro portion
Right.
as well.
Let me delve into this. We're talking about, I believe in your testimony, you're talking about monthly charges. A project of this nature, 493 million of this type, that will be recovered, that charge will be recovered over a period of years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would the depreciation schedule for this voltage of line be something in the neighborhood of a 40-year depreciation schedule?
Somewhere in there, yes.
So what I would like for you to do for me, please, is to tell me what the dollar amount will be paid over 40 years by Kansas customers for this $493 million investment.
I don't have that calculation handy.
Okay. So let me come at it a different way. Okay. What is your current per month charge that you have included in your testimony?
The 28 cents per month
Or the,
for a residential customer,
How about-
or what's,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
What's-
You can
what's the-
rephrase the question.
Certainly. What's the annualized charge for a residential customer for the Buffalo Flats project?
The annual amount to a customer's bill
Yes.
is $3.37.
Okay. And will that amount continue for several years?
It will.
Will that amount continue for 40 years?
Not that exact amount because the asset will depreciate over time.
Okay.
So it should go down.
So what we're talking about some amount that will be charged over 40 years. And to get an accurate view of the costs, we would need to think of the longer term because it's not recovered over 1 year. Would that be correct?
That's right. Yes.
Do you have an estimate of what the cost recovery will be over the life of the asset?
Objection, asked and answered, speculation.
I don't
Sustained.
think it's, pardon me?
Sustained.
I do not have that calculation, no.
Could you make that calculation?
I could.
Would you be willing to make that calculation and present it?
I'm gonna object again, asked and answered and speculation.
Please respond, Mr. Zakura.
What I'm trying to get is the total cost that will be paid by Kansas residential users over the life of the project.
I think she's indicated she can't make that calculation here, so,
I asked.
I mean, that would have been a question for discovery.
Well, may I make an objection for the record?
Sure.
I asked that that we get a true picture of the cost. The true picture of the cost would be the amount paid per year over the life of the project. That I asked if she could make that calculation so that we could get a true amount, not just a dollar amount, because she's not just a 1-year amount, because the witness testified it's not the same each year over the 40 years. And I think that that would be helpful information for the commission in consideration of what the costs are to Kansas ratepayers of this project. Okay. May I continue?
You may proceed.
Let me ask you another question, if I could, Ms. Starkebaum. If the project, instead of $493 million, was $893 million, would the same percentage amount that is assessed by SPP remain the same?
Yes. Yes.
So if it were a higher number, it would be 16.28% of that higher number.
Right.
And let me ask you this question. If the higher number was to reduce the impact on the Flint Hills, would that indicate that customers in other states would be paying their same amount also?
I'm gonna object on speculation and beyond the scope.
I'll overrule that objection. You can continue.
If the amount is higher, the same percentages would apply.
So if the commission were to reject the preferred route and order a different route, for whatever reason the commission decided, customers in another state would pay the same amount of the higher.
Yes, it's a regionally allocated project, so that's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Buck, do you have any questions of this witness?
I do not, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Then we are back to commissioner questions. Anything further from the commissioners? Okay. I don't believe we have anything else. So thank you so much for your testimony today. Oh, before I let you go, let me see if your counsel has any redirect.
Yeah, just one.
My apologies.
And hi Lisa, the question about the $3 cost, that's, you just calculated the cost, right? You didn't calculate anything.
Get up real close to that microphone.
Sorry. The $3.37 cost, you just calculated the cost, correct? Did you net that with any benefits?
No, and I believe I stated that this was just the cost of the line and not net of any benefits. I did state that in my testimony.
No other question.
Okay, thank you. Now we thank you for your testimony and you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, Evergy, you may call your final witness. I think
Thank
it's
you.
your
Everybody
final.
calls Aaron Ives. Good morning. Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Darren Ives, Ives.
And who are you employed by?
I'm employed by Evergy.
And what is your position?
I'm the Senior Vice President of Regulatory and Government Affairs.
Are you the same Darren Ives who filed rebuttal testimony on February 9th, response to comments on February 23rd, and then settlement testimony on March 6th?
I am.
And if I were to ask you those same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Thank you. I'll tender the witness for commission questions.
Okay, I think there might be a couple. Commissioner Keen, do you have questions of this witness?
Morning, Mr. Hanson.
Good morning, Commissioner.
If we could start this morning, I'm going to ask you for a clarification. Let's start with your rebuttal testimony. I'm on page 4. Basically lines 18 through 22 on over to page 25, lines 1 and 2. For the record, I'm going to read what appears on lines 18 through 22 of 4 and 1 and 2 of 5. And if I misstate this, please correct me. This is your response to an earlier question, which was, how would you characterize the direct and cross-answering testimony submitted by landowner witnesses? Starting on line 18, page 4. Your answer is, while KCC has jurisdiction to determine the necessity for and reasonableness of the location of the proposed electric transmission line, selection of the project as part of the SPP planning process, and provision of the NTC to Evergy is FERC jurisdictional and has already occurred through a FERC approved process. A process with which the commission, parenthetically, through participation on the Regional State Committee at SPP, in paren, and its staff, paren, through participation on various committees and meetings at SPP, are actively involved with, end of my quotations from your testimony. Did I state those correctly?
You did.
I guess my question to you is this, Darren. I'm not quite sure what you're suggesting by this comment, so I would appreciate clarification.
Yeah, so I appreciate the question. We've been talking about over the course of the last day, quite a bit of discussion around benefits and, cost benefits of the line. And, I think, I think, as is summarized there and summarized through testimony of the staff of the commission in this case, that there's a process that SPP as the RTO is tasked with the responsibility for in this region, and it's transmission planning for reliability, for economic purposes, and for public policy. And, this line was one that came out of that planning process that kind of fits under their FERC approved authority and tariffs to do that work. So they identified this line, and to the discussion that you had yesterday, that they identify kind of the necessity and the cost benefit around adding a line from endpoints, one endpoint to the other point. And they say that's required to be done in their perspective, and they issue an NPC to a utility. And from there, we all are responsible for coming into the state of Kansas and our territory and working to find the best routing solution to meet the needs of the line that SPP has deemed through their FERC approved processes to be necessary for the system. That's what that section is trying to address.
More specifically, really what I'm asking is, why did you make the references that you did to participation in the Regional State Committee by the commission and commission staff involvement in other activities. What's that? What's the implication of that?
Well, I think the implication is that it's not SPP on an island. It's not Evergy on an island. There are, a collaborative group of stakeholders that are broad, that participate throughout the entirety of those processes, that are part of determining the outcomes of those studies, and ultimately a SPP board that approves the results of those studies, that takes that SPP. It's not any individual study. It's not any individual utility. It's a regional collaborative process, one that, the staff is involved in, one that, that the RSC plays a significant role in SPP, which is not necessarily true in all RTOs, but it is at the SPP level. So it intended to be informative for people that are reading this testimony, that it's not just the SPP witness that's coming up a little bit later today, or not just Evergy. It's an extensive process that's operated by SPP to meet their FERC obligations.
So by this year, we're not suggesting then, I take it, that by participation by staff or participation by members of the commission in SPP proceedings, that creates a conflict of any sort with respect to this docket?
I hope not, because we participate in a lot of things at SPP, so it might create a conflict for us too, right? So I mean, the point is solely that it is a very well-defined process that has a lot of diverse stakeholders that work through that process together, including the participants that were listed in this discussion.
If I may, I would have to add to what you just said. It's pretty difficult for you to be conflicted, is it not? Because you are an advocate in this proceedings. You're advocating for your position in this proceeding. So I don't see how that would be a conflict.
Well, I'd say I'm advocating not just for my position, I'm advocating for the position that supports the necessity of the line for all of the Kansans, that the benefits show through the study that's been done at SPP.
And I suspect that by the same token, then again, there should be no inference drawn from the statements or references you make to staff involvement in the SPP, or even commissioner involvement in the SPP, that created any predisposition toward an outcome from either staff or the commission toward the outcome of this particular docket.
No, I mean, absolutely not. I mean, I think this commission is involved in a wide variety of dockets and proceedings that, you have to balance and maintain the facts of any given case to address.
All right, thank you. I just want clarification.
Yeah, fair enough.
I thought that was hanging out there. I think you've clarified it for me. Thank you. Certainly, certainly.
Mr. Ives, just to make it perfectly clear, when we're talking about the planning process at SPP and whether there are conflicts or not, my understanding is the KCC through its representatives participates in the stakeholder process and provides input. But we don't take any votes on whether any line or portfolio of lines should be approved. My understanding is that Evergy and other transmission owners participate in the stakeholder process, provide input. They do take a vote, an advisory vote on whether they would recommend the SPP board approve projects or portfolios of projects. But my understanding is that the only group that actually votes and officially approves projects or portfolios of projects is the independent SPP board of directors. Is that correct?
Let's start at the end. That the vote that matters is the independent vote of the board. Where I'm not sure that I'm 100% sure is that whether or not there are votes done at certain committee levels to recommend approval up to the next level. So we could probably parse words around about what votes mean, right? And but they are not the binding vote that the independent board of directors ultimately has at the end.
I wanted to join Commissioner Keen in making that clear, that issue of whether there's a conflict and who actually approves projects. Believe it or not, that issue's come up before and people ask that question. So I wanted to
Yeah.
make that very clear.
Yeah, fair. And look, just to be super clear for the record, no intention there at all to suggest that there's any sort of conflict with the staff or the commission. It was just intended to inform that there are a number of parties at the table as we work through these processes at SPP, and at least in terms of being able to voice positions in that process, those are parties that include, staff members and utility representatives and, other stakeholders in the region.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, Commissioner Keen.
No apology necessary. I think the clarification was helpful. I'm glad you did that. No problem at all. Let's turn to a question, Darren, that I asked of Mr. Lovelace yesterday, and I want to follow through in asking you some of these questions as well, especially given your position within the company. Tell us, if you would, for the record, how would you assess the totality of the benefits to Evergy from this line, if it is approved and constructed and utilized?
Yeah, so that's a broad question. I think you start with the benefits that were assessed for the line as identified by SPP in their evaluation. They did that work, do that work at a portfolio level, but they also do it at a line level. That work would say that one of the primary reasons this line came to pass is because they did specific modeling to address extreme winter weather events when they were looking at the 2024 transmission plan. So they looked at some of the implications of, the Winter Storm Uri, Winter Storm Elliott, and modeled scenarios that would carry similar characteristics for future weather events. When they looked at that, they identified that, there were issues in southeastern Kansas down into the Missouri area that were implicated by those winter storms and could cause potential for need to shed load, loss of load. They identified this package of line as, part of the Branson overlay as an ability to significantly mitigate future exposure to extreme winter events and load shed occurring in that area. They also identified that there were some economic benefits with this line. About 7 different transmission lines in southeastern Kansas, close to the Wichita area, that they were seeing congestion on that would be alleviated by this line. And by reducing that congestion, there would be economic benefits of about $2 million a year by putting this line in effect, which will benefit Kansans, by being able to access lower cost energy than they could without this line. So you look at those totality of the benefits. SPP said there's benefits to Missouri. They said there's benefits to load shed events in that part of the country, as well as the potential in Kansas. And then there are economic benefits by reducing some of the congestion on some existing lines and improving the flow of lower cost energy. For Evergy, those are all good things. That allows a lower cost to our customers of the flow of energy. It improves the reliability of the system and, alleviates the risk of, loss of service to customers through a load shed in a winter event. And then, as the transmission owner that gets to build the line, that means we not only incur that Kansas share of the costs that you talked about with Ms. Starkey-Baum earlier, but we also participate in the ability to participate in some of the revenues. So ultimately that benefits us as a utility and our ability to continue to have the resources and the infrastructure to serve Kansas.
Can you elaborate a bit on that latter part, Darren? The benefits that accrue from what you just described?
Yeah, so as we put assets into service, certainly that creates more opportunities for us to be able to serve Kansans in that part of the country. I think you talked about it a little bit yesterday. There are no substations projected to be dropped off of that line today. But that line's going to be available to serve that part of the country for 40 plus years once it's in. So as we have load changes and needs in that area, that line becomes an attachment point to be able to drop down and provide services as we have service needs in that part of the state. If we had a service need come up in the future and that line weren't there, we'd have to go through and we'd have to put the line in before we could then drop in a substation or, you know, a step down in voltage service. So that certainly helps. And then, you know, being able to have an asset and earn on an asset creates the, you know, financial stability to a utility over the longer term that allows us to take on those next projects to serve Kansas. Knowing that we were going to pay for the cost of that line, you know, whether we construct it or not, once SPP has decided that line needs to be built.
Okay. I want to be fair to you, but I'm going to tell you honestly, prior to your testimony just now, this is the first time I've heard, and I may be misinformed, or if I am, you correct me. First time I have heard any reference whatsoever to even a prospective drop down or substation along any part of the route of that line. I've never heard that referred to before your testimony just now. Have I been incorrect?
Well, I think there were discussion yesterday that there are currently no plans for drop down on substations in
That's
that
correct.
line. I think that discussion was held yesterday.
It was.
What my testimony was is that doesn't mean there won't ever be the need for additional service to be provided in that part of the state and drop down substations, which are capable of happening once the line's in it.
In fairness to you, Darren, and I want to be fair to you, can you point to some place in your testimony here where that reference actually appears? I couldn't find it.
I didn't talk about that in my testimony. I brought that up as an answer to benefits that you asked the question about.
Fair enough. Okay, very good. I want to ask about benefits being conferred upon others, but I'm going to kind of digress from doing that for just a moment if I can, since incidental to my questions to Mr. Lovelace yesterday, I think he kind of designated or appointed you as the official spokesperson for things wind related.
I'll talk to him about that later.
Yes. You might want to. Especially after I ask you these questions and he dodged them and you haven't. No, in all fairness, I just want to flesh out some aspects of this if I can. And let me start by providing a reference point. If we go again to page 6, and Darren, I'm in your
Rebuttal?
rebuttal. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right. And specifically, we're looking at lines. That's a long sentence. I'm only going to go to line 16 through 18. And I'm going to read that in the record so everyone here has the benefit of knowing what we're talking about. You're answering the question that was posed. It says, please discuss the energy cost savings the project will create for Kansas customers. Your response in part, beginning on line 16, basically paraphrases or quotes a statement from the testimony of the SPP witness, Mr. Rahim. And in quoting him, you say, beginning on line 16, this line connects to central Kansas at a major wind power interconnection point and will create a completed pathway toward areas impacted by Winter Storm Elliott to mitigate east-west congestion, and then it goes on. But anyway, he makes a reference here to this being a major interconnection point to wind resources. And that's really where I'd like to, for the time being, direct my questions to you and have you educate us a bit on that, if you would. What are the generation resources or sources of the power that is going to be transmitted into the westernmost point or the Garden Plain interchange on this proposed line?
Yeah, so there was a little bit of discussion on this question yesterday, and look, it'll be a good discussion for, witness Raheem when he comes up, because they certainly did a lot of that specific modeling and detail, and they understand the power flow models substantially better than I do. But all that said, I mean, you put a line in effect like this, and witnesses tried to answer it yesterday. We certainly are connecting, a wind interconnection point. And there's no disputing that there is good supply of wind in the state of Kansas. Nobody's going to dispute that. This line's going to run down, really close to Viola. As this commission's aware, they have approved the authority for us to build a large combined cycle natural gas plant near Viola. So there's going to be new natural gas in that area that comes online in the 2029, 2030 timeframe as well. Long story short, the line's going to move electrons, right? It's not going to care whether those electrons come from a wind farm, from a natural gas facility, from, Wolf Creek nuclear facility. It's going to move electrons, and the electrons are going to move from, the source to load, depending upon, which way the power is flowing on the system.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's probably the easiest answer. It's going to move all sorts of energy on that line once it's available, and it's going to be moving the least cost energy resource, because if you don't have congestion because the line's sufficient to meet the needs, then SPP is going to dispatch the lowest cost resource, which when the wind's blowing is probably wind, right? Because there's not a cost for wind, on a variable cost basis. When the wind's not blowing, then that least cost resource might be coming from that advanced class natural gas manufacturing plant in Viola, if there's energy that needs to flow on that line.
I'm going to divert a little bit from this wind. We're going to take a little side trip. Won't take long. But you're mentioning now, in conjunction with your answer to my question about energy sources providing power into this line, I think that was a thorough explanation of it. A reference to that part of that mix of electrons coming from a gas power generating source that was the subject of a predetermination docket last year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The electrons that are produced, the power that's produced from that wind generating resource, are they not primarily intended for use within Kansas, or are they primarily intended for export to other states through this power line?
I would say the resources in the SPP footprint are primarily used to meet the needs of SPP. I mean, it's a regional interconnect, right, covering 14 states, and they are dispatching resources to meet the needs of the system. So back in the day, right, when I started in the utility business, we didn't have integrated marketplaces at RTOs, and it was very simple that utilities built a generating resource close to their load and they connected a line and you know, in essence, we're trying to serve your direct customers with your direct supply. Today, SPP as the regional entity dispatches generating resources based upon loads that it's evaluating across the entire system and the best way to use the lines and the resources to most economically meet the need of the region.
I may be incorrect, but I'm thinking in many Kansas, we're thinking that through this gas plant and its companion in Reno County, both prospective gas facilities, that it would provide Kansas with a diversity of generating resources and provide Kansans with certain benefits that come about through that diversity. Am I wrong?
Well, certainly will. But recall, I mean, let's take the simple answer on this one. Recall, you know, some share of those plants is owned by Evergy's Missouri utilities.
True.
So that share for sure will be utilized to help meet the needs of those Missouri jurisdictional utilities. And that's just through kind of the direct ownership relationship. But those plants, like all of our plants, are dispatched by, you know, a stack order in the SPP to meet the needs of the region. Now, the reality is natural gas plants are, the electrons from a natural gas plant are going to flow to mostly to a near-term source, right? Electrons aren't going to flow forever to you know, to go to New York off of our system, right? I mean, they're going to meet the needs, but it's not as simple as saying we put a plant in Kansas, so now it's only serving a Kansas customer.
I'm going to further digress. I'm going to go down another trail yet. So in the event that these electrons from whatever generation source derived go to export for use beyond Kansas, what benefit do Kansans derive from that?
Yeah, so anything that moves out of our service territory that comes off of a generating resource of ours is considered an off-system sale to a party outside of our retail customers. The revenue from those sales comes back to our Kansas retail customers through the fuel adjustment clause. So our customers get the benefit of any dollar that is sold outside of our system off of a resource that our customers have paid for.
Okay. By our customers, you mean Evergy, Kansas Central customers?
Evergy, Kansas Central, Evergy, Kansas Metro, whoever is selling, you know, the resource.
Fair enough. It doesn't mean, does it, retail customers of the five cooperative utilities that serve the ratepayers of the predominant server of the ratepayers of the five Kansas counties through which this line passes. They receive no such benefit comparable to that received by Evergy ratepayers. Am I right or wrong?
Well, they are probably, I'm gonna have to think through this a little bit, because more often than not, those folks are buying their energy from us. So if the energy from us is, part of it is not utilized by them, but is being utilized, being utilized to go export, then there may be an off-system credit that comes back through their formula rate towards what they would typically be paying us for.
But it's not the equivalent, is it, of the more direct benefit provided to Evergy customers?
Not sure I can answer that question. I mean,
Did you understand the question?
I do. I'm not sure I know enough about the underlying formula of our contracts with those customers to say it's equivalent or not.
See, the whole thing is somewhat complicated. I'm going to make a statement somewhat rhetorically, and I want you to address it. Feel free to correct it if it's wrong. The kind of complicating factor is here that we have Evergy is going to be a transmission rights only, basically, owner of this line if it's approved. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I think this commission, granted a conditional transmission rights only certificate in advance of this siting proceeding. So yes.
Yeah, and that's not approval. Approval only comes about as a result of this proceeding, does it not?
Yeah, I think that's why I tried to say it was conditional based upon this
Okay,
proceeding.
that's fair. I was a little confused about that point in your testimony. We've saved a question. Okay. So what I'm saying is, since you're a transmission rights only participant in this process, most of the ratepayers in these 5 Kansas counties, from Sedgwick through Sumner to Cowley to Chautauqua, are ratepayers of these rural electric cooperatives. No drop downs, no substations, so that they can benefit from the power immediately. As a result of that, they're pretty much disassociated from the kinds of benefits that could be conferred upon Evergy ratepayers in the form of having received some of these benefits coming from the export of the power that goes through that line.
Yeah, I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, like I just said, I may not be able to say they're equivalent, but I think they do participate in generation. We supply most of them, so they may be participating in some amount of the off-system credits that come from that. They absolutely participate in the other economic benefits that we talked about. If you take congestion off of other lines down there, then they're getting served by lower overall cost of energy, which, as SPP has in their statement, it says on this page that we were just quoting, it was $2 million in savings on an annual basis on reduction of congestion of those lines, which in and of itself shows that the line will pay for itself by 2034 in SPP's modeling. So, if that line pays for itself in, call it 5 years, and is in effect to serve customers not only in Evergy, but in those areas for another 35 years, it probably means there's going to continue to be benefits that accrue after that line has paid for itself.
You certainly address what I would refer to generically as the socialized benefits. Those are benefits shared generally by either the SPP or regional participants. I was really trying to focus on, and I'm not trying to be unfair to you here, the direct benefits that would accrue to them as a result of the export of this power to all of those people along those lines who are customers of co-ops.
Well, again, I just say, I think it is a little unfair because I think the socialized benefits are exactly how the system works. And that ability to get a socialized benefit for cheaper energy flowing to serve those customers is a big part of why you have an RTO and why you have this sort of structure. And that's why you end up with a socialized load ratio share cost profile for transmission, because that matches the fact that there are socialized benefits that come in other forms.
Well, that's true, except in this particular case, those who receive the least amount of those benefits are the ones that pay the dearest price in terms of providing access and a pathway from point A to point B within Kansas, are they not?
I do think there are, I would say it this way, there are always disproportionate cost benefit relationships for anybody that houses a transmission line compared to any other party that takes service off of a transmission line. That's a fact. And that will always be the case, whether it's this line or the other thousands of miles that we've had in place for 50 years. Once you put a line in the person that is closest to that line has a different cost benefit profile than every other person that uses that line. But what we are charged to do is find the least impactful opportunity to put a line in place to meet what the SPP has deemed to be a necessary line to put in. And that's why we hire experts like Burns and McDonnell, and we run through a million line route segments, and we try and evaluate over, 20 or 30 variables to see how we can get to the least impactful, knowing that there's no such thing as a no impactful line.
Let's, as Werner Wolf would say, let's turn back the videotape. Let's go back to our discussion of wind. We kind of taken some side trails here. I'd like to go back and focus on that again.
Yep.
And the extent to which Evergy provides some of these electrons into the receiving end of this line, which is in the Garden Plain vicinity. How proximate is the Evergy wind farm to the Garden Plain facility?
I cannot answer that. And from that wind power interconnection point, I'm not sure that I can tell you that that's really predominantly our wind. I mean, there are a lot of wind owners, developers that own wind farms in the state of Kansas that aren't Evergy wind farms, but still put electrons onto the system. I don't know the map of all the wind farms in that area and who the owners are.
With all due respects, I appreciate the information content of your answer, but it wasn't terribly responsive to the question. My question was, how far from the interconnection point in Garden Plain is the nearest Evergy wind farm?
And I guess my answer was, I don't know the answer to that. I don't have a location of where the wind farms are generally in relation to Garden Plain and whether even those wind farms are direct owned wind farms or not.
Okay. So you wouldn't know anything about the capacity of your own wind farm. You'd be the wrong witness for that. Are you saying that?
That's right. We didn't have any expectation that we would be putting a witness up on the capacity of our wind farms in the Garden Plain area. So we didn't advance testimony in that space.
So you wouldn't know either whether that wind farm was at full capacity or not on an operating basis, whether it was capable of selling all or marketing all the power that it generates.
Well, I would say generally it's likely that there are some constraints on wind farms in that area and their ability to sell all that, because SPP's model indicated that there were 7 transmission lines that were showing constraints. So that means you're not able to move the least cost energy to load sources without the addition of a line like this one that SPP is asking for.
To what extent is Evergy capable of benefiting from selling electrons from its wind farm into this line? Generally,
That's impossible to predict, because I don't know what the load's going to be, and I don't know what the system factors are that are going to cause SPP to call on one generating resource versus another at any given point in time.
would it potentially allow Evergy to more efficiently operate its wind farm by being able to provide a market beyond the markets that you already have?
It will allow for more efficient utilization of generation than not having the line, whether it's Evergy's generation, other generation in the area. It will move electrons more efficiently to serve customers than without the line. That's what SPP's model would predict.
So I take it, would you even acknowledge that that this line would provide an additional market access uh, to Evergy for its wind resources and benefit Evergy in accordance with that benefit?
It likely will. And if it does, then that benefit will go to Evergy's ratepayers through their participation in that credit in the fuel cost. So I wouldn't say it will benefit Evergy, but at the end game, it'll benefit Evergy's retail customers.
All right. I'm disappointed that we couldn't go into more depth on that, but it is what it is. Let's turn back to who the beneficiaries are. We're going to pursue that path again. How does Southwest Missouri and how do Southwest Missouri residents benefit from this line?
So again, I'm not the modeling or the power flow expert. SPP did that work as part of the 250-page study that they attached to their testimony. So he'll have a better answer for you. But my understanding is that that entire Branson overlay is addressing some of the same things that we talked about on the Buffalo Flats piece, that as a result of modeling and experience for winter storm events, there were load shed events that occurred or were modeled could occur in future extreme weather events that can be benefited in that part of Missouri as well as in southeast Kansas by the addition of this line.
Okay. Again, I'm going to digress a little bit. I'm going to return to wind just for a moment here. Because you address wind within the context of your rebuttal testimony. You do so at several junctures. We already noted the reference to wind on page 6.
Yeah, I'll just be clear. I cited and direct quoted the detailed testimony of the SPP's witness who provided detailed support for a 250-page study that did that work.
Yeah, I understand. We also have a reference that you make to wind on page 9 of your rebuttal testimony. And again, in the interest of time, without your objection, hopefully, I'm going to read into the record parts of what I see appearing on page 9 of your rebuttal testimony.
At the bottom?
Pardon me?
At the bottom? I'm just trying to
Yes.
follow.
Yes. Just bear with me.
Mhm.
So for the record, we have it there. Lines basically 17 through 20. And for the record and benefit of everyone here, I'll read what the question beginning on line 17 is. Landowner witnesses suggest that the project might violate the governor's moratorium on wind energy development in the Flint Hills. Is that a valid concern? That's line 17 through 19. Begin on line 19, pardon me, 20. Is your answer? Your answer is no. The project is not related to new wind energy development in any way. Can you explain that?
Yeah, and I think it's consistent to testimony that maybe are in this docket from some other witnesses, but my understanding of that governor's moratorium is specific to the development of wind towers and wind energy in the Flint Hills. The suggestion in this docket, as I understood it, was that moratorium should be applied on an analogous basis to the inclusion of transmission towers in the Flint Hills. And I don't think that's my opinion, non-legal opinion, I should probably suggest upfront, is that analogy is a stretch that probably isn't a valid consideration for this docket. That there's no, my opinion, there's no prohibition on the development of transmission lines across the Flint Hills through any governor moratorium at this point. That's what that answer is intended to address.
And I realize that either one of us in having an opinion is trying to divine a result that may turn out to be incorrect. I get that. But I guess what you're suggesting is what happens in the case of wind generators that provide power into this line that are either, that are replaced or that additional generators are added to wind farms that are already in existence. If I understand your response would be the same, that you still think it has no effect on the moratorium. Or the moratorium has no effect upon those kinds of activities.
I'm not attempting to address wind generators at all in this answer. I'm saying solely the construction of transmission towers and transmission line through this project that we're pursuing now should not be considered to be not allowed for as a result of the governor's moratorium.
Darren, again, in order to be fair with you, I'm confused about that answer. You're saying, your answer doesn't intend to be directed toward wind. You make two references in responding to that question to new wind energy. Your phrase is new wind, you emphasize the new, okay? And then if I go on over to page, again, in your rebuttal testimony, page 10, the top of it, carries over from a sentence on the previous page, starting on line 20, on page 9. The landowner witnesses suggest that a project identified through the SPP planning process is needed for reliability reasons in the SPP region somehow constitutes, over to page 10, lines 1 and 2. And I continue. Development of new wind energy in the Flint Hills, it's entirely unfounded and should be wholly disregarded by the commission. That's the genesis of why I'm asking you these questions, is to ferret out what it is that you mean by new wind energy and why are you making these references? I'm not understanding your explanation in response to the concern expressed by the witnesses who raised the issue. And I want to have you clarified. That's all I'm asking.
I am trying to do that. Let me try again. So my understanding of the landowner witness's suggestion is that the governor's moratorium on wind energy development in the Flint Hills should preclude the ability for us to build this transmission line through the Flint Hills. And my answer here is trying to say that this is a transmission line. This is not new wind energy development. And the transmission line construction is not impacted by the governor's moratorium. That's what my answer is trying to suggest here.
Thank you. You discuss in some length and some detail, actually, on pages 10, pretty much through the end of your testimony on page 12, this issue of notice related to alternate routes. You see to what I'm referring?
Yes, sir.
And as I say, you go into really great detail here. I guess I only have one question about this scenario that you lay out in detail, and that is, did Evergy comply in all respects with the notice to landowners requirement of KSA 66-1179 in advance of the public hearings?
Yes. For everything that we were aware of for the proposed route that we brought with the application, we complied with every aspect of that from a notice standpoint. Subsequent to that application, there were a lot of landowner meetings and ultimately a couple local public hearings that resulted in some changes to the route. we ultimately then did notice that I would say is beyond the requirements of what that statute actually calls for, but was necessary because there were landowners, because of the changes in the route that we agreed to with staff, that were implicated by that changed route that weren't implicated with the proposed route that we originally brought. So we wanted to make sure we made that outreach. We worked with staff to extend the public comment period so that those landowners that were newly implicated by the microsited route would have an opportunity to advance their comments in front of the commission before that public comment closed. But we think all of that was done in compliance with the statute and ultimately was a set of communications later in the process that really isn't even contemplated by the statute, but was the right thing to do.
Going to a different line of questioning here. Thank you for your response. Was the choice of the east-west Kansas route versus an Oklahoma route influenced by the time constraints in complying with the FERC Order 1000 SPP waiver of competitive bidding?
No, no, mostly. There certainly was some interest from SPP based upon the modeling results that were done to have this completed as a short-term reliability project in a relatively close window because of concerns based on the modeling that there could be broader system issues if this line were not completed timely. That's why they identified it as a short-term reliability project, which ultimately moved it out of the competitive bid process and put it on a quicker timetable to get constructed. So that part is certainly true. But the ultimate decision on how to site the line was based upon the team's determination of ability to construct, cost to construct, feasibility of the path and the line, a lot of the things that were discussed yesterday, and a number of the parameters that are laid out and assessed, through the routing and siting report, but certainly were part of the discussion when AEP and the Evergy team decided on kind of that Oklahoma border interconnection point. Those were all factors that the engineers and the teams of both entities decided gave us the best chance to meet SPP's timeline and criteria.
So the teams to which you refer are a team from Evergy and a team from AEP working, coordinating, trying to work through the issues and decide on issues that would enable you as both of you as recipients of the NTCs to fulfill the obligations they're under. Is that right?
That's correct.
My final question for you, Darren, has to do with this, what I referred to yesterday, and I didn't mean to gloss over it in any respect at all. This potpourri of issues that I think are very important and consequential to this entire line and this whole docket. These have to do with basically questions raised by the landowner interveners and others having to do with farm and ranch land interference, a whole host of environmental issues, impacts having to do with everything from live habitat to safety considerations, a whole range of issues. And I have requested and received testimony on that subject, certainly from Mr. Lovelace. But I would ask of you a similar question. Is it not true that Evergy is going to be, if this line is approved, the way things stand right now, with a commission order due on the 13th of May, and with the conclusion of this record, the conclusion of this hearing, the record in this matter pretty well being concluded, except for an exchange of documents or other pre-existing pieces of information, or by exchanges of legal opinions. This dock is going to be pretty much closed. So my question is, how do you see Evergy fulfilling all of these, at least inferential obligations that come about on this potpourri of issues in a post-approval process?
Yeah, so appreciate the question. You're right. This stage of the docket and the line process will hopefully draw to a conclusion that provides for, preferred route corridor to be the solution for this line, right? Hopefully, here in the May timeframe. A couple things, right? I mean, certainly much of that potpourri is stuff that has been thought about and considered in getting to the corridor that we've brought in front of the commission today, right? I mean, you heard from our folks with Burns and McDonnell. You heard about the study. They talked about all the myriad, the potpourri of conditions that were assessed and evaluated, and looking at those million line segments to get to this preferred route. So that's kind of first step to trying to get to a corridor that we can advance, that we believe is as least impactful as any of the scenarios that were evaluated through that work. But we're a long ways from done. To your point, there are a number of title searches and pulls that need to be done once we have a line, and all of the easements and all of that work needs to be worked out with landowners along the line, and we need to assess anything that hasn't been found in that initial report work from Burns and Mac, and work with landowners and leaseholders to ultimately get those easements done. We have to clear a number of environmental surveys and permits and things along the way. Required to do all that. And that's part of our testimony in this docket, right? And I think it's part of the testimony from staff witnesses as to why they didn't assert a number of additional conditions, because we have those requirements. Those are necessary requirements with those agencies to complete before we can construct the line. We're already required to do it. We don't need a secondary requirement in this order to have that responsibility. But that said, your question may be, well, how do we keep the commission informed that everything got done appropriately in order to ensure that all those things were addressed accordingly before we started down the path? And I think the answer to that, and that was explored a little bit yesterday, right? Can we put some verification process on kind of the back end of the progress that we've made on having the written protocols and things that we now have to put in front of the commission in this docket? Can we put an end on that that verifies that we covered some of those things? Can we demonstrate, for example, part of the discussion yesterday, that we completed all of the damage negotiations and concluded all that with the easement holders at conclusion of the work? And I think the answer to all that is yes, because we have the protocols, and as you heard from our folks yesterday, we're doing that work. We have to complete all those damage forms and that easement work with each of the holders in order to complete our obligations anyway. So let's find a way to make sure we can create that visibility to this commission so that you know that the rest of the story got done satisfactorily beyond this initial siding corridor approval.
I appreciate your answer. I really wasn't alluding to any secondary requirement. More specifically, what I'm wondering is, why shouldn't the grant or approval of any transmission line siding in this instance be specifically conditioned or contingent upon or subject to the independent consideration, resolution, and assessment of these issues?
Well, I guess my answer would be part of what was discussed yesterday. It's a little bit of the chicken or the egg, right? I mean, again, we aren't done. We have to go out through this corridor and we have to work, and we may do some additional microsiding. We may find some additional areas. We will find some additional areas that we need to work around that aren't contemplated today. So if we've gone out, we've done some work, and we've, gone through all that and created it all to get your approval, and then we come back, do that individual work and find out that we had to navigate around one of those areas. I mean, we get in this constant do loop. We know we have the obligations to complete that work. It makes sense, and the historical practice has been to complete that work after we have a siding corridor and a route from the commission so that we know where we're doing that work. That's the way it's historically been done. It has worked well for, as long as I'm aware, to do it in that sequence and that approach. And we have been able to meet our obligations with all those other agencies and all that other permitting and do that in the process of siding lines historically.
All right.
I think we can do it again.
All right. Were you present yesterday during all of the testimony in this proceeding?
I was.
There was a fair amount of testimony and cross-examination that pertained to the adequacy of consideration being given in citing this line to oil and gas interests. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
You're the most senior Evergy manager that's testifying in these proceedings. Are you satisfied with the adequacy of the efforts that have been undertaken by Evergy or its designees to gauge the scope and the impact that this proposed line has on oil and gas production and development activities in the 4 counties affected by this line?
Yeah, I'm glad we got to this question a little bit because I'm kind of an oil and gas junkie. So I grew up in the oil field. My dad worked in it for 50 years and I worked on oil rigs for 4 summers. So it takes me back to the glory days.
I'm not sure if that qualifies you for oil field trash, but it's close.
Fair enough. That's fair enough.
And that's not a negative term.
No, sir, it's not. But I think the way I would answer that question is at this stage of the process where we are in this line routing process, I am satisfied that we have done sufficient work with kind of the GIS and the above ground work that was done by Burns and Mac and the siting and routing team. That doesn't mean that we are done, but by any stretch of the imagination, right? I mean, we have to go out now and we have to go across each piece of land and we have to work with the landholders and we have to work with the leaseholders as we're going through there to make sure that we're not going over the top of existing facilities and that we are being as least impactful as we can be through those areas for potential future production. I think what I heard yesterday when our folks that work on real estate and easements testified, as well as Burns and Mac, was we have done what this industry has done in siting transmission for as long as either of them are familiar. And I think they were both 20-year veterans of doing this type of work, plus or minus. And in the case of the Burns and Mac guy, they've ran the same process that he's run, over many, many states in doing this work in terms of how they've assessed oil and gas interests at this point. Back to my junkie days, right? I mean, spent a lot of time in the oil field because I chased dad around when I was younger, right? Never heard my dad have one concern or one interest in all the oil wells he worked on over the years around a problem with transmission lines. They drilled wells, they completed wells, they reworked on existing wells. Never heard him say anything about that. I did it for 4 summers, worked on all rigs, completing wells and reworking wells. We never had to call anybody or have a problem with any transmission line. We've had transmission lines across those 4 counties and across counties that have substantial oil interest for as long as transmission lines have been in the state, probably. We're going to be able to navigate the issue. We've got to have some more meetings, and that'll be part of getting the easements and the final lines cited. But there's nothing there's nothing in history or in the discussion from our experts that tells me we're not going to be able to navigate it.
Here's my concern with your answer. And I appreciate the anecdote as well. I take that with the genuineness with which it's offered. I accept that. But I think it's a distinction with a difference, because those circumstances to which you make reference with your father's experiences and your experiences vicariously in the oil patch, that had to do with a pre-existing established infrastructure that had to do with electricity. Here's what we're talking about. We're talking about de novo here. We're starting from scratch here, constructing a line through 4 counties that have a density of, and I know that's for Chautauqua and Cowley, a density of wells as you go through that area. And what we're talking about having Evergy do now, in conjunction with what I understood to be your testimony just now, is all perspective. It's all that once the approval is had, we're going to go through all these steps. I think that kind of gives secondary importance to what is a potentially game-changing issues here with respect to major economic factors that bear on the economies of these counties and the well-being of some of the residents here who are employed in this industry. To say after the fact, we're going to do all of the coordinating and communicating that we need to do. I'm not disrespecting the genuineness of your commitment to do something prospectively. I'm concerned about the adequacy of that being after the fact of an approval you're asking for here, and in effect, potentially devastating to affected persons.
So I continue to not be convinced that that 150-foot corridor is impossible to site through the density of those four counties. So the good news is if it turns out to be true, we'll ultimately be back in front of you, because I think what our recommendation was that maybe in our settlement agreement was that this commission allow us to do micrositing on the preferred route within 1,000 feet of what the proposed route is. And if we were able to work it out with the leaseholders and with the landowners within kind of that 1,000-foot, parameter as we work through that line, that we be given the ability to work through that. And that if we can't, and if we ultimately have to go outside 1,000 feet because there's just too much density and we can't find a path, then I think our proposal said we'd need to come back to this commission and talk about what we could do differently from a line, because we can't stay within the 1,000 feet.
I think it's a fair answer, but I think it begs the question a bit on the adequacy of trying to understand the scope of this problem before we got to this point in the proceedings. That's my concern. I think it's a concern you don't share.
Well, I understand your concern. I just believe that there have been lines that have gone through these counties before, and I think it can happen again. And I think it's our obligation to have those discussions and work it out. And if we ultimately can't get there and we can't do it within that 1,000 feet, then we'll be coming back to you. And I guess you'll be in a great situation to say, we told you so. You should have done it earlier, because now you've got a delay in your schedule because you couldn't do what you said you were going to be able to do. Evergy.
I'm not even the slightest bit interested in I told you so's.
I know you're not.
Never have been, but I'm concerned about the fact that the scope of this line, it goes from county line to county line through 4 counties. This is basically, what are you going to call it, the width or length of 4 counties, including Sedgwick. So that's my concern, is that it's kind of larger than I think some of the scope issues that you've had prior experience with may have encountered. That's what I'm saying.
It is large. I do appreciate that. And, I take a little bit of comfort that, well, it spans counties, but at the end of the day, it is a 150-foot easement that we're going to be working through. So to the extent that we can stay as close to, boundaries and things through property and not cutting through, we'll have an opportunity. But you're right. We have a lot of work to do still to get all of the easements in place to get started on this line.
Darren, I have no further questions at this time. I genuinely appreciate your indulgence in my questions.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Keith, are any questions of this witness? Okay. I think I was going to wait, but I think there's one thing I want to make sure that we explore and hopefully can make clear. Commissioner Keene explored this with you, but I believe it's in some of the written testimony as well. I've been really surprised that there seems to be an implication that the cooperative customers somehow would not benefit, in the same way or at all, maybe from this line. Now, I thought your point was well taken with Commissioner Keene, that for individual landowners that might have a transmission line placed on their property, you could probably cut their bill in half, and that's not, that's not enough. I mean, I think that's a really good point. But for ratepayers in that area, it's your understanding that those cooperatives and their customers, they are all participants in the Southwest Power Pool, correct?
Yeah, it's my understanding they are. They take transmission service, they take generation many times, most times, I think, in that part of the state from us, in order to serve. So, yeah, I mean, it's very intertwined.
And I think you mentioned that to the extent some of those cooperatives, I don't know if they're KEPCO cooperatives or whether they are participants with Sunflower in some way. I suspect they're more a KEPCO or a KPP, or not KPP if they're cooperative. To the extent they have a contract with you all for capacity credit, I think you mentioned that they might receive the benefits of some off-system sales you make as a result, or increased off-system sales as the result of congestion relief, in a similar way to how your retail customers would get that credit, with the caveat that you can't say it's exactly the same just because you don't have those mechanisms in front of you. So that was one way they could benefit. To the extent congestion is relieved in southeast Kansas, regardless of whether there are specific drop downs in their counties, if congestion is relieved at the Delaware substation by placing this line between the Delaware substation and the Buffalo Flats substation, and more low-cost power is able to flow into that southeast Kansas area, those cooperative customers would benefit just the same as anybody else throughout the region because they buy all their power off the SPP market, correct?
Yeah, either off of the SPP market or directly through relationships with somebody like us. But most likely when they buy in a relationship like us, from us, they buy from system generation cost. They're not buying from a specific resource, right? From X unit or from X wind farm or whatever it is. So they're buying for us to meet their load and their need. So we're contractually obligated to do that. So we plan for that. So they would be first in line to get their generation from us before we would have anything available to sell off to, another part of the system, right? So that's kind of the first protection they have. And then two, they're participating at kind of our system generation cost. So if our system generation cost improves because we're able to dispatch lower cost generating resources because that congestion's removed, then they participate in that. And I tried to mention that point with Commissioner Keene that, that $2 million savings from, improving congestion, in the Wichita area is certainly part of what they're going to participate in.
And then the final component, I think it's obvious, but they're part of the SPP and supported by that regional grid. So reliability benefits as well would flow to those in those counties. And again, well, would you agree with that?
One, I agree with that. And two, to use Commissioner Keene's discussion earlier, I think with Ms. Starkey-Baum that, well, there might be a line that goes in North Dakota that we're going to pay for. Well, if there's a line going in southeastern Kansas, those reliability benefits are going to be better for those folks than for people in North Dakota or other parts of SPP that are paying a portion of that line.
And this is, I think, a non-power flow engineer talking to a non-power flow engineer, but is the fact that there are not individual substations along the line necessarily relevant to the fact that there could be reliability benefits?
No, not at all. I mean, the only thing it's really relevant to is whether or not there's, a pocket of load that needs specific drop down service. And that certainly will be an opportunity if load comes into that area that could drop down from that line, but it's not relevant to kind of the current reliability benefits that that line can produce.
I mean, my understanding, and maybe I should ask Mr. Rahim this question, but you've got a line with endpoints. If you've got demand in the middle, power is just going to naturally flow to the point of demand, correct? Across gradients. And whether the endpoints are here and here, if the demand's in the middle, the power is going to flow back toward it, correct?
I'm going to say correct, and then I'm going to say you are at kind of the far stretch of my power flow engineering.
Hey, me too. Maybe we should ask Mr. Rahim.
Yep.
All right.
He will have a much better answer, I believe.
Well, I thought that was important to talk about what the impact might be on ratepayers in that area. So that's all I have. If there's nothing else from the commissioners at this time, we will turn. Actually, we've been going 2 hours. I hate to stop in the middle of a witness, but I suspect Mr. Sakura is going to have a number of questions for you. Modest as in 5 minutes or as in 45 minutes? Let's go ahead and give everybody a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back at 11. We are off the record and in recess for a bio break until 11 o'clock. Okay, if folks can start to find their seats, I think we're a little beyond our break. Okay, we are back on the record in this proceeding, and we are ready for Mr. Zakura to begin his examination of this witness.
Bill, I do that every time. Is that 5 in a row or something?
That's close. And make sure you pull it down to your mouth, just so the folks online hear every word.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ives, good morning.
Good morning.
We have spoken maybe dozens of times at this point.
A few.
Okay. Let me take you back, if I could please, to some testimony that was, I believe, Commissioner Keen. And that would be the page 4 testimony that there was some discussion of, and then I believe Chair French also had some discussion of this. And I'm talking about line 18. Okay.
Okay,
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. And if I could, I want to read the testimony back again to get everybody kind of back to the point of reference. While KCC has jurisdiction to determine the necessity for and the reasonableness of the location of the proposed electric transmission line, selection of the project as part of SPP planning process, and provision of the NTC to Evergy is FERC jurisdictional and has already occurred through a FERC approved process. Okay. Then you say a process which the commission, through participation in the participation on the regional state committee of SPP. Now, who are you referring to when you say participation on the regional state committee?
Yeah, so each of the, I think, each of the states that are participants in SPP has an opportunity to have a commissioner set on the regional state committee. That committee at SPP has a few responsibilities. One of the primary responsibilities that I always think about with that committee is they have responsibility for approval of the cost allocation process for transmission lines.
Okay. And who is the Kansas member on the regional state committee?
Believe it's currently Chair French.
And was that the case in 2024?
I believe so.
Now let me continue on to the next line. You talk and its staff through participation on various committees and meetings of SPP are actively involved with. What staff members?
Yeah, so I'm not sure that I'm privy to all staff interaction at SPP. I know the division utilities director, Justin Grady, participates on, shows up and is in attendance at some of the committee meetings. I think Carly Massenthien has been at some committees. There are probably a host of other people that participate from time to time, depending upon the committee and the topic of interest.
And if I remember, and correct me if I'm not restating this correctly, is your position that the RSC, which Chair French is a member of, and the staff was fully aware of the consideration of the Buffalo Flats project?
You probably have to ask them as to the depth of their awareness. It would be my understanding that they had visibility to the portfolio projects that were contemplated, I would say initially under the 24 ITP and ultimately on where that ITP probably ended up.
And when you say visibility, what do you mean? Do you mean participation in meetings? Do you mean, or I don't mean to answer the question for you. What do you mean when you say visibility into the process?
Well, again, I should probably back up and say this set of my testimony was not intended to really do anything other than to make clear to folks that there is a pretty extensive process that is the responsibility of and operated by SPP in terms of this transmission planning process, and that there are a myriad of folks that are participants in and aware of that process when it goes on, including the commission representatives that I identified.
Let me ask you a further question, please. Is it the position of Evergy that this commission has the right to make a decision on necessity and the reasonableness of a route that may be inconsistent with the decision of SPP?
I would suggest that probably calls for a legal conclusion that I'm not prepared to give.
Let me ask you, can you give an answer to that that's not a legal answer?
I guess my answer would be that there are probably limited circumstances across the country where there have been disputes between states that are citing routes that are called for by RTOs or ISOs across the country. I happen to be aware of one where in the not so distant past, the Supreme Court, I think, of the state of Pennsylvania suggested that the state couldn't say no to at least the endpoint of a route that was identified by the applicable ISO or RTO.
Was that a route or was that a project in
I think
Pennsylvania?
I think it's, I would suggest maybe it's a one and the same. It's a project, would have an endpoint, but there would be a route associated with the project.
Let me ask you a further question on this line. Evergy applied for commission authority in this case, correct? Let me state it differently, more clearly, hopefully. In this docket, Evergy has requested that the commission issue an order and consider and decide whether or not there is necessity for the project, the Buffalo Flats project, and number two, that the proposed route is reasonable. Would that be correct?
Yes, which I think is consistent with the criteria under the current line sighting statute.
And your application is not that you must do this KCC because the necessity of the project has already been determined by FERC.
It's not what our application says. I think we have been very clear in our testimony that we believe that the identification of the necessity for the line has been determined by SPP, and they have identified the endpoints to connect that line.
Okay. And
based upon their obligations under their FERC established and approved tariffs.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's okay. I took a pause. So.
Now, are you stating that the KCC cannot make a different decision on necessity if they feel the record justifies that?
I'm going to object on legal conclusion.
Yeah, well, response, Mr. Zakura.
I'm asking his I'm asking his opinion. They filed an application here. And we're here to determine necessity. If it's Evergy's position that necessity has already been determined, we need to have that on the record.
Mr. Zakura, I don't think I've heard them assert that. They filed an application under the Kansas line sighting statute that says we should look at both necessity and the reasonableness of the route of the line. If you want to make that assertion in briefing, that the KCC does not have the ability to look at the necessity of the line, you can make that assertion. That seems like a legal issue for briefing.
Can I speak further to it?
I think that one's decided. So let's move forward to the next line of questioning.
Did the RSC, to the best of your knowledge, did the RSC or the commission staff participate in any meetings on the subject of necessity of the Buffalo Flats line?
I have no knowledge of their meeting participations.
Let me ask you a question or two related to some of your earlier testimony. As I understood your testimony, it was that Evergy and AEP agreed on something, some portion of who would do what part of the Buffalo Flats project. Would you go into detail about that agreement and include who was at those meetings and when they occurred?
Yeah, so I can't do the last part of the answer for you. I'm not aware of who was in the meetings. But certainly one of the things that we had to do as we started down this process is when AEP and Evergy got NTCs to construct a line between the two endpoints, the one that we have at Buffalo Flats and the one that they have at the Delaware substation. We had to determine what the interconnection point was going to be between AEP and Evergy from a construction standpoint. Had to be a handoff somewhere for that construction work. So the teams collectively determined an interconnection point for that handoff that's, near the Oklahoma border, near Caney, I think is what we heard yesterday.
Now, let me get some more clarity, if I can, about how this was presented and what SPP ordered. Did SPP order you to have a meeting with AEP?
SPP, and they can give you the specifics when they have their witness up. But my understanding is SPP identifies the endpoints for connection of the needed line based upon the results of the study. One endpoint was AEP substation at Delaware for this segment of the line, and one endpoint was our Buffalo Flats. They give an NTC to each of the entities. We ultimately, collectively, between the two folks with the NTCs, need to determine the right place to have an interconnection between our two teams for constructability of the line.
Am I correct that Evergy is in business with AEP in certain areas, transmission construction?
We have a transmission partnership with an arm of AEP, yes.
Is there more than one partnership or is there only one?
Objection relevance.
Mr. Zakura, can you address the relevance or maybe make a proffer of where you're headed to help us establish relevance?
The relevance is he talked about the meetings with AEP, and I'm trying to get the relationship between AEP and Evergy and what they entail.
Okay,
have-
but I'm trying to get the relevance to either the necessity for the line or the route of, or the reasonableness of the route of the line.
Well, it's very relevant because he's also testified that they divided up who was going to do what, who was going to build where, who was going to build how much of the line. It's completely relevant.
Okay, walk me a little farther on why it's relevant.
Well, it's relevant because there is, the entire day yesterday basically was going on whether or not what would be the preferred route or the best route. Part of that could be in Kansas, part of it could be in Oklahoma. It seems like I'm entirely entitled to interrogate the witness on how that was decided, what the relationship with AEP was, what the benefits to each of them were.
Go a little farther because you're not getting me there.
There's more than one route, more than one way to get to the end point. Okay. There had to be a determination between AEP and Evergy as to who was going to do what part of a project, whether they were going to go further into Oklahoma, whether they're going to do the project that was preferred. I'm entitled, it seems to me, to inquire as to how all of that occurred.
What are you hoping to elicit?
That the preferred route is not, that the preferred route may not be the preferred route or the least expensive or most reasonable route, which is a part of this case.
And what is the nexus there between another affiliate that they have?
It's not, it's another business relationship of dividing what they have already said is dividing who's going to do what part of the work.
The business relationships, I'm really struggling with how that's relevant to the exact question that we're getting at. But if you want to walk further in how they, any discussions that the witness is aware of on how they selected endpoints for the route, that seems fine.
Well, I would like to, but let me ask the question and they can,
Sure.
I think you
Well,
indicate.
I'm going to overrule the objection for now, and we'll let Mr. Zakura go farther and see if it gets to the questions in the case.
Mr. Ives, is there more than one partnership in which Evergy and AEP are involved? Or business arrangement? I use the word partnership, business arrangement.
From an affiliate standpoint, we have one top level competitive transmission relationship with AEP, which that relationship, those folks that sat on that board of directors for those entities from our respective companies are in no way impacted or involved with this particular line.
Could you tell me what the name of the organization is? Where you're a partnership?
I think the official name is TransSource Energy. There are underlying affiliates underneath the parent TransSource Energy that serves different parts of the country in competitive transmission projects. But again, to be super clear, these are not competitive transmission projects. They weren't identified as such by the SPP, and there's no interaction of that affiliate with anything to do with the Buffalo Flats to Delaware line.
Okay. Let me ask you a few additional questions if I can. Let me pause a minute, please. Can I continue?
My apologies.
Oh, no,
We had a
not needed.
sidebar.
Mr. Ives, let me ask you about, I think in your earlier testimony, you mentioned that Evergy would make a return on the investment of the Buffalo Flats project.
Yes.
And what is your authorized return on equity at FERC for this project?
I believe authorized ROE in the Kansas Central area for FERC NTC based project is 10.3%.
Now, the 10.3% is a before tax number, correct?
Yes.
And when it's grossed up for taxes, what does 10.3 become?
I don't know, because you need to calculate, if you're gonna start grossing up for taxes, you need to calculate the debt component of the return, and I don't have all those details.
But you would agree that 10.3% is grossed up for taxes.
Yeah, I would agree. And I would agree that when you combine that with the debt component of a capital structure, that, kind of a grossed up, rate of return is, somewhere closer to an 8%, overall return.
Okay, so that's the component of combining the debt and the equity capital together. But the equity capital component would be, as I understand your testimony, 10.3%.
That is the authorized, ROE provided in the, FERC formula for Evergy Kansas Central.
Okay. I just have a few questions about some of your specific testimony. I think your specific testimony was that there would be a $2 million per year savings in fuel costs. Is that a correct?
I think I quoted, in my testimony, and I said it here today, a $2 million annual energy savings from a reduction in congestion on 7 transmission lines in southeastern Kansas. That the details behind all that are in SPP witness Raheem's testimony.
Okay. I should have asked this question, Mr. Ives, preliminarily, but you quote a lot the testimony of Mr. Raheem in your testimony. Is it fair to say that, or did Evergy do any independent research on the issue of whether or not this Buffalo Flats line is needed, or are you relying entirely on the testimony of SPP?
Well, I'd say two things there. I wouldn't say I quote a lot off of witness Raheem's. I think his testimony has a 270-page report on the back of it, and I certainly don't get into all that detail, but I do identify a couple of the high-level benefits that SPP says are a result of this line. That said, there's no doubt that our teams also evaluate lines and opportunities that come out of SPP ITP reports, particularly those that are, in our area, or, we have availability to, do our own modeling on. We did not have any inconsistencies with SPP's perspective on that line that were material or meaningful for us to bring up in that SPP process.
Please give me the detail behind how you calculated the $2 million fuel savings.
I didn't calculate it. I just used the number that came out of the power flow models that Mr. Raheem has embedded in his testimony.
Now, $2 million, how does that relate to the annual fuel costs of Evergy, a $2 million savings?
I don't know off the top of my head what the annual fuel cost for savings is. I mean, I guess the way I would calculate the relationship is I would say it is SPP's opinion that the benefits that have been identified for that line, including the $2 million of annual savings, that line will pay for itself by 2034.
Let me ask you if you can, I want to talk some more about this. Is there anybody in the room here, or can you direct us to a document? It seems to me that the fuel costs of Evergy are probably $500 million a year, or $1 billion a year.
Could be. I would say it's irrelevant. It has got nothing to do with comparing the benefits from this line to the cost of this line.
What I'm trying to do is, I mean, that's your opinion. but I'm entitled to ask the question. What is the relationship? Is 2% a 1% fuel savings? Is it a 10% fuel savings?
Objection asked and answered.
Any response, Mr. Zakura?
It seems like they have raised this as a primary point of why the line is necessary. What I'm trying to determine is $2 million material in the fuel category for Evergy. It seems to me to be entirely relevant. It's either minuscule or it's material.
So I'll
That's not-
sustain the objection. I think the witness has already said he can't explain the relationship, or he doesn't have the information to explain the relationship between that number and their fuel costs. So I would move to your next question.
Do you have an estimate of what 2 million would be to the overall cost?
I don't. Somebody could probably look at the SEC file document for Evergy Kansas Central, and they could get an annual fuel cost off of that. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay, the line is, as I understand it, 493 million. Is that correct, sir?
Including the Oklahoma share, yes.
How does $2 million of savings pay off a line in 5 years that costs 493 million?
Again, I would suggest that you're better served to talk to witness Rahim, who I quoted directly from his testimony that component of savings and SPP's assessment was that the line would pay for itself by 2034. I would ask him.
So you do not have a,
I did
You
not
do
do
not
the
have
power
an
flow
estimate.
models. I do not.
okay. So when you say it'll be paid off in 5 years, you're simply relying on SPP.
I'm reading the quote off of my testimony that cites his.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that in the application, actually, it says that the beginning point is a major wind interconnection point on the system?
I've read that point, yes.
Would you agree with me that that's part of the presentation of the Evergy application?
I think there's a sentence in there about it, yes.
Okay. Now, would that indicate to you that there is an intention to move wind energy from the Garden Plain? Am I saying that right? Garden Plain
I assume so.
endpoint east on the Buffalo Flats line. Would that be correct?
That will be one of the outcomes. As I talked about with the commissioners, I think there's congestion on lines that is not allowing least cost energy to move across the state currently. And with this line, that will reduce that congestion and allow lower cost energy to move. So it will likely move in some respects from west to east on that line. Could also, as we heard yesterday, move the other direction if there is lower cost energy on the east side that can come to load on the west. So it is truly a bi-directional line that will seek to move and unlock the least cost energy to load sources.
On SPP, because they do financial dispatch, is wind typically the least cost energy?
Objection beyond the scope.
No, it's entirely within the scope of their application and his testimony.
Overruled, the witness can answer if he has an opinion.
I have an opinion that wind can, at many times of the day, be least cost energy. Not always.
Would you agree that there's wind shut in on the, I guess that would be the west side of the Garden Plain start point?
I didn't do the power flow modelings. I can only assume because there are 7 lines that are asserted to have congestion in southeast Kansas, and that there's identification by SPP that there's benefit of having an endpoint by that wind area, that there's some ability to move power that is least cost from west to east.
And lease costs would include wind, correct?
Could.
Would it be the lease cost match of the year?
Not willing to opine on that.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, think we are ready for Mr. Buck. Do you have any questions of this witness?
I have a couple, yes,
Okay,
Chairman.
please proceed.
Okay. Good morning, is it morning or afternoon? I don't even know.
Still morning, we're hanging on.
We're there. Good morning, Mr. Ives. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So in your discussion with Commissioner Keen, you indicated that you and your dad had been in the oil patch. So I assume you agree that oil and gas industry is critical to the Kansas economy?
It is, probably certainly has been at different levels over different times in the history of Kansas, but still critical.
Okay. And when you're talking about these leases that you and your father had, along with, these other projects,
Mhm.
when your father got these leases assigned to him or, executed a lease with the mineral holders, was these transmission lines already on the property, or were they came and put in later?
Yeah, so couple clarifications. My father had some interest in a couple leases, but mostly my father spent his career working for Halliburton and then as a self-employed completion consultant, working for, leaseholders and developers. But the experience would have been primarily with existing transmission lines. I don't recall him ever indicating there was a time when he was aware of a newly constructed line impacting his work.
Okay. So you'd agree that this is a little bit different of a situation?
Well, other than the standpoint that part of the discussion has been around ability to access certain areas of leases. If there is an existing easement, it still wouldn't be accessible for drilling for a leaseholder.
But you're aware when you're taking these lease that this easement's already on there?
Correct.
Okay. And what county were these wells in?
Most of my father's work was in Butler County. He did some work in Sedgwick County. And then he spent the latter part of his career, and I spent my time on rigs in the western part of Kansas,
Okay.
Ness City area.
So are you aware, are there well spacing rules in these counties that you allude to?
I am not privy to well spacing criteria by county.
Okay. So would you agree if there was well spacing, that might make a difference in this situation, where Chautauqua County doesn't have well spacing? Would you agree with that? That
I
the
would.
easement would impact them differently due to well spacing regulations?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Would you agree with that? That'd make a difference due to well spacing regulations?
I do think that will be a factor that will have to be considered as we work through easements on affected properties, yes.
Do you think that that leaseholders and mineral owners should be heard in this docket?
I do, and I think they are, and I'm glad you're here.
Do you think one leaseholder can adequately represent every leaseholder in these 4 counties?
I wouldn't want to opine on that, but I would say that, this docket had, at least 4 public hearings, 2 local public hearings, had several notices. So I think there's been adequate opportunity for leaseholders to engage in this process.
So can you expand on the notice sent to these leaseholders and mineral owners, please?
I mean, I just think generally these dockets have, public notifications, there are notifications that there are hearings that are being held, what those hearings are related to. I wouldn't want you to misconstrue my answer. I wasn't suggesting that we mailed
So-
individual notices to any individual leaseholder, but there's certainly general public awareness to this proceeding that has allowed folks to participate.
At these public hearings, did anyone attend and review with staff or Evergy or have anything at these public hearings regarding oil and gas structures located on the routes that were being explored?
Can you restate that question?
Yeah, at these public hearings, was there any operators or mineral holders that you guys discussed the impact on oil and gas structures at these hearings?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm not able to answer that question. We had a number of people present at those hearings. We had tables set up. We had people, coming in and talking to folks, and I'm not sure what all the discussions were and what all individuals had those discussions.
So you're unaware if anyone specifically in Sedan spoke about extensive production of leases that this was going to cross?
I am personally unaware. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. I can't give you any specifics.
Sorry to cut you. Did you review public comments?
I reviewed a number of public comments that were written and received, yes.
Did you review any public comments submitted in this docket regarding oil and gas?
Yes, I know there have been some, yes.
After these public hearings, Mr. Galeno, I believe, made proposed modifications. Is that right?
I believe there were, if I remember right, 12 proposed modifications that were worked through.
And you sent these notices to additional landowners affected by the route resulting from the modifications?
Folks that were newly within 1,000 feet, I believe, of the modified line that had not been within the 1,000 feet of the original proposed line.
Okay. And you guys Evergy made substantial efforts to personally contact them, correct?
We did. I think there were one out of state individual that we weren't able to contact at all, maybe two.
Okay. And during this time, did you contact any leasehold owners or mineral estate owners?
I think the same as discussion earlier today. We have not done that level of work with mineral or leaseholders at this point. That'll be work that will be undertaken after we hear a determination in this proceeding.
So you believe that mineral owners who have property rights and leasehold owners do not need to be afforded the opportunity or notice to be heard in this case?
That's not what I said. What I said earlier was that we had 4 public hearings. We had 2 local public hearings. There's been a fair amount of public notice that this line was going in the areas that it was being contemplated for, that folks hopefully were able to come and make their voices heard. we also have, and I mentioned this to Commissioner Keen, we also have more work to do after this decision to work through easements and direct line siding.
But these easements are after the fact. Is that correct?
They're after the fact of this determination that the line location is there. We still have to cite the line to gain agreement with the landholders and the mineral folks to mineral rights holders to get the actual easements in place.
I'm just trying to, I guess, wrap my mind around this. Is you believe that it's critical to the economy, correct? Kansas economy, these 4 counties. You were aware of oil and gas leaseholders and mineral owners through public hearings. Is that correct? Both those statements?
The second one, critical, I believe it's very important part of the economy in those 4 counties. I'll give you that.
But you believe, but you would agree the only person who requires certified notice by mail is landowners.
Objection to a legal conclusion here.
Any response?
It's okay.
Okay,
I'll
that
move
one's
on.
withdrawn. Okay.
Okay. So you mentioned that you guys, I believe you mentioned this, that you did your due diligence through GIS and also utilized traveling roads to identify oil and gas equipment. Is that correct?
So there was discussion yesterday, for sure, that we utilized a number of available desktop sources, GIS and otherwise, in order to develop the potential route options with our hired experts from Burns and McDonnell. We also, there was mention yesterday that there were field visits that were done to drive where possible across those routes for ability to make additional identification of above ground structures or obstacles that could be impactful to proposed routes.
Have you reviewed the direct testimony filed on Bull Oil's behalf in this case?
It's been a little bit. I did read it.
Would you agree that Exhibit A attached to that direct testimony list 6 oil and gas leases affected by this property?
I don't have it in front of me. I have no reason to disagree with that.
And ordinarily, if you're aware of 6 oil and gas leases, would you go inspect those? Would that be part of your inspection?
Again, if we were able to visually see from where we could drive and get to during a field visit, the answer to that would be yes. I don't know the terrain or the accessibility of the actual leases.
Yeah, so do you know, or were you physically examine these properties, leases that we set forth in our exhibit?
I'm gonna object as beyond the scope and asked and answered by a prior witness and repetitive at this point.
I've never asked about these leases that are set forth in my direct testimony.
Yeah,
Beyond the
I'll
scope.
let the witness answer the question if he has reviewed and has knowledge.
I have not done any of the field drives or visits myself. That's not my role or responsibility in this docket.
I would assume they were directed to go look at those since they're listed in direct testimony. Is that correct, I assume?
I don't know about that. You know, the field visits and the work and the preferred route may have all been developed in advance of your submission of direct testimony in this docket.
Okay, and if it was done prior to my direct testimony, then it just probably was ignored.
I wouldn't say that. I would just say that it wouldn't have been impactful to the development of the route that was produced in this docket because it would have been done and developed before you submitted direct testimony. Doesn't mean it's not important, and it doesn't mean it won't be part of a solution that we'll have to work through before we have a final line and easements.
And that, just to make sure I understand it, and that's going to be done after, if this route is approved.
For every easement on this line, yes.
You indicated you are tasked with, your task with, coming up with the least impactful route, correct?
That is the objective of the routing study, yes.
So, but you have not studied the impact on oil and gas operations. Is that correct?
Well, I think we had a fair amount of discussion on this yesterday. There was above ground consideration in the routing study as identified by the witness. We have not, and we have been clear about this in testimony over the last 2 days, done title search for mineral lease rights at this stage of the process.
So you think you've inventoried all of the, definitely a majority of the oil structures above ground, right?
I'm going to object is asked and answered yesterday and beyond the scope of Mr. Ives' testimony.
Their testimony regarding oil and gas says it's only relative to above ground. So I would at least like to flesh that out.
And that's a question he asked yesterday of Mr. Dunham.
Yeah, that was my initial thought, Mr. Buck, is this was explored pretty extensively yesterday. So I will overrule the objection for now. But if we can kind of move to new area, that would, or move to new ground, I think that would be helpful. But, you know, if you've got 1 or 2 questions to see if this witness has a different opinion than his colleagues, I'll allow 1 or 2 more questions.
Okay. Will you please answer?
Can you restate it?
I don't recall what it was. Can you read it back?
Must have been an important question.
It
Yeah,
was, absolutely.
if the court reporter could read back the previous question.
So you think you've inventoried all of the, or definitely a majority of the oil structures above ground, right?
I don't think I can give you a more definitive answer to that question than you got from our expert from Burns and McDonnell yesterday.
You mentioned you're going to have to work with leaseholders for, environmental issues, correct?
Certainly leaseholders we'll have to work with agencies and a number of folks on environmental issues.
How do you anticipate, I know you've went across a lot of oil fields, so how do you anticipate handling abandoned wells that are not plugged on all these folks' property?
Might be a little bit beyond my scope of expertise. Our real estate folks might have been a better party to ask for that. But I assume an unplugged well, ultimately, we would prefer to not have that within our easements. We probably would strive to work around those, would be my estimate.
So you're telling, is this correct? You are planning on micrositing around plugged wells? Or unplugged wells, excuse me. I apologize.
I'm not sure that I can give you any more definitive answer than what I just said. That's really beyond the scope of my work in easements and right of ways.
I'm going to rephrase the question. Your understanding is that Evergy will microsite around abandoned, unplugged oil wells in the 4 subject counties.
Objection asked and answered beyond the scope.
Mr. Buck, any response?
I think this is obviously very important to not only landowners, but to the leaseholders as well.
But he's
the-
answered the question they didn't know, and this is, again, Darren Ives testified on benefits. He's not a real estate
Yeah.
manager.
I get that. Mr. Buck, did you have any? I'm not sure you were finished.
Okay, nope, I'm okay. I'll withdraw it.
Oh, okay.
All right. I have nothing further.
Okay. We are back to commissioner questions, if there are any. Commissioner Keen, any follow-up questions?
Yes, just a couple. I'm not going to dwell on this, Mr. Ives, but going back to the one of the first lines of questioning directed to you by Mr. Zakura, in terms of the jurisdiction of the commission in this docket, do you believe that the commission has the authority in this docket to determine where and how this proposed line is to be sited?
Yes.
Any exceptions or exclusions to that?
Not in terms of where and how the line is to be sited.
Okay. Let me follow on, if I can, with some questions relative to the line of questioning directed to you by Mr. Buck. So this is probably, I'll grant you, this is probably a leading question. I'll grant you that. Given the discussion about the impact this line has on oil and gas generally, whether it be through the open houses, the public hearings, or this evidentiary hearing, or through public comments that have been filed, or by whatever other source, would it be beneficial if Kansas law paralleled what I believe is Oklahoma law and required notice be sent on these line transmission line siting cases by certified mail to surface landowners, any operators conducting oil and gas operations on any part of the surface estate within the footprint of the proposed line, and any operator of an oil and gas unit that is at least partially in the surface estate within the footprint of the line? Would that be helpful?
That's a leading question.
It is. You're an expert.
You know, would it be helpful? It would certainly change the timing of the discussion. It may ultimately change the timing of the ability to complete transmission projects. That delays in timing for those projects often result in increased cost and increased reliability exposure to the system. but it certainly would address some of the questions that we've heard in this proceeding and others. I mean, I guess the only thing I can say, two things. We don't have that law today. And we have somehow been successful citing transmission in the state of Kansas up to this point without that law. So I think it's possible that we can continue to be successful without it.
I believe you successfully straddled both sides of the fence that I just put before you. I think you straddled it. I'm not sure how successfully. I believe through your direct testimony in response to Mr. Buck's questions, at least I could gather by inference, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but you believe that oil and gas industry is a major contributor to the economy of the counties that are affected by this line.
I think you could say that for a number of parts of Kansas, just not these 4 counties.
Well, this is what we're concerned about right now, are these 4 counties, but I appreciate your elaboration on that. So basically, a lot of rights come with being a landowner, do they not?
Absolutely.
Do not a lot of rights come with having a pre-existing oil and gas lease on the land?
There are rights, yeah. I mean, some instances, maybe it's close to the same rights as the landowner. In some instances, it may be a little bit less. I know there are different types of lease holding opportunities in Kansas, some that confer more rights with or without the landowner than others.
In either instance, whether it be the land or the oil and gas operator, are these rights not consequential and significant?
To each holder of a right like that, I believe that to be true. But I also believe that's why we ultimately have to go out and negotiate and complete easements to do our work. That's part of that process.
Pardon me. I grant you that's part of the process, but I'm concerned about whether there is, before the fact, adequate notice being provided of how those important rights can be affected in a major way. That's my concern. Do you share that concern?
Well, I've certainly heard enough over the course of this proceeding and the impact to know that there are certain parties that believe that to be true. Whether there can be improvements that we can make in the upfront notice and the information of potential impacts that go beyond the way we describe those today as we set up open houses and set up for things. I think those are clear takeaways that we should take away from this proceeding. And, you know, I mentioned this yesterday in talking with somebody. I mean, you heard that, from our folks, and we'll take it to damages. You heard that, at damages, we have less than 1% of people that we end up having a dispute with as we work through damages from a constructed line. And that's, I think you heard from Witness Armfield, that's better than it used to be, that we used to, have a little bit more work to do in that area. So I hope we're better today than we were yesterday when we go through this stuff. And I hope after we go through this process, we'll be better tomorrow than we were today. That is always the goal, is to learn and take away from the process improvements that we can make to the process. Now, that said, I'll still sit up here today and tell you, I don't think we've done anything wrong. I don't think we've done anything outside of the parameters of how line sidings have been brought in front of this commission and how transmission lines have been successfully built in the state for decades. But I'm sure we can be better, and we'll be the next time we come in for a line.
My final question, Mr. Ives. It's a leading question as well. How can Evergy determine that it has adequately assessed and minimized the impact upon the environment and landowners and other surface users of the lands with respect to this proposed line without knowing how many oil and gas leases, how many oil and gas wells, how many oil field injection and disposal wells, and how many abandoned wells are within the purview of the proposed line?
I guess the only way I can answer that is to say, we did, in order to come here, we did what is industry practice. We hired a national leader in routing studies that has done literally hundreds and thousands of these exact type of studies as a firm across the entire country, followed their best practices to get us to this point. We heard their witness say yesterday that we handled the assessment of oil and gas leases at this stage of the routing study no differently than he's ever been associated with across all his work, whether it's in Louisiana, Mississippi, or in our states. So we've done what we think is a legitimate industry best practice process, knowing that we still have work to do before we finalize the easements.
No further questions. I thank you again, once again. I appreciate your indulgence.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keither, have you developed any questions for this witness? Mr. Ives, good afternoon. I'll be the first to tell you good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just have one sort of line of questioning for you based off of some questioning from Mr. Buck. There was a discussion of representation of oil and gas interests.
Mhm.
I want to ask you about, do you recall KCC docket number 24 GIME 102 GIE, which was titled An Investigation into Principles and Priorities for Location of a Proposed Transmission Line in Future Line Siting Proceedings? Do you recall that proceeding?
I don't recall the specifics of kind of everything that went through in that proceeding. I recall it generally, that process, but
And did you have some involvement on behalf of Evergy?
generally, yeah.
And that was the proceeding where the KCC developed line siting principles and also delved into landowner and oil and gas mitigation protocols, correct?
Yes, although I'm scratching my brain, I don't remember the specifics of the landowner and oil and gas protocols off the top of my head. But yes, generally.
If you recall, I suppose this is a matter of public record, but can you recall whether the Eastern Kansas Oil and Gas Association, ECOGA, and the Kansas Independent Oil and Gas Association, CIOGA, were active participants in that proceeding?
I don't remember ECOGA. I recall CIOGA being part of that. They could have both been, but CIOGA, I remember.
It's okay. I've got an answer key in front of me and I'm testing you, so that's it's not fair.
That is not fair. This is not a leading question.
Let me move on to where I'm going. Attached to your application, Evergy's application, there's a document titled Kansas Landowner Protocols and Mitigation Policy for Oil and Gas and Agricultural Land. I presume that's an outgrowth of some of the guidance that the KCC gave in that docket and perhaps in other places?
It is. I mean, you know, I think you heard yesterday from Mr. Armfield, you know, it feels like for us, a lot of it is a codification of kind of the practice that his team and our folks have been working to implement for, you know, a number of years. And you heard him speak about that more fully. But yeah, absolutely, this was a product of trying to memorialize some of the things that the parties wanted to accomplish out of that proceeding.
And is it your belief that Evergy has complied with those protocols up until this time and will comply with them if it receives a permit from the Kansas Corporation Commission?
Yes, you know, I think, you know, like I said, we feel like we feel like this is a codification of a lot of what we were already doing. We feel like we've complied with these. We intend to comply prospectively for sure. And I mentioned it earlier, there are a number of other things we have to achieve, right, that we're required to do from a permitting or other standpoint beyond some of the high level discussions that are in here. And our expectation is we're going to check the box on all that stuff, right? That's our obligation in order to construct and own and operate a line like this.
I'm going to ask you this question based on some of your previous ones. It's okay if you say you don't recall. I'm going to ask staff as well. I have to admit, this issue, the issue around oil and gas and, you know, what should have been your actions to that industry leading up to this application, it seems like that would have been an issue, the perfect issue to address in that proceeding that I discussed, where we were talking about line sighting principles and your protocols of how Evergy would address that industry. And I'm a little, I don't know if I want to say the word frustrated. It's perplexing why it's coming up now if these issues did not come up or were not raised by industry in that proceeding. Do you recall if any of these issues were proposed or raised by ECOGA or Cuyahoga in that proceeding?
I don't remember the discussion specifically. I'd like to think that if it had come up in a meaningful way, I would remember it specifically, and or we would have more specific documentation in these developed protocols as a result of it. But I can't answer you that it for sure didn't come up at some level.
That's fine. Okay, I don't believe I have anything else. With that, Mr. Bailey, do you have any redirect?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ives, we thank you for your testimony today, and you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, we're at 12:15. We are going to take a very short lunch break, 30 minutes, and we will be back at 12:45, beginning with, I believe, the Southwest Power Pools witness. So we are in recess and off the record until 12:45.
We'll be in there.
Yes, those were all testimony. Are all party because we're. We're gonna do various places. Actually, says how much. Part of the post office, part of your reference information. I've got. Okay, all righty, thanks. So I was.
I was very. Yeah, but I'm there.
Thank you. I assume yes, yeah, very free. But I didn't think that's how my daughter. No, Bella, a little Husky did.
Well, that's
I
right.
didn't. So. Oh, yeah.
So I'm very.
You've been doing this for a while. I still may be in the next year.
Yes, right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so then.
She likes. I could.
I'm saying he didn't have to. I'm social. I'm gonna have to help.
Right. Yeah. I agree. He is not doing it very first.
You don't say. Don't say,
Yeah.
Takes
Like he's always like lunch or something. I actually. No. That's an issue. It's not just. I had a leftover sound. Yeah, work hard. I know, there really is. It honestly is.
And I had.
No, she doesn't. I think it's good. This proceeding is first time I think.
Yes. Getting a little more about it. Yeah, well, I just thought, I'm just.
Okay, everyone, please find your seats. All right, we are back on the record in this proceeding, and we have concluded all of Evergy's witnesses. So we are ready for the Southwest Power Pool, and Ms. Starnes, you may call the man that everybody's been talking about. You may call your witness.
Thank you. We call Sarmad Rahim, known as Sunny. Sunny, can you make sure we can see you?
Yes, Heather, can you hear me?
Okay, we cannot hear you, sir.
You may be double muted.
Let's see.
Try it again.
Can you hear me?
We cannot hear you.
Still nothing.
How about now?
Jaden, can you confirm it's nothing with our speakers?
I can hear you all on my
We
side.
still can't hear you, Sunny. Check your volume too. Try
Okay,
it now.
we're going off the record right now to address a technical issue. Give the court reporters fingers a break.
Try again, Sunny.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
We do have you now.
we have you.
Awesome. Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right. We are back on the record, having resolved our technical issue, and Ms. Starnes, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Yes.
Before we swear the witness, I have a procedural matter I'd like to address real quickly, please. In Mr. Rahim's testimony and throughout some of the discovery responses that we provided, we referred to the 2024 Integrated Transmission Planning Assessment Scope. It is noted in his testimony. It's noted throughout various documents. We did not attach the document because his testimony was getting quite voluminous with the ITP report, but it's been cited multiple times, and I thought for ease of reference for the commissioners and counsel and the witness that I would suggest that we introduce this report into evidence as Exhibit 3 for Mr. Rahim.
Is there any objection by all the parties to admitting the 2024 ITP assessment scope document? Hearing no objection, could we actually, instead of admitting it as Mr. Rahim's Exhibit 3, could we admit it as SPP Hearing Exhibit 1? Just to denote that it was admitted at hearing rather than.
That would be fine. I just wasn't sure how you wanted it designated, so that was just what my first thought was.
It's already.
That's the planning assessment.
Yeah, there is the full report and then there is the study scope, and they are a little bit different. But I think they will assist in him responding to some of the questions that I anticipate very possibly Commissioner Keen will have.
So it's for your.
Okay, so Sunny, we're going to swear you in and then we will get started, okay?
All right. sounds
If I
good.
didn't say it clearly, the referenced exhibit, SPP Hearing Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I can't remember if I did or didn't.
Thank
My
you.
apology.
So how do you want to do the swearing of?
You'll raise your hand, your right hand, please, Mr. Rahim.
I don't know if he can hear you. Mr. Rahim, please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to offer in this cause should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing well.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Yes. My name is Sarmad Rahim. I go by Sunny Rahim.
Is it all right if I refer to you as Sunny?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. So are you the same Sunny Rahim that filed direct testimony in this proceeding on January the 29th, but it was actually admitted on the 30th?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and if you had these same questions today, would your answers that are found in your testimony be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay, and just for clarity purposes, since you are testifying remotely, all that you have available to you on your desk for reference are public documents that were in this proceeding, either filed or discovery. Is that correct?
That is correct. All I have available are the court materials publicly made available to this group.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will tender the witness.
All right, thank you. We will begin, as we did with the other witnesses, we will begin with an opportunity for initial commission questions. And I will turn first to Commissioner Keen.
Thank you, Chair French. Good afternoon, Mr. Rahim.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start by thanking you for appearing in this proceeding, in this docket. I think given the role that the SPP plays generally, and certainly specifically with respect to this this Branson overlay project, your testimony is really important, and we thank you for taking the time to do this.
Yes, and thank you for allowing me to be virtual today. Much appreciated.
Certainly. We have a diversity of people within the hearing room here. We have not only the parties, we have KCC staff, but we have a fair number of members of the public who are here, some of which are landowners in the area of the proposed line. Others have oil and gas interest in that, and others are just very interested in these proceedings. I say that because I think as a preface, I'm going to say something that is so generic to you and I, but I think may be helpful for perspective for the folks here. The Southwest Power Pool, explain just in a nutshell what it is. I'll tell you what I view it as doing. The Southwest Power Pool, you're the grid operator for 14 states, including the state of Kansas. You just decide how our power flows and how things develop. Your role as a planner and in charge of the planning function is pretty important. So could you begin by just briefly describing what the Southwest Power Pool is and what it does?
Yes, of course. So Southwest Power Pool is a 14-state regional transmission organization. Our responsibilities can be akin to air traffic controller responsibilities. An air traffic controller is responsible for making sure that planes leave and enter an airport on time, reliably, and on schedule. That's similar to what we do from a bulk transmission operation perspective. We make sure power can be served throughout our 14 state footprint reliably and economically as economically as possible. In our planning functions, we are responsible for ensuring that we are compliant with NERC standards under planning coordinator responsibilities and ensuring that we abide by our tariff to meet our planning horizon commitments for reliability, economic planning, persistent operations, and public policy. So we do not own the assets. We don't own the generation. We don't own the transmission or the delivery points. What we do is help facilitate those decisions for those asset owners and members of the Southwest Power Pool.
Thank you. That overview is helpful. The SPP is actually a regulated utility by the Kansas Corporation Commission, is it not?
Yes.
Just as our other utilities in the state. Let's get down to specifics there. Let's go to this case, this docket. In your own words, if you could tell us specifically, what is the need that's intended to be addressed by the Branson overlay and the Buffalo Flats part of that project?
Yes, I can. So in 2024 ITP, we had a scope item to address historical issues on the system due to extreme winter weather events. These are events that actually happened in February of 21 and December of 22. The Branson overlay build out that is of interest to this group is Winter Storm Elliott, which occurred in December of 22. So the ITP, the Integrated Transmission Plan, was scoped to include a focused look in southeast Kansas, southwest Missouri, northeast Oklahoma, and northwest Arkansas to determine what are the constraints on the system due to a Winter Storm Elliott condition. So the target is to mimic that condition, that storm, into a planning study and identify if transmission is a reliability limitation for delivering the power that was required during that storm. So the purpose of this project and the Branson overlay was to address and mitigate those historical reliability concerns to ensure that that power could be transferred to those states, in particular the sections I referenced, to make sure that those issues of load shed and low voltage in those situations could be mitigated in future years.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to start referencing parts of your pre-filed testimony at this point. Let's start with page 15. I'm looking specifically for the moment here at lines 1 through 3. And for convenience, if it's all right, I would like to read that into the record so everybody knows what it is my follow-on questions pertain to. I'm reading from, again, it's page 15 of Mr. Rahim's direct pre-filed testimony, lines 1 through 3. And in essence, the question that you were answering is, did SPP select a group of projects known as the Branson 345 kV overlay and determine their need for reliability purposes? I've cut to the chase there. Going back to page 15 now, and I'll quote from Mr. Rahim's answer to that question. He says, yes, the Branson 345 kV overlay projects include 345 kV new line projects from Buffalo Flats to Delaware, to Manette, to North Branson, to enhance robustness and resiliency of the transmission system in the southern Missouri area near Branson. Did I read that correctly, Mr. Rahim?
Yes, you read that correctly.
And then staying on page 15 of your pre-filed testimony, down to the project, I'm looking now at lines 19 through 23. And again, with your indulgence, I will read those lines. It begins with a question on page 9, on line 19. And the question is, please describe the Buffalo Flats to Delaware project. Your answer being on line 20 is the approximately 133 mile 345 Buffalo Flats to Delaware transmission line. I'm sorry. I will. I'll start again. Sorry. The approximately 133 mile 345 kV Buffalo Flats to Delaware transmission line, the project, is the final leg of the Branson 345 kV overlay projects. Period. It begins at the Buffalo Flats substation near Garden Plain, Kansas, and extends to the Delaware substation near Delaware, Oklahoma. Mr. Rahim, did I correctly read what was your testimony in your pre-file?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Then reading again from your pre-file testimony, this time I'm on page 16, the bottom of that page. Specifically, it will be lines 23 through 27. In essence, this is in response to a question about how did failure conditions in southwest Missouri affect transmission operations in Kansas? And beginning on line 23, it reads, SPP noticed in real time and the future model that while the load shed occurred in Winter Storm Elliott exclusively in the Branson area, transmission facilities in other states, specifically Northwest Arkansas and Southeast Kansas, were also experiencing similar effects where operator actions may have been necessary if weather conditions continued to deteriorate or occurred over multiple days. And those were lines 23 through 27. Did I read those correctly, Mr. Rahim?
Yes, you did, Commissioner.
I'm getting tired of my voice, as you may be, but I'm leading up to something here.
Okay.
Several somethings, actually. So given that backdrop, my first question to you would be, what caused the overload violations in Southeast Kansas? A related question to that will be, was it caused by an attempt to try to if they have Southeast Kansas, simultaneously serve its local load and serve underserved areas in Southwest Missouri?
Yep. So if I may refer back to my testimony, just to help set the stage, on page 14, the image that starts on the row 12, that is a visual of all of the winter weather needs driven by this particular storm, which was located in the planning model. These conditions spanned, unfortunately, to load shed in Branson, but they also show several indications of violation, not only overloads, but the structural integrity, which we'll refer to as voltage violations in southeast Kansas. So the actions that were happening was there was load in the southern part of SPP, Kansas and Missouri, that was heavily loading down the system without generation able to serve it. So that resulted in load shed in southwest Missouri, but it also has low voltage constraints in southeast Kansas and also northeast Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas, based on that map.
Okay. In your opinion, how chronic is the need for power in southeast Missouri and northeast Oklahoma? And which utilities would receive and use the power from the Buffalo Flats line or the Branson project?
Yes, this was based on a reliability need for the region. In this particular situation, the power was flowing between southeast and southwest Missouri, but this upgrade is a bi-directional upgrade that can service multiple customers. Say, for example, if the wind pattern would have just been slightly to the west, it would have impacted that southeast corner of Kansas rather than southwest Missouri. So this upgrade, the way that it's identified through our planning process, through our stakeholder approvals, is it is a reliability upgrade, and it's needed immediately given that it's experienced historical limitations in being able to serve load and also mitigate constraints in multiple states.
All right, thank you. Within the SPP system and the way you serve as basically the air traffic controller, using that analogy, to provide Southwest Missouri, Northeast Oklahoma, or Southeast Kansas with power, are there currently other generation and transmission sources to serve that purpose from Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas?
Excellent question. So as part of the scope, we did look at forward-looking models, what we'll call year 5 models. So these are to replicate our plans of the future for all of our utility members, for their forecast of demand and future generation resources, along with approved transmission upgrade that's already went through the process. So that year 5 model, if those assets are in service by that year, would capture their impacts to those study results. And that was part of our evaluation for reviewing extreme winter weather conditions to mimic Elliott. We looked at a today model, and then we looked at a model 5 years out from now. And these needs that are noted in my testimony are still there in 5 years. That accounts for future utility resources, planned transmission in the SPP footprint, and the demand forecast that would be there in 5 years from now, or 5 years from the time of the study.
Thank you very much. I'm going to cut to the chase here just a bit. In your opinion, what causes this area, in particular the Southwest Missouri, Northwest Arkansas, and Southeast Kansas areas, to be so woefully, especially Missouri, so woefully underserved in terms of reliable electric services? What causes this to happen?
There's multiple drivers of what may result in system needs throughout our footprint. As part of our annual process, we established a scope with our stakeholders to not only study the region, but also identify target areas that need attention from a assessment perspective. In this case, this area was identified as a target area, given its historical winter storms that occurred. And that's why SPP was able to blend that need mid-study into delivering those results as quickly as possible. But to pinpoint an individual driver of concerns here would be very difficult to do. There's a lot of variables at play: generation, current generation, future generation outages, load forecasting, load actually coming on the system, and then just having so many variables into the equation is hard to pinpoint on one single item that would drive concerns in a pocket of a system.
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to pursue this a little further and try to really pinpoint what could be a major cause of this that I gleaned from your testimony. And for that, I'm turning to page 17. Again, we're on the Rahim Direct testimony. I'm focusing specifically on lines 18 through 21. And again, for the record, I will read that in and then ask you some questions following up that. It's a fairly long answer. I'm just picking on a very part of that answer. But the question that you're answering is based upon 2024 ITP model results. What is the probability of the failure scenario described previously occurring without the construction of this Buffalo Flats to Delaware transmission line. And the germane part of that answer that I'm focusing on says this, and I will read this in. Begins page 8, again, it's page 17, lines 18 through 21, and it reads, the additional delivery can be critical to Missouri in times of extreme weather due to limited natural gas pipelines located in that state. This project supports the ability of southeastern Kansas and southern Missouri to be served reliably under sustained winter weather events. I mean, that was a wow moment when I read that sentence, to be honest with you. Because I think if I'm paraphrasing what you're saying correctly and drawing the conclusion from that, is that a major part of the problem in southeast Missouri is the absence of natural gas distribution infrastructure. Is that correct?
There is a limited natural gas infrastructure, but part of the reason and need for this project is there is generation in southwest Missouri. There's generation on the Buffalo Flat side of this line. But today, there's limited transfer capability between the two to unlock that generation that may be there. So the generation could have been there, just didn't have the wires to transfer those megawatts beyond limited natural gas infrastructure.
Because that limited natural gas infrastructure creates more reliance and significance on the electrical system, doesn't it, as an alternative?
It may.
If you know, you can answer. If not, you can not answer. I think the question suggests the answer. Who regulates and controls and determines the natural gas infrastructure in Missouri?
Yeah, I do not know.
It's not SPP, is it?
No, not SVP.
I can guarantee it's not the Kansas Corporation Commission. I rather suspect it's something close to the Missouri Public Service Commission taking a wild stab at that. So my question, somewhat leading and somewhat rhetorical, is, are Kansans being asked to make up for an electrical shortfall in southwest Missouri due in large part to the lack of natural gas infrastructure in southwest Missouri? If you care to treat that as rhetorical, I would respect that. Or you can answer it.
Yeah, I'd prefer to answer it.
Please.
There were system needs both in southeast Kansas and southwest Missouri. Those are not isolated only to natural gas limitations. They were isolated, as you can see in the diagram in my testimony, of the needs that are on the Buffalo Flat side, also in southeast Kansas into Missouri. Those are widespread needs that can't be limited to just one driver, such as the natural gas infrastructure in Missouri. It was an electrical transmission upgrade need.
I appreciate that answer very much. It gives perspective, and that's helpful. In my mind, it doesn't let the absence of natural gas distribution off the hook as a major cause, but I do appreciate your response. That was an opinion I offered, not testimony. How did Evergy come to be selected to oversee and be awarded a notice to construct for the Buffalo Flats project?
Yes, so in our process, we go through a process that is governed by the SVP tariff, Attachment O and Attachment Y. which ultimately designate a designated transmission owner to construct the facility. Before we get to the designated transmission owner selection process, SPP has a transparent planning process that spans multiple months of decision-making at public meetings. In that, there is milestones where project submissions can be submitted to address these needs. They can come from our qualified stakeholders and members that participate in the FERC Order 1000 process. We evaluate each and every one of those needs to aim at the most cost-effective portfolio as a whole. That portfolio as a whole needs to operate and work well together to provide the most benefit and reliability improvement to the grid. So through that process, we identify a portfolio. Then that portfolio is determined what need dates are required for projects within that portfolio based on the needs and their date. Since this was a historical event that occurred that did have reliability, load shed, and voltage issues in several states, this project was labeled as a short-term reliability project through our stakeholder process. The SPP board has the discretion to move forward with the short-term reliability designation or to bid it out competitively. Given the circumstances of actual load shed, the urgency of the storm already happening, the board left it into the short-term reliability window. As a result, that was then designated to the incumbent transmission owner because this was an urgent reliability need out of a historical storm. So that's how Evergy was anointed the project to construct from SPP.
That overview is helpful. Were other utilities considered prior to awarding the project to Evergy?
Given it's in the short-term reliability window, it was awarded to the incumbent designated transmission owner Evergy, and then on the Oklahoma side, AEP.
If you know, can you tell us what is the total cost of this, both the total cost of the Branson overlay project and the cost of the Buffalo Flats portion of that project?
Buffalo Flats to Delaware in its entirety is $493 million. I don't have the full overlay numbers in front of me right now, but they are in the ITP report per the 345 lines.
Okay. Your response to my previous question leads perfectly into my next line of questioning. And I promise you, I'm trying to make it germane. It may take me to get to the end of it for you to believe that, but I think it is germane. What are the advantages, if any, to ratepayers by not having large capital expenditures and capital projects not competitively bid?
Sorry, could you clarify? Was the question not having them competitively bid?
Sure. What are the advantages? I'm sorry, yes. What are the advantages to ratepayers by not having large capital intensive projects competitively bid? What are the advantages by not having them competitively bid?
Yes. Thank you for clarifying. So in the SPP process, the competitively bid process does require another 6 to 10 months of solicitation and selection of constructing transmission owners who ultimately bids and wins that bid, gets approved by the SPP board to construct that. So that can lead into project schedules, essentially up to another 10 months of project selection timeframe, as opposed to a project that comes out of the short-term reliability that's needed for reliability needs, can move forward with its notification to construct and planning for the project.
Yeah, that's helpful for perspective. And I'll come back to that. And I'm going to tie back to that timeline of the 6 to 10 months that you refer to, because I'd like to next explore this, the urgency or emergency nature of the need for this line. If we can, maybe for the benefit of the people who are affected here in Kansas, we can get a little more perspective from your testimony on that issue. In your opinion, is this an emergency, such circumstance? You've answered that, I think, in large part. And how urgent is it that this line be constructed and in operation, and why?
Yes. We believe, SPP believes that this is a reliability project, one that has been proven needed through our study from the 24 ITP for helping to prevent alike situations in the future for load shed and low voltage results. We believe this is a short-term reliability, given its importance, that this line could help mitigate load shed under similar conditions in the future. So we firmly believe this is one that needs to be constructed as quickly as possible, which is alluded to from our short-term reliability recommendation, that it be constructed, handed to the incumbent transmission owner to start progressing through those efforts to ensure this upgrade can be in service as soon as possible.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm clear on this, and I'm not trying to be repetitive. I'm trying to be genuine in asking this question, but what is it that gives rise to the urgency or the emergency?
Yes. So the rise is, this is a historical condition on the system. That is a existing issue on the system that we are hoping to mitigate.
Okay. Let's work through a timeline. If I'm wrong on these dates, please correct me. Here's the timeline that I think is germane. Winter Storm Uri, February 2021. Winter Storm Elliott, December 2022. STP, their integrated transmission plan, recognizes and seeks to address this through that ITP in December of 2024. Evergy and American Electric Power, AEP, received notices to construct the Buffalo Flats line in September of 2025. If I stop right there and I reflect, they were granted a notice to construct 4 years after Winter Storm Uri, 3 years after Winter Storm Elliott. Continuing with the timeline, the order, the KCC order on this line siting application is due May 13th, 2026. Construction of the line, assuming it is approved, is expected to commence in approximately September of 2026. And the estimated line completion is in December of 2029. Does that timeline seem to be reasonably close? Or even better than that, is it right?
Yeah, it's reasonably close, yes.
Okay. I'm reminded of the old Army expression, it was close enough for government work, but this is government work and we can't be just imprecise. Okay. Again, reflecting on the totality of the timeline, from the two storms that gave rise to the concern and the impact of those storms, until the date of line completion, it's going to be approximately 8 years after Uri and 7 years after Elliott. Now, as I understand it, and as you've indicated, the line was not competitively bid. And that has a reference back to a FERC order allowing for there to be short-term reliability issues and avoid competitive bidding, does it not?
Yes, the order allows for an exception if it's needed for reliability. And the way that SPP is enacted on it is it's short-term reliability defined with a need date of within 3 years. It has to be a reliability need within 3 years.
Okay. Is that FERC order 1000? Is that the order?
Yes.
Okay. If I turn to page 18 of your testimony, you describe that pretty well from a question that's asked on line 13 through the answer in line 21. Over at the top of continuing on with that train of thought, to the top of page 19, your answer to a previous question is line 1 and part of 2 on page 19 says, SPP identified a need date of December 1st, 2025. Explain for us, what does that mean? What does a need date mean?
Yes. So our staging for projects when we need them in service by is determined by the need date of the violation that they mitigate. So if the violations show up in our most near-term models, say 1 year out or persistently operating, we use the closest need date post the portfolio approval to stage that need date. The need date can be different from the project in-service date. The in-service date of a project could be further out, but we are basing our decisions on need dates. When are these projects needed to address those violations that we saw in the results of the assessment? So need date is when the violations are showing up at their earliest date. In-service date is when can the project be constructed and put in service.
It may be just this thick Irish head, but we've got a need date that's in the past.
Yes. It is.
But all of our actions here are perspective. I'm just a little confused about that.
Yeah, the need date is in the past, given this was a historical storm that occurred, had historical issues on the system.
Oh.
So we will stage it as soon as possible for a need date. That's the problem we want to fix as soon as possible.
The need date, then, if I can paraphrase what I think you said, was that's when the seriousness of the issue was recognized, basically.
Yes, that's correct.
Formally. Okay. Now I want to ask the next questions follow in closely on the heels of this. And again, I'm on page 19, starting with a question that's asked on line 7. I'm gonna read the question, and then I'm going to ask you questions without reading your answer, if you'll bear with me in doing that way. On 7 and 8, you're page 19. The question is, what would be the increased risk to the transmission network if construction of the project is delayed by 1 to 2 years? Would you care to answer that in your own terms without me repeating this answer?
Yes, the risk margin would be significantly higher. This event has already occurred, has already caused reliability issues. As we add more load to the system, that exposes us to more risk in that load shed or voltage arena. Things that may help mitigate it are future generation, future transmission, but based on our review in the 24 ITP, those assets, the future planned generation and future transmission outside of this line, are not sufficient to meet and mitigate future load shed. For example, in that year 5 Elliott model I referenced earlier. So the risk is going to continue to increase the longer that this project takes to put in service.
All right, thank you. The reason I I highlighted this particular part of your pre-filed testimony is because I'm wondering how in the name of, because if this sense of urgency is present, it leads up to the prospect of there being this project deemed as a short-term reliability project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's part of the process. So my question is, how in the name of foregoing competitive bidding can we now express concern for an increased risk from a delay of 1 to 2 years in construction? Because as of now, we are already more than 2 years since winter storms Elliott and Uri. In fact, we're now 5 years since Uri, 4 years since Elliott. And the time span we're foregoing for competitive bidding, if I understood your prior testimony, is 6 to 10 months. I mean, aren't we trading those 6 to 10 months of an additional consideration of who should get the bid, if it were a competitive bid, against the cost to ratepayers, potentially large cost to ratepayers, of having foregone a lower bid?
Yeah, I can't speculate if the cost from the competitive process would have come up higher or lower. Both of those outcomes are possible. But what it would have done is added 6 to 10 months in addition to the current schedule. It wouldn't have compressed the current schedule.
Okay. How long now, if you know, has SPP utilized the FERC Order 1000 to forego competitive bidding? You know?
So the exception was part of our Order 1000 filing. I don't know quite offhand how many years that's been in place, but it's been in since Order 1000 was in effect. So the exception was filed with our original filing.
Okay. So if I understood you correctly, in determining that an emergency exists so that Order 1000 could be invoked, that is pretty much a function of the SPP board. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, they have the discretion. So we post a report with staff's recommendations, which projects fall into that exception based on the study results. The stakeholders have the opportunity to comment on staff's report recommendation. And then the SPP board takes those comments and staff's recommendation into consideration as part of their discretion for decision-making if those projects continue in the short-term reliability exception or if they should be bid out through the Order 1000 process. Now, all of that is subject to state level rules. Some states do have first right of refusal requirements, some states don't.
That leads right into my next question. For the benefit of those present here who may be listening on Zoom, who may not know, what does the acronym ROFR mean? ROFER?
Yeah, first right of refusal is the meaning for that. So in those states, the incumbent utilities have the first right to refuse the project and then opening it up to competition.
Is Missouri a ROFR state?
They are not a ROFR state.
Is Oklahoma a ROFR state?
They are not.
And that means simply that incumbent utilities in Oklahoma, under Oklahoma law, if I'm trying to paraphrase this correctly, generically, can forego any competitive bidding on projects because state law permits incumbent utilities to forego competitive bidding. Isn't that true?
No, first right of refusal means that they get the right to refuse it first. So if they don't have that tag for their states, it's competition Order 1000 unless it hits the STRP exception.
That's a better refinement. You stated that far better than I. I appreciate that. Is Kansas a ROFR state?
Don't believe Kansas is.
Kansas is not a ROFR state. There have been bills introduced here, several in the last several years, but they have not made it out of committee so far. So my question to you in that conjunction, we've got some states that are ROFR states. One state somewhat germane to this Branson overlay project, being Oklahoma, is a right of first refusal state. Kansas is not a right of first refusal state. So my question is, maybe somewhat rhetorical. If you think it is, then I give you a pass. But the question is, isn't the absence of competitive bidding via the SPP waiver, doesn't this in effect grant utilities ROFR powers in SPP states not having ROFR laws such as Kansas?
Yeah, cannot opine on what it may do to the state level decision making, but I will opine on this project is needed to help mitigate load shed and reliability issues. Reliability is our top priority here at a regional transmission organization, and we would recommend reliability projects to be constructed such that they can keep the lights on. That's our main objective as an RTO, to ensure that the lights stay on and we have the sufficient transmission to do that.
You may have answered the next question. If you think it was just asked and answered, then I'll be happy to accept that. But the question phrased slightly differently for me is, how does the absence of competitive bidding for new large transmission capital outlay projects benefit ratepayers?
So it can benefit ratepayers. There's no foregone conclusion, in my opinion, that it will. Competitive bidding doesn't always result in the lowest cost projects. It can try to collect those, but it is one that's for projects that have the ability to be in service at a later date.
Fair enough, but how do you know whether it would result in a lower cost without going through the competitive bidding process?
I would not know that if it didn't go through the Order 1000 process.
Prospectively, do you know how many future transmission projects or those that are in the pipeline, either involving Evergy or other utilities within SPP, are intending to utilize this SPP waiver of competitive bidding? Do you have any idea?
I cannot speculate on their intentions. The rules are set with our FERC Order 1000 filing. The need date would have to be within 3 years for that exception to get acted upon.
So basically, if I understand your testimony, you're saying that the absence of competitive bidding, which may or may not yield a lower cost result, is the trade-off is reliability in the near term. Is that right?
Yeah, reliability is the utmost importance to us.
I want to be really clear. Fairness is an important part of my job, at least as I perceive it. I want to be clear that by this line of questioning, I'm not suggesting that SPP was not within its authority in all respects under the FERC Order 1000 to grant Evergy an exception or waiver from the competitive bidding. All I'm simply trying to do by this line of questioning is maybe bring some sunlight to examine some of the public policy issues and concerns that are presented by the absence of competitive bidding. That's the reason for the line of questioning, and I appreciate your indulgence in that regard. After all, this project involves $493 million. It's a large project with no competitive bidding. And as I suggested, I'm speaking rhetorically now. I'm concerned about the fact that we have a timeline that's somewhat elongated here. I don't know what harm would be caused by an additional 6 to 10 months, to be very candid. Let's talk a bit about the route. And for this, let's turn to the route of the Buffalo Flats line. Let's turn to, again, your direct testimony, page 7. And I'm focusing specifically now on lines 6 through 8. And again, I'll quote from your testimony, both the question and the answer. Beginning on line 6, the question is, does your testimony offer an opinion on the route of the proposed project? And your answer, beginning on line 7, is no. SPP does not offer an opinion on the route of the project, nor is it SPP's responsibility to determine the route of the project or any other transmission project within its region. Did I correctly repeat what is your testimony on that page?
Yes, you did.
Okay. So, 2 questions. Does that mean that insofar as SPP is concerned, the proposed line could follow any path from the Buffalo Flats substation near Garden Plain, Kansas, to the Delaware, Oklahoma substation in Oklahoma?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask the question in a slightly different way. Basically, it's the same question. Does this mean that SPP is indifferent to the specific route through Kansas or Oklahoma, so long as the transmission line is constructed from point A, say Garden Plain, Kansas, to point B, say Delaware, Oklahoma?
That is correct. It's not our authority, responsibility to determine the route of the line. Our authority and responsibility is to make sure that that project addresses the needs identified in the regional planning assessments.
So if we put into context, in your opinion, the role that SPP plays in the siting of a transmission line, or yes, I'm going to say it that way, and the role that the Kansas Corporation Commission here plays in that process, am I reasonably close in concluding that the SPP determines whether there should be a line, and the Kansas Corporation determines where and how that line should lay?
Based on the SPP tariff and responsibilities handed to us, yes, that is correct for the SPP authority and responsibility. There are provisions in the notification to construct that modifications to the project or revisions to the project must stay within a cost bandwidth. In this case, it's plus or minus 20%, and must address the needs that we identified in our assessment. So that's the only, what I'll call, caveat to the responsibility I mentioned. If those provisions are, if the costs go above that 20%, what SPP would do is review the need for this project and make sure it's still needed.
Okay. It wouldn't disqualify the project. It would just cause a another review or re-review by the Southwest Power Pool.
That's correct.
Okay. Would the likely outcome of that review be an extension of the deadline and the time to construct conceivably? Is that a possible outcome?
For this particular project, it's unlikely, given this event has historically happened.
Turn to page 22 of your testimony. We've all seen a lot of maps in the course of considering this particular docket. I think I found this one to be one of the most interesting. We're going to find out. We're on page 22 of the Rahim Direct, and I'm looking at lines 3 through 9, and I say 9 because 9 is the map, if I'm looking at that correctly. I'm going to read from the question from your pre-filed, the question and your answer. The question is, please provide a map of any east/west transmission lines in Oklahoma within 50 miles of the Kansas border that are under SPP control. So far, am I reading the question correctly?
Yes, correctly.
I'm going to take a break there and ask you, what does the phrase under SPP control mean?
Yep. To me, it means that it's under SPP tariff facilities that we have the obligation and responsibility to plan and operate for the full functions of SPP.
Well stated. Thank you. Now I'm going to read your answer, which begins on line 5 and runs through line 8. The narrative part of your answer says the functional control, pardon me, start again. SPP functional control east/west lines, comma, with callouts for east-west 345 kV lines within 50 miles of the KS/OK border, period. There are some smaller kV lines displayed, but they do not have kV levels above 200 kV, period. And then it goes on to describe aspects of the map. Did I correctly state your testimony?
Yes.
From page 22. Okay. Well, the map as I see it on my page is a little small, but I see references to, which I did have a microscope right now, to a Hitchford to Woodward 3 kVi. There's another one I can't really read. Yes. I don't have my Oklahoma East hat on today. 345 kV. Then there is a, it looks like Sumner to Woodring, 345 kV. And then there's a Sumner-Cleveland, 345 kV. Here's my question, and I'm going to just put it in a nutshell here and give you whatever latitude you need to answer it. Why could the Buffalo Flats to Delaware line not interconnect from the Garden Plain, Kansas interchange or substation by going due south and connecting with some of these other 345 kV lines and solve the problem by connecting on the Oklahoma side at a terminus in Delaware, Oklahoma.
Yes. So through our process, we get several project submissions through the integrated transmission plan. There were solutions submitted from that corridor going north to south and then west to east. As part of the decision that we have to make is what's the most cost-effective set of projects to address the needs for the region. Buffalo Flats to Delaware was selected above the other competing projects that ran north to south and then west to east due to cost and additional mileage for that 345 to essentially go straight south and then cut over to the east. It still needs the connection to the east to address the issues in southeast Kansas, southwest Missouri. So going straight north to south wouldn't address the Kansas and Missouri issues in the identified Elliott results.
Unless other extensions of the line were made.
Cost,
isn't that correct?
Yeah. Cost was primarily the reason that this path between substation A and B was selected.
Exactly. Now, I appreciate the fact that you were unable to hear the testimony that transpired yesterday. I get that through a scheduling conflict. Because we discussed at some length yesterday some environmental and other concerns that conceivably are serious trade-offs against cost. I mean, I'm going to be philosophical for one sentence here. Life is nothing but a series of trade-offs. We're constantly trading off, given the costs and the benefits, one alternative against another, one alternative against 10 alternatives. We're constantly doing this, okay? This is another circumstance, I think, where that applies. One thing that Kansas and Oklahoma don't share in common is the extent of the Flint Hills area in the two states. In Kansas, the Flint Hills area runs from the southern to nearly the northern border of the state, the width of the state. It appears to me that in Oklahoma, the far southern part of the Flint Hills area is, I'm ballparking here, it looks like it's about south of Ponca City. It's probably about 60 miles into Oklahoma. It doesn't come close to carrying the proportional, comparatively speaking, it doesn't come close to covering the same land mass that you'd find in Kansas. There are a number of environmental issues that could be avoided if this line went through Oklahoma. And maybe the trade-off is the cost. But our task here, and it's not an easy one, I mean, ours, the Corporation Commission's task here, is to balance all these interests and make a decision. And that's why I'm asking you these questions, because I think we have two utilities here that have notices to construct. Both are under the authority of the Southwest Power Pool. Both operate in conjunction with the directions you provide under the terms of the notices you have provided. But sometimes there may be variables that are in play that maybe haven't been as thoroughly, I'm speaking for myself, as thoroughly considered maybe in the SPP process as they could have been. I'm talking about environmental right now too. So could you address the extent to which environmental concerns are part of the SPP process in making the decisions between route A, point A or point B? Or is that more a matter left at the discretion of the states?
Yeah, so we, SPP does not have the authority or responsibility to route lines. So we are not privy to environmental concerns or challenges that occur. We do have several milestones through our planning process that can allow for qualitative feedback to consider in our upgrades and recommendations. But as a SPP function, that is not something that we have the authority to influence decisions on ourselves.
I appreciate the candor of that answer. I appreciate the candor of all your answers. You're very articulate and you've been very, I think, specific, fact specific in your responses. One other line of questioning, Mr. Rahim, and then I'm finished. I'm asking this, I think, more out of a point of curiosity, but as much out of an effort to try to understand the processes that work within the Southwest Power Pool in determining these routing issues. Because to me, one of our charges is to take a holistic approach here and take into consideration a whole lot of variables, some beyond the purview of what your function would require you to consider, including environmental. There are other ones too, but I won't elaborate, but environmental is a big one. So I'm going to ask this question just more out of curiosity than anything else. Is it fair for me, or if I'm overgeneralizing, correct me, that as we take a 30,000-foot view of the Branson overlay project and the three legs of that project, the three segments of that project, you've indicated that there were several areas that were underserved, including Southeast Kansas. But of all the areas that are that are underserved that we're seeking to remedy by this project, this Branson project, is Southwest Missouri the most critical of the lot?
So in terms of criticality,
Make that Southwest Missouri. I'm sorry.
I'm
Too many
sorry.
days.
I get them confused too. There's lots of quadrants of states that we're talking about.
Let's stay away from the boot hill. We're talking about Southwest Missouri. My apologies for that.
Yeah, the load shed did occur in Southwest Missouri. That is a critical item for reliability needs. But equally, there were voltage violations in Kansas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas, relatively close. So really, that load shed happened because the wind patterns kind of made that pinpointed area of the system very vulnerable to the point where it shed load. That same wind pattern could happen 2 years from now, just be slightly 10, 20 miles to the west, to the south, to the north, and have that same type of impact on those areas that had low voltage. And in that, it could have had a different result for load shed. So based on the wind patterns, the exact storm, the highest criticality was the load shed in Branson, but neighboring areas had substantial voltage issues. So that's the structural integrity of the rest of that transmission system.
That's a great answer. You're really good at this. You're good at your job. So basically, going back to an earlier question, so far as, I'm going to overgeneralize a bit, but you can correct that if you wish. So long as we have a connection between point A in Garden Plain and point B in Delaware that accomplishes the goals from Delaware, the SPP is, again, indifferent to the route.
Yes, that's correct. Now there are those provisions of cost. So if the route varies so much that it's going to add plus 20% or above, we will reevaluate that project to make sure it's still the most cost effective at addressing the needs that were identified.
I get it. Again, in terms of perspective, Once we reach the end of the line in Delaware, Oklahoma, what happens from there? Are there further anticipated line extensions up to, I think I know the answer, but I want you to answer it. Are there further line extensions from that point that will reach the underserved areas of Missouri, Arkansas, or Kansas?
Yes, there's two more extensions to that 345 overlay going into Monette into Branson. What that does is it creates electrical connectivity to support those underlying systems in Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, and Arkansas.
Is there another extension of this that goes south toward the Tulsa area?
Not out of this analysis for the winter storm assessment.
Okay. Okay. So given the fact that these lines are two-way, current can go either way, these electrons can go either way, even alternative routes to the ending point in Delaware could still remedy the underserved issues in Kansas and Arkansas as well as Missouri, could they not?
They could.
With the indulgence of my colleagues here, I'm going to ask you one more question because curiosity drives me to ask this question. A couple of years ago, the commission approved a line from near the Wolf Creek nuclear power plant to Wolf Creek to Blackberry. That was the line. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And the Blackberry terminus on that line, I think, is in Jasper County, Missouri. I believe that's where it is. There were many reasons, as I recall, for the construction of that line. One was to relieve congestion in northwest Kansas and to provide an outlet for some of that wind generated power to go to serve underserved areas. Again, the underserved area was southwest Missouri. Is that line, in your judgment, fulfilling today the purpose for which it was constructed?
Based on the conditions that project was evaluated, yes. That project was considered as a baseline assumption for the results that we produced out of this Winter Storm Elliott. So it was already included into the models, and these results are incremental to that line.
Now, that was a 345 kV line also, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Or is it not?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. If there were a need for, again, additional service into that southwest Missouri area, could that pathway not be used again?
That pathway could be used again. However, it may not address the needs of all of the results identified in this winter storm analysis.
Certainly as it bears on the Branson overlay, I get that, right? It wouldn't address those issues, certainly. Very well. Mr. Rahim, I'm most grateful for your indulgence of my questions. I think you've been an incredibly helpful witness here, and thank you for taking the time to do it. I have no further questions at this time.
All right. I don't believe I have any initial questions for Mr. Rahim. Do you have any, Commissioner Keither?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I this is more curiosity than anything. I was the ranking member on the House Utilities Committee when the storm hit here in Kansas. And so I heard I had a lot of phone calls while all those storms were going on. But what you can build all of these lines that you want to build, but what got my curiosity up was we had so much trouble with generation. So you can build all the lines you want, but if you can't move it, what good are they? I mean, I guess it's more of a statement than anything, but it's something to think about. I mean, we want to help our neighbors, no doubt, that's kind, but, you know, if you can't generate, move what you can't generate, I mean, it's a problem. I'm good. That's just a comment I had, because I'm.
Would you like to offer any responsive thoughts, Mr. Rahim?
Yes, so I would if you'd entertain them.
Yep.
There are resource adequacy, generation adequacy requirements that SPP has enforced and gotten approved. I got FERC approval. So there are performance obligations for those generation resources to abide by going forward. In addition to that, this line does help with that transfer capability, by unbottling those megawatts that could have served in either direction.
Well, thank you.
All right. Well, I believe we are ready. Let's see. We have been going for a little over an hour. Let me ask the witness, Mr. Rahim, do you need a break, or are you happy to continue moving on?
I am happy either way. I can keep going or take a break if you'd like.
Okay. Are you okay? Yeah. Okay, I think we're going to continue. We won't take a break yet. We're going to see if we can move through this witness. So Mr. Zakura with the landowner interveners, the witness is yours.
Everyone mark this down. I have my microphone on. Just need some procedure guidance from the commission. I have 3 exhibits to offer for Mr. Rahim and for the commission. I provided those to Ms. Starnes a couple of days ago, I guess, and she provided them to the witness. So the issue I have is, how would you like me to mark these?
Have we marked any landowner exhibits yet for hearing?
I don't believe so.
Let's just, as you introduce them, mark them as landowner hearing exhibit 1, 2, and did you say there are 3?
Yes.
Yeah, let's just identify them as landowner hearing exhibit 1, 2, and 3. I can hand them out. Number 1. Oh yeah, that is the item. Yeah, it looks like it's just pages from.
Back.
Okay. I'm going to do the best I can with the witnesses virtual.
And just
It's already in, he just put select pages, so that's what I was trying to clarify because some.
let's still mark it as landowner
I think
hearing exhibit number 1, but for everyone's clarity and for the witnesses' clarity, this is an excerpt from the 2024 ITP assessment report, which is attached to his testimony. And Mr. Zakura, as far as communicating with the witness, just make sure you speak clearly into the microphone because that's the only way he can hear you.
Mr. Rahim, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I can hear you.
That one's a test. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Incidentally, where are you? Are you in New Orleans or Little Rock?
I am back in Little Rock at the SPP campus.
Okay. What I would first like to discuss with you is what has been labeled Exhibit 1, which is the 2024 Integrated Transmission Planning Assessment. And it is the cover page plus page 116, 2 pages in all. Is that sufficient description for the commissioners? Do you have page 116 before you, sir?
From the ITP report, I can find it.
Yes, sir.
116.
And you can see why I did selected pages. It's quite lengthy.
Yes, I'm to 116 now.
Okay, let me just do a little more identification of the exhibit. It's titled SPP 2024 Integrated Transmission Planning Assessment Report. And it says version 1, published 1/24/2025, correct?
Correct.
And page 116, if I could turn that to you. Have you turned to that?
Yes, I
Would you
have.
go down to about the middle of the page, the Buffalo Flats line?
Buffalo Flats to Delaware.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And could you state the date that's out there for the need date?
Yes. In this version, it's 12/1/2028.
Would that indicate to you, sir, that there was not originally in the SPP planning, there was not an immediate date or an immediate need for the Buffalo Flats line?
In this version of the report, there was not. However, there was additional analysis performed to look into the needs associated with this line, and that date did change.
I don't mean to cut you off, but if you could answer the question and let me continue, but answer fully, certainly. On this need date, 12/1/2028, was that need date provided or suggested by the SPP staff?
In this version, it was provided by SPP staff.
Okay. And what does it indicate that the projected in-service date is?
In this version, it shows as November 12th of 2029.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, and if I'm correct on this, between the time that this report was presented and the later consideration of this matter, representatives of Evergy, Liberty, and the Springfield utilities petitioned the SPP for a different need date. Is that correct?
If I may respond, it was more than just those utilities that petitioned for additional examination on this in-service date or need date, need date.
Absolutely, you can fully respond. I should have been more clear. Representatives of Evergy, Liberty Utilities, and the city of Springfield submitted a letter and request for a changed need date. Would that be a correct statement?
That is a correct statement.
And by moving the need date from 2028, what was the change need date?
Based on the additional analysis, it was December of 2025.
And when it was changed from 2028 to 2025, did that affect the Order 1000 provisions at FERC?
The need date would fall within the three-year window for a reliability project with December 2025.
But prior to that, when the need date was 12/1/28, it was outside of the immediate need and would have had to be competitively bid. Is that correct?
It could have been competitively built. Yes.
It could have been or would be required to be.
So with the original date is your question?
Yes, of 12/1 of 28.
Yeah, it would have been.
Would have been required
Would have been required.
to be bid competitively.
Correct.
Okay. Now, let me you know what? I didn't move to admit this. I would move to admit Landowner Exhibit number 1.
I'm going to assume no objections since it's already in the record as an exhibit, so it will be admitted.
May I approach the commission?
Yes.
Next exhibit. Mr. Rahim, I presented to the court reporter and the commission an exhibit which I'm going to label as exhibit number 2. And I would ask you to turn to the 2024 Integrated Transmission Planning Report, beginning with page 121, please. And for the record, this is a 5-page exhibit.
I am on page 121 of the 2024 ITP report now.
Okay, and there's a map on here on page 121. And it is it's titled Branson 345 kV overlay. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that map that is on page 121 is considerably different than the map that is the proposed route in this case?
It is different.
Who prepared this map?
The map in the ITP report?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So SPP doesn't have the authority on routing. All we have the visibility and ability to do is to map lines between the 2 connection points. This map is not an indication of routing. SPP produced it.
SPP produced the map, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What is it supposed to represent?
It is a visual for what is needed between point A and B. It's not a routing indication.
Okay. Expand, if you would, please, on what is needed between point A and B, because this line goes a considerably different path than the preferred route. So how is it and what is it doing to meet the needs of identified by SPP with this map?
Yep. So this is just a visual reference. It's not a routing document. SPP does not have the authority or responsibility to route. It is simply illustrating where the connection is needed between point A being Buffalo Flats and point B being Delaware.
Why was this particular visual representation selected other than maybe 100 other kind of maps that could have done the same? Is there some reason or basis for this visual representation?
No, it's just to illustrate a connection between point A and B.
But you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that it could be any number of visual representations between A and B, correct?
Hypothetically, yes, it could be many different versions of this illustration.
Why was this particular illustration selected, if you know?
This is just mimicking a connection between point A and B, and under my review, it's probably the shortest distance between A and B is what it's illustrating.
So that's the point I was getting at. It is illustrating something, correct?
It's an illustration of a connection between point A and B.
And it's likely an illustration of the shortest distance between them.
It could be, yes.
It could be, or is it?
It could be. I didn't create the map from my visual inspection. That's what it may look like.
May I approach the commission?
All right.
I believe I labeled the second exhibit as Landowner Exhibit 2. I'd please like to move for the admission of Landowner Exhibit 2.
It's admitted.
Okay. Mr. Rahim, I have presented to the commission and the reporter what's been denominated as Landowner Exhibit 3. And the first page of this is SPP visit to Kansas legislature, March 2024. Do you have that before you?
You find it.
You sent this on.
You have a page reference or
It is 10 pages in length, labeled as Landowner Exhibit 3. And the first, it's selected pages. And the first page is the cover, and then page 3 is the next page.
Mr. Rahim, it appears to be a PowerPoint presentation.
If I'm remembering right, the chair was there that day.
It's labeled SPP visit to Kansas legislature, March 2024, and I believe your council may be resending it to you now.
Oh, I meant to mention, but I did not earlier, that each copy of the exhibit's been distributed to council.
Okay. While we're waiting, Mr. Zakura, do you have an estimate of about how much more examination you'll have for this witness?
10 minutes.
Very good.
Sunny, in your trial book, it should be under the tab in one of the first probably 10 items that says presentation. Look on your index page. Did you find it?
yep, found it. Thank you.
Okay.
What slide are we going to?
All right, it sounds like we are all squared away, so Mr. Zakura, you may proceed.
Okay, this is, do you have before you, Mr. Rahim, Landowner Exhibit number 3?
The presentation.
Yes, it's titled SPP Visit to Kansas Legislature, March 2024. Do you have that?
Yes.
The next page is paragraph 3, page 3, but I want you to turn to the next page, which is denominated as 7. Okay. Do you have that before you, sir?
Yes.
And did your counsel advise you, or do you know independently, this is a document prepared by SPP, correct?
That is.
Okay. Now, if you look at page 7 of SPP at the top right-hand corner, there is an item in blue. Do you see that?
In the map?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to read that to you and get your comment on it if I could. For the year 2023, SPP saw Kansas generation exceed load and transmission losses in the state by 13,050 gigawatt hours, generating 29% more than demand. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And can you tell me that if you know, in the years 24, 25, and so far in 26, does Kansas produce more electric energy than it uses in the state?
Under normal conditions, yes.
And let me ask you to turn to the next page, which is denominated as page 11. Do you see that, sir?
The daily 2023 notes,
Yes, sir.
yes.
And the first bullet point indicates, if I can read it to you, please, Kansas was a net exporter on 346 of 365 days of the year, 95% of the days. Do you see that?
Yes, for 2023, yes, that's correct.
And do you know if that is about the same percentage for 24 and 25?
I do not know if that's the same percent for 24 or 25.
Do you consider Kansas to be a major exporter on most of the days comparable to this 346 of 365?
Based on this data from 2023, yes.
Okay. Would that indicate to you that having import capacity is perhaps less important to Kansas than a number of other states in SPP?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Why do you say not necessarily?
This is a snapshot from a single annual calendar that did not include any kind of extreme conditions or scenarios that were evaluated in the ITP analysis. This is a single snapshot, so it's hard to draw a conclusion that this would hold true in other scenarios.
When you say other scenarios, what do you mean?
Other years, other weather conditions, other limitations that may occur.
Now, can you go to the next bullet point? The highest exporting days were typically in high wind, low load periods of spring. Would you indicate, or is it your knowledge that Kansas would be a large import or highest import days, export during those periods of time?
During that year, yes.
May I ask you, when wind is most available in Kansas, is it your opinion, based on your knowledge of the transmission system, that Kansas wind is exported to other states?
Some of it is under normal conditions.
Okay. When you say some of it is under normal conditions, about how much?
I don't have the breakout in front of me.
Okay. Do you have an estimate? Would it be 25%, 50%?
I do not have an estimate in front of me.
Okay. Do you know?
I do not know.
Right. Okay. Let me turn you, or ask you please to turn to the next page, which is page 17. This is 20, do you have that before you, sir?
Yes, is it the 23 imports and exports time and generation?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And do you see Kansas imports 11% of the time and exports 89% of the time?
Yes, for the calendar year of 2023.
And in the generation, Kansas exports 29% more generation, exports 29% more than it uses.
Yes, I see that.
And would you turn to Missouri? And is Missouri importing 96% of the time?
Based on the 23 data, yes.
And are they exporting only 4% of the time?
For this calendar year, yes.
And they're importing 35% more than they're generating. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I'd like you to just take a look at this page generally. Is there anybody on this page that exports more than Kansas?
Yes.
That exports more, the second column, export percent? Is there anyone higher than 89% on that list?
Oh, export percent, there's no
Yes.
one higher on the export percent. But if you talk about in terms of generation megawatts, the last column, there is another state higher.
Okay. And what state is that?
That's South Dakota.
Okay. Now, the next page, which is page 18, is titled 2024 ITP Analysis. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this was again presented to the Kansas legislature, correct?
Yes.
And there is a column in blue titled Congestion. Do you see that?
I see it.
Let me read it to you if I could and get your comments. The main trends across the SPP footprint are relative to increasing transmission congestion due to increased load growth along the increased renewable generation. This is not just observed in Kansas, but across the SPP footprint. For each ITP cycle, we solve all the observed needs on the system, so each cycle is unique and congestion could increase or decrease in a particular area depending on new and updated data. Then the last sentence says, for the 2024 ITP, less than 5% of all of the SPB needs are in Kansas. Do you see that?
I see it.
Would you explain to me what the last sentence means? For the 2024 ITP, less than 5% of all the SPP needs are in Kansas.
Yes.
Would you
Sure.
explain what that means?
Yeah. Relatively speaking, for the 14-state region, about 5% of the needs were resided in the state boundary of Kansas. Of those 5%, those are very critical to the extreme winter weather results, including the voltage issues in southeast Kansas.
Now, let me ask you. Although Kansas has 5% of the needs in the 2024 ITP, for those needs that are served with high voltage transmission of 345 kV, what would the Kansas load share be on payment?
For EHV, that's regionally funded through the SPP tariff FERC approved highway funding mechanism, which is load ratio share. That would be roughly around the 16% mark.
I believe that's all I have.
Are you requesting to admit landowner hearing exhibit number 3?
Thank you. I would please request that the commission admit landowner 3.
And is that document contained anywhere else, or is this the first time that document has been
I
introduced?
believe it's the first time.
No, the entire document's in Vance Freeman's cross answering, VF3.
Okay.
What?
So
I apologize.
Yes, that's correct. It's in his cross-answering testimony, Vance Freeman's exhibit, or VF3,
The entirety of it?
the entire report.
So it is in Vance Freeman's.
I was
Testimony.
considering asking you some more foundation questions, but if it's already in as an exhibit, then we will just go ahead and get it in as a hearing exhibit as well. So landowner hearing exhibit number 3 will be admitted.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Buck, do you have questions for Mr. Rahim? I am good. Thank you very much. Okay. We're going to check in with commissioners here to see if any follow-ups. It sounds like Commissioner Keen has one follow-up question.
Yes, I do. Mr. Haim, I think this is a chip shot question. We'll find out. Is it, and I'm trying to kind of cut to the chase here. I mean, butcher the vernacular of the trade. I don't do so in an effort to confuse, but is it your experience that executing or enabling SPP notices to construct occur routinely and frequently in Oklahoma?
I do not have stats to back up that statement with me or knowledge of that. What I can say is it's really transmission is really driven by areas of need. Those areas of need are going to be scenarios that we study through the study processes, such as winter weather analysis, like we studied, or it's due to load development, load growth. So areas that have pockets, Kansas City, Wichita, could be Oklahoma City, other parts of the region, those can drive NTCs. Those NTCs are then cost allocated based on the FERC approved highway byway cost allocation.
Let me ask the question a bit differently. I didn't intend it to be quite as complicated as I think you took it to be, or maybe as I ask it. Depending upon the need or the occurrence, does the SPP routinely issue notices to construct transmission lines in Oklahoma?
Routinely, could you define routinely? Just
Frequently, as the need arises.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Keither indicated she has no additional questions. I still have no questions for you, Mr. Rahim, but we do appreciate you being here. Ms. Starnes, do you have any redirect? Go for it. I almost released your witness early.
That's okay. I forgot to ask him who he's employed by and what his title is, so I thought we might correct that. Sonny, in my efforts to make sure that it was clear that you didn't, what information you had and didn't have at your disposal and that we could hear you, I neglected to ask you to please indicate for the record who your employer is.
Yes, I'm employed by Southwest Power Pool.
And what is your title?
My title is Director of System Planning,
And how long have you been employed with SPP?
going on 16 years.
Okay, so I have one quick question, just as a clarifying question for you. If you look at the 2024 ITP Assessment Report, page 121, it is figure 6.3, and this was in one of the exhibits that Mr. Zakora presented. It's a map. And there was some discussion about the marking of the line between Buffalo Flats and Delaware. Do you see that?
Yes.
So certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding generally when SPP is preparing maps like this and they are showing a line connecting 2 points, they simply draw a straight line between the 2 points. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the particular line indicated on this map has nothing to do with routing. It is simply a straight line across a map that shows the connection of the 2 interconnection points. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's generally how SPP prepares maps so that they are not indicating any particular routing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, now with that, Mr. Rahim, we will thank you for your testimony. Thank you for making the effort to be with us virtually today, and you may virtually step down.
Thank you.
Take care. All right. This is a good breaking spot for another quick break before we launch into the rest of our afternoon. So we are off the record. We're going to take a break for 5 minutes till 2:46. And when we come back, we will start with landowner witnesses. All right, if everyone will please find your seats. All right, Mr. Zakura, you may call your first witness. Or Mr. Smithyman.
Your Honor, the landowners would call Vance Freeman to the stand.
All right.
Mr. Freeman, while all parties have access to swear in.
I do.
Mr. Freeman, you've submitted testimony in this case, correct?
Yes, sir. I have.
And on what dates did you submit that testimony around?
Oh, I did so many, I can't remember. I have each affidavit
January-
here.
Okay.
Yeah.
January 29 and February 2, I want to say.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
that sounds right.
And you've had a chance to review that testimony prior to today?
Yes, sir. I have.
And do you have any changes to that testimony to make before these commissioners?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you believe that testimony is true, accurate, and correct as submitted?
I do.
Okay. Before I tender you, there are a couple of things that were not quite in there, not fully explored.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain your background a bit more?
Sure. Well, I'm a lawyer and I live in Longview, Texas. I'm an oil and gas lawyer and the president of a firm in Texas. It's based in Fort Worth. We have 28 oil and gas lawyers there. And my family has been in the ranching business in the Flint Hills since 2009. And so.
So you're a rancher with great experience in oil and gas law.
Yeah, that's correct. At least with respect to Texas. Our lawyers are licensed in Oklahoma and Texas, New Mexico, North Dakota, Arkansas. So.
And with that, Mr. Freeman, I'll tender you for cross-examination.
Thank you. We will begin with commissioner questions. Commissioner Keen, do you have any questions?
I do. Good afternoon, Mr. Freeman.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I do, before we get started, I just want to thank you, Commissioner Keen and Commissioner French and Commissioner Keither for the valuable work that you do for the state of Kansas. It's super important. And I know that it comes at no small personal sacrifice to be a civil servant. So I really do appreciate your love for the state and its people.
Thank you. I have one question for you, and I have one question for each of the other land interveners who wish to testify. And it's the same question. And my question is this. You can address this in any way you wish. What prompted you to intervene in this KCC docket?
Well, that's a great question. And I think, I didn't have it on my bingo card to be testifying in Topeka in March on a transmission line case. And I really didn't anticipate the amount of studying and learning about Kansas law, Kansas utility law, and this process until we got notice that this power line was going to cross over our ranch. We've got a cow-calf operation. We have about 600 pair. Our ranch is about just a little under 9,000 acres. And this power line is going to cross about 4 miles of pristine Flint Hills and tallgrass prairie on our ranch. And so when I got notice of that, I think I first reached out to my friend Bob Tyler back there, and anyway, and then got connected with Jim. And I was really surprised to find out that a project of this magnitude was now put out for public bid. And I understand why. I mean, I think I understand all of the motivations of the parties here. But that alarmed me. And then as this process has gone forward, I have been increasingly concerned that in the evidentiary record, I don't think that Evergy has met its evidentiary burden to show that the location, the siting of this line is reasonable and necessary because it hasn't taken into account the oil and gas industry along this line. And I think that the testimony yesterday was clear on that. Mr. Lovelace didn't even know that this was crossing over one oil and gas surface structure. And then also deficient in Evergy's rationale is any sort of consideration for the tallgrass prairie. And there seems to be a disregard for the governor's moratorium on wind power infrastructure through this region. And so based on that, and then I've just been trying to become a quick study on all this, Commissioner Keen, since that time. And yeah, I mean, I understand where SPP is coming from. I mean, their main top priority here is reliability. And I appreciate them for that. I mean, that makes perfect sense. There needs to be reliability, has to be addressed on this line. And in fact, Longview, Texas, I'm in the SPP. And because of that, I had power during Winter Storm Uri when most of my state didn't. And so I really appreciate that. That's their top priority. And I get that's where they're coming from. And I think I understand Evergy's top priority. You know, they're a publicly traded limited monopoly. So Mr. Ives, who testified, his top priority is to make a return for his shareholders. And he has a duty to maximize the profits that Evergy makes for its shareholders. And that makes sense. I understand that. And I understand that because Evergy was awarded this contract, the longer the line is in Kansas, the more money it makes. Each mile means more millions for Evergy. And they're behaving in their best interest. I understand that. I mean, if I were Evergy, I would try to get as much of this line in Kansas as I possibly could, because that means more money to Evergy. And so I think they have pretty clear motivations here, Commissioner Keen. And I think the KCC, their motivations are pretty clear. Your priorities are clear. I think that somebody has to look out for Kansas and the citizens of Kansas and balance the for-profit interest of Evergy with the concerns of the landowners that are in this room. And I think that's what you all are trying to do. And that's why I'm involved. I'm trying to protect the Flint Hills. I've heard some pretty erroneous testimony about that. I mean, I appreciate, Mr. Armfield, who says he loves the Flint Hills. He said that, you can just go out and throw some seed on the ground and grow this tallgrass prairie back. That's just not true. You can go to the NRCC website. You can't do that. After these prairies are disturbed, you can't graze them for 3 years because it's so sensitive to impact. And I was pretty surprised to hear Mr. Dunham, the environmental engineer, who's supposed to be, conducting a study about this. I think I appreciated his candor, but when he said, he doesn't think that the Flint Hills is an endangered ecosystem. Well, I think millions of Kansans would disagree with that. I certainly disagree with that. And so that's why I'm here. I'm trying to fight to protect that ecosystem, which is so valuable to the state. And along the way, I'm trying to make sure that the ratepayer in Kansas is protected. And if we can get this publicly bid, then I think that would be a huge win for the ratepayer. As you know, electricity costs, especially for rural people, it's like a regressive tax on them. They pay a higher proportion of their income on electricity costs. And right now, farmers and ranchers are in trouble in this country. And I think we should stand up for them. And that's why I'm here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. No further questions.
Commissioner Keith, any questions?
You run cattle, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're in the Flint Hills, so grazing is important to you.
Very important.
And so you feel this would make an impact on your ability to do your job with your cattle?
Oh, it absolutely will. This proposed route cuts natural prairie land a third off, and I understand, Mr. Ives. Everybody wants to say 150 feet, 150 feet. Well, the construction easement here is 600 feet, and if you add up 600 feet by 35 or 40 miles, that's over 4,000 acres that could be destroyed in the Flint Hills. And that's something that needed to be in consideration and in evidence before this came to you all, and it certainly will. When this line goes up, it's going to prevent me. We have a scourge in the Flint Hills. It's Sericea lesbidosa. It's an introduced species, and I know, Commissioner French, I know you're familiar with this. But that species was introduced back in the 1920s and 30s by engineers, okay, that thought they were doing the right thing at the right time. But what they needed to do was to wait and study that a little longer. But now it's a plague, and we have to control that by aerial spraying and burning. I'm in the grass business. That's really what I'm in. I'm trying to keep that tall grass prairie as close to when the buffalo grazed it as I can get it. And that means burning it and keeping out invasive species. And so, unfortunately, that means we have to spray for Sericea lesbidosa aerially. So now, with this line that's going right through the heart of the Flint Hills, people aren't going to be able to do that. They're not going to be able to spray these tall grass pastures aerially. So this is going to cause permanent harm to this ecosystem. There's no question. And we haven't been able to get into that. We don't have experts on that, but there's one guy that's sitting back there who works with NRCC, and he knows this stuff backwards and forwards, and he can tell you, and I could just go on and on. I love the tall grass prairie. I love it, and I want to protect it. And this will significantly impact the way that land is used in the tall grass prairie all the way along this line. And just, when people say, goodness gracious, you're talking 6 or 10 months here, guys, to make sure that these other competing interests are actually taken into account. All due respect to KCC staff, when I heard her say that all of the competing interests were taken into account here, that's just simply not true. If Mr. Buck hadn't intervened on behalf of oil and gas interests, that wouldn't be on the agenda. That is certainly a competing interest, and that can amount to a taking along these lines. I'm talking about something else I know, which is the oil and gas industry. Those things needed to be taken into consideration so you can make an educated decision on behalf of the citizens of Kansas. And the impact of this tallgrass prairie, that needed to be in the analysis beforehand so you can make an educated decision that's going to last for 40, 50, 60 years. And they don't want to take 6 months to make sure we do a thorough job here? I mean, this could cause permanent damage to one of the greatest assets that Kansas has. I mean, the tallgrass prairie is an amazing natural resource. For the United States, it is the largest carbon capture ecosystem in North America. And we're talking about taking thousands of acres out of that system for this line. Now, it may be the best place to put it. I don't know. I mean, Commissioner French, I don't, this is my only chance to say anything to you all. And I really appreciate it. I appreciate this time. I really, really do. I think I can speak for everybody that's in this room on the landowner side that based on the questioning and how you've ruled on objections and stuff, Commissioner French, it seems pretty clear which side of this issue you've already kind of come down on here. And the way you've tried to really take Evergy's word that, you know, we're going to fix all this on the back end. That's the impression that I've gotten sitting here listening to all this testimony. And I don't think that's because you're a bad person or you have any kind of ill will or any motives like that. Maybe it's just because you know Jim really well. I have a friend who's a federal judge now, and I get treated pretty harshly when I go in his courtroom, and he admits that it's just because we're friends. So maybe that's the reason. But I think everybody in here is wondering about that. And but Commissioner French, I know I've done my research on you, and I know you're a good person, and I know that you care deeply about Kansas and the people of Kansas, and I know that you care deeply about farmers, and I know you care about ranchers. And so I'm just asking you on behalf of all of these people in this room, maybe I'm begging you. You value these things. These are your values. The Flint Hills, you value that ecosystem. I know you do. Please, please consider our motion to recite this so that when you make a decision on this, that you 100% know that it is in accord with the things that you value. And I ask that for the entire panel. Please, someone has to look out for Kansas here. Evergy's not going to do it, and I understand why. Please, look out for us.
Commissioner Keither, any additional? Well, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your participation. You filed quite a few sets of testimony, and that takes time to prepare all of that. I'll also say if there's a silver lining to all this, you've added a new specialty to your law practice. And I'm probably the only person in the room that thinks this, but the world needs more energy and utility lawyers. I didn't think I had a question specifically. I've read all your testimony, but I recall you and pretty much every landowner that filed testimony had one specific Q&A that was notable to me, and you hit on it right there at the end. Could the proposed project be routed away from the Flint Hills ecosystem? And your answer was yes. Where would you route the line?
Well, I think that's above my pay grade to, but I mean, if we're going to hear people talking about reseeding and then I guess probably this line, and I have to give this analogy to one of the other landowners that's here. She said it perfectly. This line is like plugging an extension cord into wind power on one side of Wichita and then running that extension cord all the way through the Flint Hills and for 135 miles through Kansas, and then plugging the extension cord at the Oklahoma border. There is no takeoff points. There's no power sent into Kansas along this line. It is clear that this power is going to Oklahoma. So why not run it into Oklahoma where the power is going? Run it straight down. Run it straight down to Oklahoma. I mean, and I understand why Evergy doesn't want to do that, because that would dramatically decrease their profit. They're going to make 10.3% on $493 million. And if this is shorter, they make less money. So I understand why their testimony was, oh, we can't do that. And Mr. Lovelace, said he's never even built a project in Oklahoma. He started speculating about federal regulations and things like that. You don't have that information. You should have that information so you can make an educated decision.
So if I understand your answer right, your request is for the line to go straight south, skirt under the Flint Hills, and then go back up to the Delaware substation?
Yeah, I don't know if it has to go all the way under the Flint Hills in Oklahoma, because I don't think that I'm not sure you have the same public interest in protecting the Flint Hills as you do in Oklahoma. There's not a moratorium there. I think Governor Kelly's moratorium on wind infrastructure is absolutely crystal clear and on that. And so I don't know how the best way to go east and west. You could just go right underneath the Oklahoma border and run it straight across. But there is another way to site this. And I think that takes the burden primarily off of Kansans. And I think that's what you should be trying to do. You should be trying to find out, is there a way we can do this to not burden the oil and gas industry and to not cause permanent destruction to the Flint Hills? And I think it's perfectly, it seems right and proper that you guys ask for that information and try to get it. Now, look, we're talking a delay of 6 to 10 months. I'm just at the beginning of, I know that I have an appeal through the court system, et cetera. So there's not going to be a quick resolution to this one way or the other, but you might as well put the SBP and those folks back to work and get another site plan in the meantime, and use that time.
All right. I don't believe I have any more questions, so we will turn to Evergy. Do you have any questions of this witness? Southwest Power Pool? Commission staff? No? All right. Any redirect, Mr. Zakura? Or Mr. Smithy? Gosh. Very well. All right, Mr. Freeman, we thank you for your time. Thank you very much for your participation. You may step down.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Smithyman, you may call your next witness.
The landowners would call Mr. William Mueller to the stand.
Fair or firm, that's pretty much offered, should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Mueller, did you submit some testimony into this proceeding on or about January 25, 2026?
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you had the opportunity to review that testimony prior to today?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you have any changes to make to that testimony?
No changes, but some things I would like to add.
Okay.
The,
But you really aren't going to be able to do that quite yet. You may get a chance depending on the questions that are provided to you. But for now, we don't have that right.
it was touched on, but not explained is what I'm getting at.
And do you affirm that that testimony is true and accurate and correct to the best of your ability?
As far as it went, I do.
I tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right. Good afternoon. Commissioner Keen, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do. Good afternoon, Mr. Mueller.
Mr. Keen?
My question to you is the same one that I asked of Mr. Freeman, and I will ask of the other witnesses. Fairly open-ended. You may answer it any way you wish. What prompted you to intervene in this KCC docket?
I was prompted to intervene based upon my concern about what I perceived to be the effect of the proposed route on not only the Flint Hills grassland and ranchers therein, but also the farmland, which is predominantly west of the Walnut River in Cowley County, Sumner County, and even Sedgwick County. And specifically, it's all been touched on, but my big concern are the effects, the placing of these large towers in the farm ground. Now, they talk about micrositing as being able to alleviate a lot of those issues. However, when you're looking at the generally proposed route, is largely through the centers or the center portions of most of the fields. I know in our immediate area, we have in our farm, and they're coming right through the center of a lot of it. We have a 105 acre field immediately adjacent to a 480 acre field, which is immediately adjacent to a 200 and some odd acre field. Micrositing from the center of those, you can microsite either way of that center line of that 1,000-foot corridor, and you're still in the middle of that field with a large tower to have to farm around and deal with consistently. Also, we've talked about the compaction, and I know they say they will eliminate the compaction, but when we've heard about the size of these towers and the weight of the towers and all these concrete and everything that's going to be needed, as well as the large equipment that's going to be needed to erect the towers, you're going to have some terrible compaction just getting that done. And getting that compaction eliminated is going to be very, very difficult, if not impossible. And so in addition to the farmers having to farm around those towers, are going to have to deal with the loss of production caused by the compaction, especially since most of the farmers in our areas anymore, and I think also Sumner County and Sedgwick County, are largely doing no-tilling operations. And based on in a no-till operation, compaction is an issue at best. And dealing with it, if it gets aggravated, makes it even more so. As Mr. Freeman touched on, a lot of the farmers use aerial applications. Now, admittedly, the aerial applicators can do some applications with residential lines going across some fields, although we don't have many of those anymore, especially since at least most of the co-ops, and I know Sumner Cowley Electric Co-op do not put lines across fields anymore unless there is a road right immediately adjacent to it. So they don't go through the center. But if they do, those lines are only, well, they use 40-foot poles. And so put into the ground 6 feet. So you've got less than 40 feet to get over. These lines are going to be, 80 to 150 feet in the air. And as most everybody, as the commission chairman would know, aerial applications have to be pretty close to the ground to be effective. If you get very high, you lose their effectiveness. And as Mr. Freeman has indicated, the size of these lines is going to essentially eliminate aerial application in the fields where these lines operate. Another thing that does concern me some, and that is the in regard to the cattle operations. As most of you all know, I'm essentially retired anymore, but was for years involved in a cattle operation as well as farming. And while I know there are no definitive studies, because I've looked, showing the effect of strong electromagnetic fields on cows' reproductive processes, I'd also know that there's lots of information about it on the internet. And I know that a lot of cow-calf operators, like Mr. Freeman, are very concerned about the potential effect of these electric-magnetic fields on the production or reproductive process of their cows, especially when the lines are going right through the middle of the pastures. If they're along the edge of a pasture, it's still concerned, but a less degree than it is when it's going right through the middle of it. Again, I say I know there are no definitive studies that have really addressed this issue, but I do know that a lot of cow-calf producers are very concerned about that possibility. In fact, we've got a neighbor who's in it that said if this line goes through and going right through his pastures, he's going to change his operation from cow-calf to stocker, which is going to cost him a lot of money. But he's concerned about he could not afford to lose a total calf crop if that was to happen, and it's just going to necessitate him doing a change. The one thing that I had in my testimony, and we did that because that was done very quickly at the last minute, and that part got in there. And really, it's something that I know just affects a number of us individually, so it's really at the very bottom of the concerned list. But not only to me, but especially when we were at the public meeting in Sedan, I heard a number of other folks commenting on the same issue, and that is on our view field. And we've got another man I'm sure will testify here shortly, has a great issue on that too. But a lot of us have spent a lot of money to save and protect our fields, and also to locate our house where we're going to have a good view. Like with us, we're situated on a rise overlooking the valley, beyond which we thought when we undertook all this and spent a lot of money to acquire this to start with, this would be look forward to retirement where we've got a nice view here and a lovely place to live and a lovely place to visit. In fact, we even spent, I hate to use numbers, but $400,000 recently of our retirement funds to buy a piece of property that was going to be sold down there to protect it from a speculator out of Franklin, Tennessee, who was buying it for investment purposes, and who knows what he would put in there. So we basically bought it out from under him to save that property. Now to find out that likely we're going to have a large transmission line running right across it anyway. So again, I realize that's a very minor issue because it's just a personal sort of thing. But our primary issue is the impact on the potential farming operations wherever this line is going, the impact on the grass in the Flint Hills and the grasses in our pastures and meadows where we live.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Keither, any questions? I don't believe I have any questions either, but I do want to also extend my thank you for being here. Evergy, do you have any questions of this witness?
We do, just briefly.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mueller.
Yes.
Just briefly, I think in your response to Commissioner Keen, you mentioned that you had sort of put your testimony, your written testimony together pretty quickly, and there were some things you were adding today.
Yes.
Did I hear that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And I know a couple of the things you mentioned, one was like the impact of the electromagnetic field from these lines, the potential impact they could have on cattle.
That's correct.
Was that something you had in your written testimony?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Did you address that issue in your written testimony, sir?
No, I didn't.
And what about the concern you mentioned that the line might go down the center of your field? Was that in your written testimony?
I don't believe so.
And then I think at the end of your discussion, you mentioned the potential impact on the view. Was that something you had in your written testimony?
That part was, yes.
It was. Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Southwest Power Pool, any questions? KCC staff? Okay. Mr. Smithyman, any redirect? Okay. Well, again, we thank you for your testimony today and you may step down. Mr. Smithyman, you may call your next witness.
Landowners call Kevin McFarland to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Only third word part is testimony that's often established as true, but the truth is often.
Yes, I did.
Your full name, sir?
Kevin McFarland.
Mr. McFarland, have you previously submitted testimony in this proceeding for consideration by the commissioners?
Yes, sir.
Was that submitted on or about the 28th of January of this year?
Yes, sir.
Have you had the opportunity to review that testimony prior to taking the stand?
Yes, sir.
Are there any changes or alterations you believe you need to make to that testimony today?
Yes, potentially. I don't know. Let me think about, give me a second.
Let me ask it this way. Is it true, is what you said in those statements true, accurate, and correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It might have been said better or something, but
Yes, sir.
it's true, accurate, and correct. Very good. And just a bit on the background, your background. You're a rancher. You own the Magnolia Ranch, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have, I think, 6 original limestone structures on that ranch.
Yes, sir.
And they were built when?
They were built in 1883 and were listed on the Historical Society in 1973.
And we've submitted photographs of that for the view of everybody.
Yes, sir.
Today, correct? And also, I believe it's been mentioned that you were with Ranchland Management with the United States USDA.
Yes, sir. I worked for the USDA as a rangeland management specialist for the NRCS, writing grazing plans, seeding sheets, many of the things that were alluded to yesterday.
How long did you do that?
13 years.
Okay.
And then I moved on. I do that privately now as a private contractor. I still work with the Natural Resource Conservation Service, Kansas Grazing Lands Coalition, Kansas Association of Conservation Districts.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to listen to all the testimony that was submitted by the witnesses that preceded you, correct?
I believe I've heard and read everything, yes.
Okay. And you may well have some opinions on what has preceded your testimony.
Yes, sir.
With that, I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you. We will again start with commissioner questions. Commissioner Keen, do you have questions of
Yes,
this
thank,
witness?
thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. McFarland.
Good afternoon, Mr. King.
Thank you very much for being here. Same question to you as I've asked of those coming before you. What prompted you to intervene in this KCC docket?
Chair, if I may, I've, just from a purely legal perspective here, we have to make an objection. Just from, we have no opportunity to respond to what's going to be, seems like eight new live testimonies. I understand you can ask the questions and they can give their response, but we have to make the objection here.
Yes, I'll overrule the objection, but understood.
Yes, sir, please answer.
Okay. So I learned about the docket with or the project with the first letter that was given. I went to the meeting in Sedan and I went to the meeting in Winfield, and I voiced my concerns about the location of the line to my house and about the Flint Hills in general and the damage that I think it will do that will be irreparable. I voiced my concerns at the hearing the way I understood it to potentially be my best option. Shortly following that, and I voiced my concerns about other issues, community type issues. I voiced my concerns about the location of the hospital in relation to the line, the helicopter landing pad being within the 2-mile radius of the airport there in Winfield and the community aspects. But so I voiced those concerns, and then they rerouted the line. So at the beginning, the line was 1,850 feet from the proposed line was 1,850 feet south of my house. After I went and voiced my concern about my historical property, my home, the open space that it's going through, the valley, the line was then moved 600 feet from my house. So it was moved from 1,800 feet to within 600 or 650 feet south of my house. So at that point, I got a little bit more concerned and thought I needed to step up and maybe intervene to have my voice heard. Almost wondered if the system was being used against me. I voiced my concerns. It's moved closer to me. Kind of like speak up again and you might get browbeat a little bit. I don't know, but that was my concern. So I thought I would seek some help. So I called Mr. Zakura. I called the State Historical Preservation Office. I talked to the director there, Ms. Katrina Ringler. And I stated to Ms. Katrina Ringler my issue, and that they had moved it closer to my house. She made the comment that she has seen things like this before, where, in the event it is recognized being close to a historic property or something like that, the line or whatever it may be could be sited closer to that house. And the way I understood it, that this provides a buffer for if the line is sited, then if they can only move it 1,000 feet one way or the other, essentially they moved it over 1,000 feet closer. So essentially, by moving it closer to my house, worst case scenario, it gets put right back where it was. I think the basis for this moving of the line was for a house across the river that they were made aware of that is not a permanent residence, but it's a nice home nonetheless, but nobody lives there permanently. Also, in moving it closer to my house, they moved it closer to 2 other homes that are to the north across the river that were not previously impacted. Whereas if the line had potentially been moved south, there's only one house within, I think, 1.5 to 2 miles moving south. And so I kind of felt like the system was being used against me in the redirecting of the line closer to my house. And I don't know how else to say that other than it provides a buffer for Evergy in the event that the Historical Society, who is not a regulatory agency, decides to ask them to mitigate that, it gives them a little bit of leadway and some leverage there. So I made these comments. I stated all this in my testimony with Mr. Zakura. And then I read all the responses from Evergy and all the rebuttals from KCC staff. My site, my complaints were not addressed at all in regards to me. The only time it was addressed essentially for my home or for the Magnolia Ranch was by Mr. Owning. Sorry if I got your name wrong. And he stated that he thought that the commission should not impose any more rules or make any adjustments, that Evergy would have to follow state and federal permitting. And so he didn't think any further restrictions should be put upon them. My concern is that if the Historical Society is not a regulatory agency, and as she stated in her letter, they would have liked to have been in the planning process ahead of time before the line sighting. But, you know, should this line be sited the way it is, neither me nor the Historical Society have much protections, I guess I could say. So that was, you know, my home. The Magnolia Ranch is, you know, it's a historical site. It's 6 stone buildings that were built in 1883 by a Civil War colonel. It is an amazing piece of architectural feat. I mean, I want to say it's 45 feet tall. The home is. The barns are at least 35 feet tall. 2 big 2-story barns. There's a outhouse with a men and women's side. There's an ice house. There's a smokehouse. A lot of history there. We've had weddings. In the future, we've got a barn tour planned with the limestone bridge and barn tours. We've had weddings. We've had birthdays. We've had a lot of things out there because it's a very historic place. This line being 600 feet out my front door would drastically reduce the historic value of this property and take away from what it truly is. There is an 1887 historic atlas drawing that was put into the Historical Society is still there. It's a record of what the place looked like in 1887. And I believe I submitted that. And I've got a bigger picture back there if you would like to see it. But it shows a very clear depiction of my view shed and the view shed of that ranch looking to the south where this line is proposed to go. So it shows the historic view shed of the ranch. It shows the historic property. It shows much of the history. So that would, you know, my home, obviously my family was my first concern. My second concern was my community. The homework that was done by Evergy or the consideration given to the people of the county was, I can't see where it was even considered. The point where this line goes through Cowley County, it cuts through the heart of Cowley County. It cuts through the heart of our economic center in between the 2 towns where most of the growth happens in that county. It's within, and I don't know about the new proposed route. It looks like they moved it maybe a couple hundred feet. But at that point, it is within 1,000 to 1,200 feet of the hospital and the helicopter landing pad. It is within the 2-mile restriction zone, less than the 2-mile restriction zone of the Cowley County Airport. It is sited on land that is owned by the Legacy Foundation that was donated to Cowley County for the betterment of Cowley County and the health, so that they could potentially build more health facilities for the community in the future. Doctor's offices, clinics, things that our county needs. So this land was donated to the county for the betterment of the county. And this would dissect that land into, rendering it almost useless for that purpose. So then obviously my other concern is for the Flint Hills and the communities of the Flint Hills. Mr. Keene, you asked, what industries, we talked a lot about industry in Chautauqua County, oil and gas and cattle. I would almost say that in Chautauqua County, you would be hard pressed to find anybody that is not dependent on one of those industries. In fact, I would say in Cowley County, you'd be hard pressed to find any other industry. Cowley County is extremely unique. Chautauqua County is extremely unique. I spent 12 years working in 5 counties in the Southern Flint Hills as a rangeland management specialist. And I've since spent another 4 or 5 years working as a private consultant in that same area. NRCS recommendations generally, at least the ones I have to adhere to when I write my plans, require grazing on disturbed ground that has been replanted. So say disturbed pasture, a replanted crop field, whatever it may be, reseeded native grasses. Once that soil structure is broken, that community is broken. The native prairie is a makeup of over 300 different plants, and all those plants work together. You have deep-rooted dicots that feed nutrients that they get out of the bedrock all the way up to the ground level, and you have lots of grasses that feed carbohydrates, and you've got legumes that fix nitrogen that feed to this plant, and they trade through mycorrhizal fungi that lives in the soil. Once that is compacted, broken, you don't get it back. We've got over 1 million acres of CRP replanted grasslands in the state of Kansas that prove exactly that. USDA does not allow grazing on replanted CRP grasslands unless it's an emergency. Any replanted grasslands generally have a 3-year deferral from grazing on those areas and generally have an extended time of grazing plan, maintenance, and essentially monitoring for the next 5 to 10 years. Those grasslands took hundreds of thousands of years. That soil took hundreds of thousands of years to develop the way it is, to develop the community. You can't put it back once it's broken. The amount of ecosystem services that the tallgrass prairie provides to Kansas and Oklahoma are astronomical. They filter our water, our cleanest streams, our cleanest waters in the Flint Hills. Our biggest carbon sequestering landmass is the Flint Hills. Grassland birds that live in this area are one of the fastest declining species and are grassland birds are directly impacted by overhead cover, be it trees, power lines, barns, whatever it may be, overhead structure. And think prairie chickens, the tufted titmouse. There's plenty of little birds that I can't name that are going to be impacted by this. Migratory birds. I did contact one of my old colleagues at the Fish and Wildlife Service and asked if they were looking into this. They said that they had received a broad overview of a whole area, but nothing finite enough that they could actually do an investigation into an area. They could only give a broad overview of the effects it may have. But that kind of seems to be the trend. The Historical Society said they got a letter, but it was so broad they couldn't really review the area. But once the preferred route was selected, this was not continued on to ensure that it was in the best interest of the people of Kansas or being treated correctly, in my opinion. And I feel like some of this stuff should have been done before the application was submitted, in all honesty, to make sure that all these things were considered. So I would say those are the reasons that I decided to intervene in the docket. Concerns for my home, concerns for the historic value of my home, concerns for my community and the community in the Flint Hills as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland, for your testimony and your time. I have no further questions of Mr. McFarland.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keither?
Thank you.
I think I would have one additional question for you. Lean on some of your experience here with the ecology. And I'm going to apologize if this seems unfair, but I'm going to ask you an opinion question. I agree with a lot of what you've said about the difficulty of remediating these areas. You know, once they're disturbed, and the trade-offs we make there. You know, as I mentioned, I'm from a farming and ranching background. My family does no-till now, but used to be more conventional farming practices. We also have cow-calf on our rangeland. Both of those are pretty disturbing to the ecosystem. Extremely disturbing, probably for the farming. Oil and gas, very disturbing. You know, you've got the spot where you're drilling, but you've got a lot of heavy machinery going in and out. You've got byproducts of the activities there. Where do we draw the line on which activities that disturb the ecosystem are allowed and which are not allowed? Where do we draw that line?
Well, I think we have to put some values on those to be able to truly assess them. You know, this particular project, you know, so what makes the Flint Hills unique is the fact that it wasn't able to have a lot of those things that you talk about. Oil and gas is one of the industries that has prospered in the Flint Hills, but you know, the farming aspect and even some of the natural gas, you know, is not going on in some of those areas. You know, where we draw the line obviously is up to you guys. That's for you all to decide. And I don't envy that, but I guess my opinion would be a project of this scope that splits the Flint Hills corridor, a north and south running corridor, east to west for 133 or for 35 miles across the Flint Hills. With a 140 to 150 foot average, I'm assuming, don't know for sure, height that is contiguous, tied together contiguously. There's no break. There is no corridor for wildlife to get through. There is no, there's no break in this. I mean, you know, to have a project here or there is impactful on the Flint Hills. But when you have one that is a connective corridor, a new connective corridor that bisects a north-south corridor east to west with a 150 foot tall structure, I think that deserves a little bit more research to know truly what effect that is going to have If you look at that map that was presented earlier, that southern corridor of the Flint Hills doesn't have very many transmission lines in it. It's one of the last truly intact, non-fragmented pieces. That stretch that goes from Cambridge, Kansas down to Osage County, if you drive through there, it's one of the least fragmented stretches of the Flint Hills, if not the least fragmented stretches of the Flint Hills. Prairie chickens, many of our grassland birds, upland or greater prairie chickens, quail, many of those depend on open spaces, open corridors, low tree cover, no overhead cover. So, you know, I guess it begs the question, is this last remaining stretch of unfragmented land worth looking at and protecting? Evergy made the comment that they couldn't even get along that Oklahoma-Kansas line because there wasn't enough access. And the reason there's no access is because it's wide open grasslands. There's less fragmentation in those areas, and there's more conservation in those areas. So
I appreciate the answer, and remember you from the public hearing, and I appreciated hearing, reading about your historic property. So thank you very much for all your testimony.
thank you, commissioners.
Evergy, any questions for this witness? You know, it's been a long day when our microphones have run out of juice. Everybody's going to have to move to the podium to ask questions.
We just want to renew the objection and to not interrupt anymore for each witness. It's, live testimony. We've been deprived of any opportunity to respond to it. And so I understand the overruling, but we have to continue the objection.
Your continuing objection is noted for each of the, I presume, landowner witnesses.
And no cross-examination.
Okay. Southwest Power Pool, KCC staff. Any redirect, Mr. Smithyman?
All testifying in cross-examination.
Please make sure to speak into the microphone.
Okay. In cross-examination questions, you mentioned a drawing that had been submitted to the National Registry of Historic Places, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is this the photograph? Is this what was submitted to them?
Yes, sir. That is a copy of the 1887 Atlas drawing of Magnolia Ranch.
And that's the way your ranch looked in that year?
Yep. You can count people, hogs, chickens. It's pretty neat.
We're not going to make this an exhibit, but I would for Mr. Furnick, I would like to submit this to each of you just to take a look at what hangs in the National Registry. And with that, I have no further redirect.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McFarling, you may step down. You are dismissed. Thank you very much. Mr. Smithyman, you might call your next witness.
The landowners would next call on Robert Tyler.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about the offer of this caution will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Tyler, what is your full name, sir?
Robert Tyler.
And did you submit testimony for consideration of the commissioners in this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Was that on or around January 29, 2025?
Yes.
And have you reviewed that testimony before taking the stand?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to make? Yes, changes, okay.
yes.
What changes do you need to address?
I believe that, let's see. Maybe not. I submitted that for Spring Hill Farm
Yes,
LLC, that I'm the operator.
yes,
And I owned personally, because I bought them at a different time, another 66 acres along the Walnut River and another 160 acres to the south of the original proposed line. And I've made those part of Spring Hill Farm.
okay. So your farm's a bit bigger than it was at the time you submitted the testimony?
Essentially, it's the same, but
Yes.
it's technically, it's different. Now this line, before it bisected, it was at the south end of Spring Hill Farm. And then when the original line came out, Craig Hill is who's the person. The original line went within 127 feet of his house.
We don't want to get into these details
Okay.
yet. Okay. Let me just ask you, with what you submitted on January 29,
Yeah.
true, accurate, and correct,
Yes,
do you adopt that as your testimony today? With the
Yes.
additions we're going to talk about.
Okay, yes.
You've talked about that. And to give you a bit of background, with the new purchases, how many acres do you now own as part of Spring Hill Ranch?
it's probably around 1,300, but it consists of 2.5 miles, approximately 2.5 miles of contiguous land along the Walnut River.
Okay.
I mean, but it
Yes.
probably spans 3.5 miles total north to south.
Okay. Very good. I would tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Keen, Commissioner Keen, would you care to go first?
Yes, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Towner.
How are you?
I'm good. Yourself?
Fine.
Thank you very much for being here. I'm going to ask of you the same question I've asked of the other witnesses. What prompted you to intervene in this KCC docket?
What prompted me more than anything is the same thing I think most people did, that the land crossed my farm in a detrimental manner. And I went to the first meetings that we had where they had like 5 different proposals and looked at those. And actually I owned a piece of land off of 77 that there's a blacktop road going over to Winfield City Lake. I own a quarter section up there. And I really wouldn't have minded if it had been either on that property or across the road from that property. But this just cuts right through the farm. And after it was moved, which the way it was moved, I wasn't in town to go to the meeting at Southwestern. I was out of town. And I think it was Craig Hill called me, who's the person that had the land within his house within 127 feet. And he went to the pre-meeting, and he can be intimidating. And he said he told this guy that he was gonna not worry about it, they're gonna move the line anyway. That was before the meeting when you all were in Winfield, which I wasn't there, because when I talked to Kevin after the meeting, he said there was no mention of that. And my farm is probably, and I'm just not me saying this, there's other land that's sold in the county
And it's realistically, if probably valued at 7,000 an acre. But if it's not contiguous and this line goes through and cuts off the bottom half, even though technically it is contiguous, that land is cut in half. And so like 400 acres, it's only worth about 3,500 an acre. And so there's some incentive for me to purchase land if when I put it in with mine, it becomes more valuable. But that piece of my property, it basically devalues it by $1.8 million. But also the enjoyment I get out of owning that land is the view that I have from these bluffs along the river. And in Cowley County, if you go up Cowley 1, and as you're 3 miles north on Cowley 1 off of 166, the road just goes up, straight up like that, and over and down. And that's where this land is. Some of it's 200 feet above the river. And I have a really good view, like of Kevin's farm across the river and Bill Mueller. And it's probably hard for people, unless you're a rural landowner. But in this situation, these Bill and Kevin are more my neighbors than the people that live like where I live in Winfield on the golf course with about another 40 other homes. I don't know those neighbors, most of them. But so I know how this affects Kevin, even though it's not on his land. But he has a daughter with health problems that he probably may not want to take the risk of living there. And Bill's family has owned land. He has 2 farms that are like 100-year farms. So he owns quite a bit of land. On our side, on his side of the river, he has quite a bit of land kind of on the north. And there's a big bow in the river, like it just goes like that. And when Bill looks down to the river and Kevin looks out his house and I get on the bluff and look down, we can't see any power lines. You know, and I think Dwight made the comment, we make choices with things. And I really believe that if you looked at southeast Kansas and southwest Missouri, and you said, here's $1 billion, how do you want to spend it? It wouldn't be constructing this line. So, and then that gets into the other thing that really bothers me, even if this is approved, 2 things really bother me, I guess. One is the 1,000-foot, they can move it. And it's like if it had to go through there, I think if we had more leeway, like it's almost
maybe 5/8 of a mile farther south on my property. It could still be on my property. And there's some mitigation that could be done at Bill Mueller's instead of being in front of the house. Like the first line came right in front of his house. And then it was moved to it where it was on the side. And that didn't do anything for him that much and was more negative to Kevin. But Bill owns land, west of his house, and he owns land south of his house. And like Bill and I probably, and he mentioned that he bought this one farm, and the farm I just recently bought was 160 acres that I, paid at $500,000 for a year ago. So somebody else wouldn't come in there and, put a trailer house in or. So I think if there was more room, that would be a possibility. But if you can only move it 1,000 feet, I don't think it does that much.
Commissioner Keith, are any questions? I think I would like to follow up with you on that issue. I assume you're talking about the 1,000 feet to kind of give leeway for micrositing.
Right.
And the concern that may not be enough. Have you, or through your legal counsel, had conversations with either Evergy or the KCC staff about pursuing any alternatives that would be more material like that?
As far as I know, I've never been contacted by him.
Has your counsel reached out to them to request that?
No.
Okay. Okay.
I probably at this point haven't volunteered that. It's like I think a lot has been putting into either a reroute or not building the line. The other concern I have is about I don't believe it's fair to landowners, which everybody on this line is a landowner, to have a lease with a one-time payment that goes into perpetuity. The land in the area, probably since 1990 or just before that, some of that land was worth, well, I know one farm was bought in the 1980s that adjoined mine for $250 an acre. And it probably would sell for $3,500, 20 some years later. And you don't, as a farmer, I'm not a farmer, but as a landowner, I lease land for grazing and I lease land for farming. And I get a payment every year. And Evergy, this line is going to cost I think they're going to cost $4 million a mile build. It's $500 million for 133 miles. So each mile costs $4 million. And if they get a 10% return on that, is that 400,000? 400,000. And maybe it's only 300,000, I don't know, but that's per year. And usually as a leasing something, I would expect to share in that profit, possibly, maybe I would get 30%. But I feel like the way it's done, in a way, a simple example would be, if you had an acre of ground and it was worth $43,000, there's 43,000 square feet, and you had your house on your acre of ground, and somebody wanted to come in and lease a 10 by 20 foot area, that's $1 a square foot, and that would be 200 square feet. They give you $200, and the next year they come and park a junk truck in your front yard and leave it there the rest of your life. And I feel like that's what's happening. And it bothers me that I feel like there's no real benefit to Kansas because there's nobody getting power in this area. Like I get my power from Sumner, Cowley, and I have I get 7 bills every month, and it usually probably averages $700 a month. But I don't get the same bill in perpetuity. I don't know what my bill is going to be 10 years from now. But I don't know why Kansas, I feel like they're throwing their landowners under the bus with this project. It's not fair. It's not the same as it was 50 years ago when we were trying to get power to everybody. Interest rates, the return on investment, might have been where it was because interest rates used to be higher and then they got low, and now it's a real attractive. So I would, if I could get that kind of return on money, I would borrow $500 million myself. And that's kind of, I guess, why I'm here.
All right, thank you very much. I don't have any additional questions. Let's see. Evergy, do you have questions? Southwest Power Pool is not in the room. KCC staff, any redirect, Mr. Smithyman? No? All right, thank you very much for your testimony. You may step down. All right, before you call your next witness, I just want to note it is 4:09. I think we have all come to the conclusion that we are not going to get to every witness today. And so we're going to try to do a couple more, probably ending a little before 5 o'clock today. I'm just going to tell you the discussions the commission has had on procedure. Our tentative plan right now is to set an additional day for our final witnesses. And we're looking at next Monday at 9 a.m. and we would make it virtual. So we would not be here in this room. Everybody would be able to attend via Zoom. So I just wanted to share that early so you all can start looking at your schedules, looking at your witness schedules to see what you need to coordinate. I think it'll probably mostly be staff's witnesses going that day. That is the tentative plan. I will let you all look at schedules, and probably we'll be coordinating with our general counsel attorneys tomorrow and through the weekend if we have to get that set up. But that is the tentative plan. So with that, Mr. Smithyman, if you would like to call your next witness.
Our next witness would be Mr. James Brandstetter. And as you'll soon learn, he is testifying. He is going to sponsor the testimony of his mother, who is unable to attend and is over 80 years old. Would you swear in the witness?
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about the offerings, caution, truth, all truth, and nothing but truth.
What is your full name, sir?
James Brandstetter.
And are you the James Brandstetter that filed a joint motion to intervene with Cheryl Carey?
Yes, I am.
And is that your mother?
It's actually my mother-in-law.
Okay. And the two of you have interests in a trust that your mother-in-law has generated, correct?
It is, it's my mother-in-law's trust. I manage the farm as they are quite elderly.
Okay. Have you had an
If you could please
opportunity?
just lean forward into your mic a little or pull it toward you.
Got
Just to make sure we pick you up. Thank you.
Thank you.
You said you manage the farm on behalf of the trust?
That is correct.
Okay. Have you reviewed the testimony that she provided to the Kansas Corporation Commission?
I have.
Does it appear to you to be true, accurate, and correct?
It does.
Okay. And I guess finally, you managed the trust, and that trust owns Century Farms?
The trust is a Century Farm. It's not listed as
Okay.
that in any of the titles.
How long has it been in business?
It's been in production for 138 years.
And how many generations of your family or extended family have participated in that?
My children will be the 7th generation.
And approximately how many acres it is owned by Century?
550.
I tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right. We will begin again with commissioner questions. Commissioner Keen, I'll let you go first.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brandstetter.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Same question for you as for the others, open-ended. What prompted you to intervene in this KCC docket?
When we first got the letter from Evergy about the line coming through the property, we went to the meeting in Winfield. And I was very quickly informed by one of the staffs that they had eminent domain. And at that point, I started looking closer. There was also a request from Evergy to identify any type of reasons based on archaeological, cultural, anything that might help them in deciding the final routing. At that time, there were 3 proposed routes. We were on the southern leg. So I did put together some things that are unique to that area of Cowley County. I did mention the McFarland's home and the Magnolia as it was built in the 1880s. I also brought the native site Etzanoa to their attention. Just south of where that line was coming in, Etzanoa's boundary lines of what is known today is shown. That was also provided in a testimony that I did provide in addition to the one from the Cheryl Carey Trust, and that was provided back on August 10th. And the KCC was included on that. There's some additional stuff with Etzanoa. You know, that outline is kind of laid out by where they've looked today. If you were to go upriver, there's considerable surface finds up there all the way through McFarland's ground as well. So it's not definitive of, you know, that's the only boundary that we're outside of that, even by where the line's going today. I think they would be going through it and it would need further study coming across to, especially where they cross the river at. The third item that I brought up was that we were a farm, you know, just like everybody else that they're coming across as a farm. And so we highlighted areas of, you know, impact of burning pasture, not being able to run an electric fence up underneath this line. just different odds and ends. We did even note on there that, this ground has pre-existing leases, with mineral gas and cattle production as well. And to some extent, that we are in the Flint Hills Prairie, beautiful vista that we're going to be impacting. And that's why I'm here today.
I'm sorry.
Good question.
Microphone. Thank you for your.
Time and your testimony. And I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keither, any questions? I don't believe I have any questions. I've reviewed your testimony. I appreciate you being here to share with us. So thank you very much. Evergy, any questions for this witness? Southwest Power Pool, KCC staff, any redirect necessary?
No.
Okay. Okay. Again, we thank you for your time and you may step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Smithyman, you may call your next witness.
I didn't hear what you said.
I asked if the witness was here, and he is. Sean McIntyre.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about offering this cause should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
What is your full name, sir?
Sean Philip McIntyre.
And have you intervened in this matter? Have you submitted testimony in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review that testimony?
Yes,
that
sir.
was submitted? Is it true, accurate, and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And does it addresses your Crown Ranch and the 500 head of cattle that you own, correct?
Yes, plus the farm ground.
Okay. And that's about 750 acres.
Hmm?
About 750 acres.
No, the ranch is over 3,000, but the line's splitting off about 750 to.
I tender the witness, Your Honor.
Commissioner Keen, questions?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. McIntyre.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate you taking the time. Same question to you that I've asked of the others. What prompted you to intervene in this KCC docket?
Probably all the unknowns. I mean, we got in a way blindsided. It just all of a sudden showed up. I think we signed for it on, I can't remember, December 20th or something like that. I mean, it's kind of a family place. We just got done working calves. The whole family comes. I've got kids in college, so they all come back. We work cows, just enjoy our time. And then we went to Colorado for Christmas and this showed up. So, everything went from great family time to here this was. And then everything's so vague. I mean, they say they're going to do this, but now all of a sudden it's a 600-foot easement for construction. Never seen that in anything. We were told 180 foot. And then we get just everything's so vague. You can't, we're pretty much getting told they're going to run this thing through with your guys' permission, all these things, but all we get is a line. You can contact Evergy and we'll get back to you within 24 hours. We don't work on a 24-hour notice. We have things that need to be handled. They need to be handled. And then you talk about the Flint Hills. We try to burn every other year. We try to aerial spray on the off years of burning to try to take care of the pastures. It's not just the sericea, it's the Johnson grass that the farmers and ranchers didn't bring in, the highways brought in, the railroads brought in. And yeah, they thought they were doing the right thing at the time, but they weren't. And now it's really, there's all these unknowns. We don't have no answers to anything. And everybody keeps saying that's in the easement agreement. Well, we're already up against a road. So we either got to choose to go eminent domain and lose everything, or our way of life, or, do this. And we're still sitting here with, there's nothing. We don't have no agreements to go by. We don't have any guidelines. Like, everybody's land's different to them, what it means to them. And I understand the power grid's important. The US is aged. That's definitely a concern. But in my testimony, I did say that, if we could move it to the west side of the ranch, it wouldn't impede the ranch activities with rotational grazing as significantly, and after the testimony, the new line sighting got put in, and it's actually worse. They went to the east, not to the west. So it actually broke more of the ranch out. So yeah, we're forced to go with lawyers, and we're forced to go down this road. And maybe if there was a little transparency, maybe some of these questions could be answered, but now it's to the point of, why would I trust them? I don't feel like anything's getting addressed. I feel like it's just, they're putting it in your lap, and it's your lap to decide with no information, with none of the impact studies or all these other things, and everybody's testified to the ecological effects, but what about the safety of my family? My granddaughter runs up and down that road, and I know they want to use that road. Are they vetting their contractors? So they got the right just to bring in a bunch of, ex-criminals. Maybe they're better, maybe they're not, but we don't have no say in that. That's in the easement agreement. So I keep getting pushed down that we're supposed to make agreements with somebody we don't know, and all on a handshake agreement. This isn't, the handshake thing was unfortunately a time ago when you could trust somebody and look at them. These guys are out here to make money just like we're trying to make a living. And if I can't rotate my cows, I can go down from 500 mama cows to maybe being able to only run 250. We have done our research with the NRCS and with other grazing authorities, and the grazing changes. When we turn out in early May, we rotate them every day. And then as the grass takes off, as the temp starts holding above 50 at night, the grass starts growing, and then we can extend them into the paddocks for 2 days and so forth. And pretty soon we get around, grass is taken off, the cows aren't eating it down, we're getting rest, and now we're at 4 days to 5 days. And I don't know how this is going to affect us. We don't. And there's no answers. They say they come in and they do this, but what 2-3 months are you shutting it down for? Are you doing that in May, June, July? So now I'm going to have 20 cattle pot loads of cows that need to go to a feedlot because I can't run them on my ranch. And then there's the feed cost. There's just so many things I wished I had answers, and now we start talking about the future, or like, how do we project ahead? It's already tough enough with the markets, with the farm ground, with cows. Right now cows are great, but if this comes into effect, I could go buy 100 heifers, and next thing you know, they come in the next year and I got to drop my cow numbers. Now I'm upside down. I mean, I feel like my hands are tied. I can't try to facilitate growing the business with that sitting out there. But it's, you know, it's hard not to make hay when the sun shines at the same time. But so, I mean, really, it's the unknowns that I got. I mean, and there's nobody can give us answers. And I mean, you know, it bugs me as I did put in my testimony about seeing if we could move the transmission line. And just got completely ignored. I mean, that's my feeling. Whether that's right or not, I don't know.
Mr. McIntyre, which county is your farm in?
It's in Cowley County.
Again, I thank you for your time and your testimony. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Keither? Well, I actually had flagged to talk to you about your grazing operation, but your answer there pretty well. I was going to ask you what your coordination has been with Evergy, whether they've been willing to coordinate. It sounds like that's not really happened so far.
I haven't ever been contacted by them. I can't answer if council has.
Okay. That's fine. Okay, well, I do appreciate your testimony and the additional testimony you've given today.
Thank you.
Hold on just a second. Just got to make sure nobody else has a question for you. Evergy, any cross-examination? SPP, KCC staff, any redirect, Mr. Smithyman? Okay, well, you were correct in standing up. You are dismissed. Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see, we're at 4:28. Let's try to get one more in. So go ahead.
We only have two more, just so you know. I may stand
I've got
corrected.
three. Noel Richardson, that's right. You're combining two and then
Correct.
you tricked me. All right. Very well. Please proceed.
She'll swear you. What is your full name?
Noel Richardson.
And Jenna Richardson has submitted some direct testimony. Are you related?
Yes, she is my daughter.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to review that testimony?
Yes.
Is it true, accurate, and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And by the way, what county do you have a farm?
Yeah, a ranch.
A ranch?
Yes.
In what county?
Cowley.
How many acres is it?
We own around 1,000 acres.
And do you have cattle on the ranch?
Yes.
How many? Roughly.
Good golly. We're right at about 100 right now, mamas and babies.
I tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Keen.
Good afternoon, Ms. Richardson.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate you taking the time to be here.
Sure.
Same question to you as I've asked of others. What prompted you to intervene in this KCC docket?
Well, I'm intervening. My family is a legacy ranch. They've been in the area for over 150 years. My father's no longer with us, but he encouraged and mentored me that I was a steward. And that stewardship was for the grass in Kansas and for my community. So with knowledge of this running through areas that are near and dear to my heart and areas that I am to steward, I decided I had no choice but to step up and let people know. And I felt this is where I should go because it's not that I feel I don't feel it belongs where it is. I'm not willing to talk about moving it and citing it because I'm here to steward for my community. And if I steward for myself, it affects these people in this room. And I just can't do that. So this is the first step, and here we are. I guess, so that's a portion of it. Another portion is my daughter wants to be in this space. She's at K-State now getting her ag business degree. The acreage it's crossing is land that has not been in that 150 years. It's land that she and I together purchased to be women in ranching, with the hope that she will obviously have to have a job to support herself until she can do this. But her home would be on this land, not exaggerating, right where it's proposed. So she and I decided we have to be here. As far as our community, the thing that hit me hard too is there was a family that chose to donate their land to our community for our health. And I'm not sure the exact acreage there, but the line will run through it and there won't be that option. And I think that's wrong because that family valued our community and our health and gave that to us, and it'll be taken away. So those are my key points.
All right. I'm sorry if I missed it before Mr. Smithyman mentioned it. My apologies.
It's been a long
Yeah.
day.
Which county is your land in?
Cowley.
Cowley. Again, thank you for your time and testimony. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Keither? Okay. I also do not have any questions, but thank you very much for taking the time to prepare testimony and for being here today.
Sure.
Are there any questions from Evergy, SPP, KCC staff, and no redirect necessary? Correct. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're
You
welcome.
may step down. And Mr. Smithyman, you may call your last witness.
The landowners call Mary Buffo. What is your full name?
My name is Mary Buffo.
And have you submitted testimony for consideration by the Kansas Corporation Commission?
Yes,
Have you, you did that back in January, correct?
yes,
Have you reviewed that testimony?
yes, I have.
Is it true, accurate, and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And before I leave you, you are a cattle rancher?
No, I own property and lease to,
A cattle rancher?
yes.
Okay. In what county is that property?
I am the last county in Sumner County before it crosses over into Cowley.
Okay. And about how much acreage do you have?
It's a quarter section. It is listed as 156.4 because there's a little over 3 acres that have been in the Midland Valley Railroad easement in perpetuity. So we know how that works.
I understand. I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. We'll begin with Commissioner Keen again.
Good afternoon, Ms. Beth.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for your time and for being here to come here from Sumner County. It's nice to have you here. Same question to you. I've asked of the others. What prompted you to intervene in this KCC docket?
I actually live north of Keachai, Kansas. So I'm in Sedgwick County, but the quarter section that we're talking about today is what I call my legacy farm. It was left to me by my family. I am the second generation. My grandson will be the 4th generation. And it is, while not included in that map of the tallgrass prairie, it is definitely natural tallgrass prairie. There's not a lot of that in Sumner County because Sumner County is known as the wheat county. So it's kind of unusual in that it's a large area of uncultivated native prairie. And the grasses this last year did get well over 6 feet tall. We have a 3rd generation of family farming connection with the young man who runs about 20 cow-calf pairs, Red Angus, on our property. It is full of not only the native grasses, but there's some timber. There are ponds and a stream, as well as the Midland Valley Railroad easement. There is also a wetland area on this property on the north end. So just giving you a little quick background, I grew up across the river from this property in Cowley County. Storybook, married the guy that took you to your senior prom, grew up on a farm, 1979 FFA sweetheart in Arkansas City. And so I've always been involved in agriculture. And about 3 decades ago, as a stay-at-home mom, I decided I could not stomach the daytime soap operas, and I developed my own market garden. Being a stay-at-home mom, I, really didn't have a lot of time or availability to go to school, so I connected with the Kansas Rural Center, and I learned a lot there. I ended up developing what started as a market gardening for organic vegetables and stuff, turned into 3 decades of being Wichita's cut flower lady. And just 2 years ago have retired from that. I still do a smaller farmer's market and hit about 3 special florists that I maintain contact with. And will continue to do that even on a smaller scale this year. I mentioned the KRC because it was so integral in who I turned out to be, my views, my letter writing campaigns on farm bills. I actually had a letter from Bob Dole. And I thought that was kind of cool because I do participate. And so part of the reason I'm here is because just like the previous lady said, we're here to steward. That has been ingrained in me. And I know it's been ingrained in you because your mom and dad really had a lot to do with where I'm coming from and what I learned from the KSC or KRC. My biggest concern in this 160 acres, which is a very small piece of ground compared to what the other farmers and ranchers have. If Evergy would have come to me and said, you let us put poles on your land, you can have unlimited lifetime electricity, I would still say no. Because while we do plan to have a little family compound down there, it will be off the grid. The wetland. Mr. Robin in the back has a snapshot that I shared with him that shows basically the area of the property, which is in green. And then there's a little blue portion at the very top, and that is the wetland I'm most concerned about. Now, you'll notice that this is a drawing from the late 1800s. At one point, Gouda Springs was going to be the next Eureka Springs, and there were 7 different distinct mineral streams that were identified there. So sometime in the 70s, my dad was able to buy this quarter section. And the circles there on the left-hand side, those circles are still visible from Google Earth. So while it was not developed, they had started. But the reason I brought this was to show the wetland area. In 2008, Mr. Ryan Waters from the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks came out and did a study. And I was pleased to know that even after 18 years, he's still there in Pratt. And I called him and he said, yes, I remember that property. He goes, I could get in my car and drive to it today. So it is special. It was even special to him that he remembered it all this time. There was nothing rare or endangered there, but it is a very unique and sensitive area, low-lying area of the property, and we are approximately 4 miles south and east of the Slate Valley wetland area there in Sumner County. So it's just a continuation of where the water goes on its way to the river. I'm most concerned about that. I don't think it's even traversable without tearing it up completely. There would be no bringing that back. And that, if you notice, that is on the north end of the property, and that is exactly where the transmission line is to go, is along the north end of that property.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate your being here this afternoon. I have no further questions of Ms. Buff.
Commissioner Keither?
Thank you for coming. I'm glad you elaborated on the wetlands. That was going to be my question. Do you have any activity with birds because of the wetlands?
Yes. Not too long ago, I was walking the pasture and walked up on one of the 3 ponds that is there and fleshed up about 100 mallards.
Oh,
So yes, there's a lot. I mean, there's bullfrogs and toads and I mean, just all kinds of
activity.
activity. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Just a quick question on that visual, and this may have been in your testimony as well. If you know with specificity, did you indicate the route of the line is going to run, is proposed to run directly over the wetland area?
Yes. Yes.
Have you discussed at all with Evergy representatives or KCC staff representatives possibility of, I don't know if it's micrositing or alternative routes to move it around that wetland? No discussions?
No.
I don't have any other questions, but I did want to tell you thank you for your discussion of the Rural Center. And I remember you from the public hearings. Thank you for coming out to those, and thank you for getting all the way up here for this.
Thank you,
Appreciate it very much.
commissioners.
Hold on just a second. I don't think anybody else will have questions for you, but I have to ask. Evergy, SPP's gone, KCC staff, no redirect, correct, Mr. Smithyman? No. Okay, you are now dismissed.
Thank you,
Thank you
Commissioner.
very much. All right. Who do you have
I'd
still?
like to just introduce 3 interveners that did not provide testimony, that have been here all week.
Oh.
And we did not have an opportunity to introduce the parties at the beginning of the hearing. I'd like to do it now.
Okay, just introductions. You're not
Introduction.
calling- Yeah, sure, certainly, yes.
Jill Bryant, Robert McKenzie, Jane McKenzie. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your attendance. So I have a hard stop for myself personally at 4:50. Mr. Buck.
Be done by 4:50. As long as there's not a bunch of budget cross.
Are you calling yourself or do you have someone to?
No, not myself. All Jay.
Oh, okay. All right. Very well then.
Make it quick.
We can. Let me warn you though, if we start going into examinations and I walk out, what's going to happen is Commissioner Keen is going to take over the helm and he is going to preside. Don't take any offense if I wander out of this room.
I won't see it. So.
Well, there's one person I won't offend. All right, go forth.
here since my microphone's dead, so the recorder hears us.
There you go. And make sure the button is pressed.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
So we will call interveners will call Paul J. Buck.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you have put off of the caution true to truth and
I do.
All right. Please state your name.
Paul J. Buck.
Are you the same Paul J. Buck who submitted direct testimony, in this case on behalf of yourself in your individual capacity, along with on behalf of Bull Oil Company LLC on or about January 29th of 2026?
Yes, I am.
In everything you submitted to your knowledge, was that truthful and accurate?
Yes, it was.
I will tender this witness quickly for cross-examination.
All right, we're going to begin again with commissioner questions.
Oh, I can wait. It's no big deal. All day.
Commissioner Keen, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Beck.
Good afternoon.
I'm not sure what your counsel knows about the scope of my examination. If you- To let you think that you would get off so easily as to be out of here in 5 minutes.
See, I'm right.
You're a different kind of witness than the others here. I may keep you here for a half hour.
I'll be here. I'll stay.
Well, in fairness to all the parties here, for you as well, thank you for your time and for your testimony. And I will ask you the same question I have of all the other persons testifying. What prompted you to intervene in this KCC docket?
Well, that letter we got for actually the ranch that we own, and then we kind of got a little more concerned about what was going on. We went to the sedan meeting. I talked to some of the Evergy people with some other people that were with me. Paul was with me. We made mention of the oil and gas wells that we have. I even pointed out some of them. This was the very first preliminary in the gym in Sedan, and said, you know, there's going to be some issues here with these oil wells. And I didn't really get much of a response. So this goes back to the next meeting. I don't know when the date was on it. I brought up the same question and even pointed it out on the map. And that's the last we heard of it. That's when I told Paul, I said, there's going to be a real problem here with this, you know, and I'm like everybody else, this line has changed and where it's going to be. And I've heard 600, I've heard 1,000, you know, multiple different scenarios. And I don't think Evergy understands what, when you get in eastern Kansas, the amount of oil wells that are there. I've been in the oil business since I was 14 years old. I've been around those leases since I was a kid. I grew up there. I own them all now. And like I say, it's a big hurdle that you're going to have to overcome there. That's going to be more than I think you even imagine. I mean, there's wells that you find under a rock somewhere. I mean, there's some we don't even know where they're at. I just think that, you know, there should have been a little more planning into this. You know, I've heard that you guys drove the roads. Well, I don't think you drove down Road 13 because there's a tank battery right alongside the road. And the line's going to be within just not very far of it. And then if you look to the west, I have about 120 pumping units sitting on top of a hilltop you can see from there. That is just a boneyard for extra equipment and stuff. And my biggest fear is I have a lot of wells. There's 6 or 7 leases. There's probably a well count of excess of over 100 wells where you're going to go. And we're also drilling, and it just so happens the line's going to go right over where we're chasing this cattleman sand, which is a stringer type sand. It's not really any spacing. You may drill one here and it's dry. You move 75 feet a different direction and drill and hit it. And I just have a real concern, you know, over what it's going to do to my leases, you know, and that's one
one of my biggest fears, but you know, the farther they go, and I don't think they realize how many wells that you guys are going to be crossing, not just on me, other places in Chautauqua County, Cowley County. You know, the farther west, they're a lot more sparse, but you come east and the wells are, I mean, if my analogy is if you took a poster board, took your shotgun with 8 shot in it and shot that, that's how many wells are in Chautauqua County. And, it's a great amount of wells, and there's a lot to be done there.
Mr. French is gonna sneak off on me if we don't.
Yeah. But, you know, like I say, and it's affecting our ranch too. You know, I hate to say it, and I feel sorry for everybody in here. I mean, I feel like we just don't have a, much say so, you know, it just kind of all was thrown out there on us. And, you know, I really think, you know, there should have been a little more consideration on, the impact on oil and gas and even the cattle and everything like that. You know, we're a very unique part of southeast Kansas, and I think we should take a better look at where we're at on it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Buck, for your time and testimony. Don't get up yet.
No.
See if we have any further questions. Commissioner Keither?
I'm sorry, did you say you were in Cowley County?
No, Chautauqua County.
Chautauqua, thank you.
Okay, let's see if, any questions from Evergy, SPP, staff?
Very short questions.
Go for it.
Oh, I'm about to move out of your way now.
You can stay right there.
Fine, Mr. Buck.
Yes, you're good. Thank you so much. Like I said, we just have a handful of very short questions that are kind of for the purposes of staff's fact finding, if you're willing. The first question is, does the Southern Star Interstate Gas Transmission Line intersect your property at any point?
Yes, it does.
About how many miles of that natural gas transmission line intersect your property?
You know, I would say 1.5 miles or so.
How wide is the right of way for that pipeline?
I couldn't tell you that. I couldn't tell you that. I'd be lying if I told you something.
Are you allowed to drill in the right of way of that pipeline?
You know, that's an interesting question. You say that because there has been wells drilled in the right of way, and I can show them to you. But, you know, that is a hindrance on our property also. I was going to bring this up. I mean, we have those two 26-inch gas lines across our property. We also have an 8-inch oil line that crosses our property, and they are definitely a hindrance. And here we are adding one more thing to our property.
Did Southern Star compensate you or any of your predecessor companies for the loss of potential drilling sites as a result of that gas pipeline?
You know, that was put in the 1950s and the 1970s. That was prior to me, so I can't tell you that.
Okay, fair enough. And I guess along the same lines, maybe your answer is the same, but do you have any knowledge of what the process was like for remediation of the right of way for that gas pipeline when it was put in?
Well, I can tell you they did a really sorry job because it took us, my mother, about 35 years of writing them a letter every year to finally get them to come clear it. And they finally cleared the right of way this last year. By the way, they only killed about 18, 20 rattlesnakes going across our place. So Evergy will have to deal with those rattlesnakes too.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you very much. Those questions did prompt a question for me, if you can bear with me, Mr. Buck.
Yep.
He's happy to stand up.
Yeah, it is wonderful, wonderful.
Come a long 2 days, hasn't it?
Yes.
We're glad you're here as well, Mr. Buck. PJ, how close is the Southern Star right away and the Southern Star pipeline, to which KCC Council made reference? How proximate, if you know, is it to the proposed route of the line?
That line would probably be to the south, a little more than 1/2 mile. It's not in the grouping of all the wells.
Okay.
You know, where it crosses. I mean, it just so happens to not be in the thickest part of the wells on the property. And I mean, I've drilled, you know, in proximity of it. And I mean, but you know, it's kind of off the path of where I'm at.
Okay. Anything further you care to add to your testimony?
No, not at this time.
All right, very good. Commissioner Keither, any follow-up questions from you? All right, very good.
I have one redirect.
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Buck, please.
You mentioned that this gas line was put in before the last one was in 1970, correct?
I believe it was 72. I'm not sure. I wasn't very old then.
And most of these leases are attached to your exhibit. You are the original lessee. You are the lessee, is that correct?
Yes.
So when you took lease and paid consideration to become a lessee, you were aware of this gas easement?
Yes, I was.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you very much. Anything, I think that covers it as far as any requests. Mr. Buck, again, thank you for your appearance, and you may step down.
Thank you. It's been an experience.
Very good. All right. As Chair French indicated when he left, I think given the time constraints that we have with the court reporter and other issues, our intention is to recess this hearing at this time. We'll reconvene when, through our counsel, both either Tristan or through Brian, or a combination of both, they can contact the parties, determine when we might be able to reconvene. And I think our intention is to reconvene with a court reporter and use Zoom. That's our intention, in the interest of a convenience for all the parties. So we'll be back in contact with you on that. Before I put us into recess, is there anything further any of the parties, any issues parties care to address at this time? Seeing none, we are in recess, subject to the call of the chair.